She cries her eyes out since her favorite brother from the orphanage just got adopted and had to leave them. A fat man in a suit arrives and tells the boy that he will be the boy's father from then on. After they leave, the nun claps her hands and her expression changes. She tells them that it was time to get back to training. The kids pull out their weapons like commandos and get ready within seconds. The nun tells the little girl, who was called Ellie, that she didn't need to make her nose runny while crying, as kids that show such behavior would make their parents hate them. The little girl says that she will keep that in mind. The pastor says that these kids were raised to be weapons as soon as they started walking, thoroughly nurtured under a special discipline officer. Even though the cost of each piece of equipment used for training was ridiculously expensive, what were the kids used for, you ask? Well, they were like computers. It was up to their parents to decide what to use them for. The boy who just got adopted is asked to memorize a man's face. Since they were dangerous children, there were safety measures put in place, an absolute rule that had been imprinted on them from a young age that they couldn't defy. The 3 absolute principles that they had to follow no matter what. The first principle was absolute obedience to their parent. The boy notices a car in the rearview mirror following them and informs his buyer that they were being tailed. The fat man thinks that the boy was going crazy. He tells the boy to shut his mouth and memorize the face of the man in the picture. The boy receives his order and follows obediently. Just then, the car following them comes closer and closer and then crashes into them. Their car rolls over, and the fat man dies on impact. But the boy survives. The second principle was that they couldn't use their powers without the parents' permission. The attackers approach their car with guns drawn. As they come closer, the boy crawls out of the car. He cries while asking them to help his dad. The attackers are confused, saying that they didn't have information about the kid. The one in front asks if they should kill him as well. The one in the back says they could just throw him off somewhere since he was just a kid. As the attacker leans closer to the boy, he drives a broken piece of glass into the attacker's throat and immediately takes the attacker's pistol. The guy in the back notices that the one in front was acting weird, but it was too late. The kid already had a gun pointed at him through the gaps. He takes a bullet to the head before he could react. The pastor pulls out a book and shows the buyer information about all the kids in that orphanage. While looking through the photos, he thinks it was unfortunate. He pulls out another book holding names of the deactivated kids. Among them, the kid who was attacked was the best among all the elites, according to the pastor. The pastor says that it still saddens him that he lost someone like this kid, or perhaps he was still alive. The pastor bangs his hand on the desk while saying that he had looked throughout the world for that kid. But since the kid can't use his powers without his parents' permission, it was impossible to find him. The pastor thinks that the boy might be hiding as a regular kid somewhere. He wasn't wrong. A fist comes flying towards him and hits him right in the stomach. The bully asks if it was a good hit. Not hearing an answer, the bully asks if the kid was cursing him in his head. The kid says that it was a perfect punch worth more than 180k points. The bully's friend says that he keeps getting great points. A blonde kid rushes past the bully and asks the kid to let him punch as well. The bully brushes his hoodie where the other guy touched it, and the kid getting bullied doesn't say anything. The bully comes up to the other guy who pushed him just now and asks what he was doing. Before he could answer, he gets slapped across the face. The bully asks if it wasn't all right for him to hit him since he pushed the bully. The blonde kid clenches his fist, but then says that the bully really deserved his 180k points for his punch since the blonde kid's cheek felt as if it was falling off. The bully looks happy after being praised for a while. He then leaves while asking the blonde kid, Cyan, to get him a cigarette. Cyan agrees to get it, but after the bully left, Cyan starts talking bad about him and says that he will fight him the next time he gets hit. He then puts his hands over the shoulder of the kid who was getting bullied, Huang, and asks if his punch was really that bad while choking him. Cyan then asks Huang to treat him to a snack for embarrassing him in front of others. Huang says that he understands. Cyan makes sure that Huang is paying since Cyan lost his money running errands for the bullies. Cyan then asks why he can't get the same score for the punch as the bully, Yusef. Then he notices that the shop they were eating at had the same name as Huang's last name. Huang hesitantly admits that the shop was his mother's. Just then, his mother presents them with some extra food since she thought Cyan was her son's friend. Huang was nervous since he had hidden the fact that this was his mother's shop for years, but now he was caught. Huang gets ready while thinking that Cyan was crossing the line after seeing the smug look on his face. Just when he was about to end Cyan John Wick style, Cyan bows his head to Huang's mom and greets her properly. Huang was surprised. Huang's mom admits that he told her to hide the fact that he was her son. Cyan asks why Huang would do such a thing while jokingly calling him a bad son. Huang quickly tries to change the topic and get Cyan away from his mom's store. But his mom packs up some extra food for Cyan and asks if it was enough for Huang and his friends. Huang tells his mom not to give away free food like that. Cyan gets excited after hearing that it was free and asks if it was truly all right. Cyan says that it was so much food, and Huang's mother tells him not to worry about it since Huang's friends were sons to her too. Huang knew that Cyan was just like the other bullies who would take advantage of his mother's kindness, just like they did with him. Huang grabs Cyan's hand after he took the food and begs him not to tell the others about his mom's store. Cyan leaves while saying that he won't tell anyone. While leaving, Huang's mom asks Cyan to come with his friends next time, and Cyan agrees, which makes Huang more nervous. He thinks that he was doomed. He asks if his mom was sure about this, even after he asked her to pretend that they don't know each other. He asked what was wrong with her, but inside, he didn't know why he was yelling at his mother, who was just being kind. His mother becomes sad and says that she was just happy since it was the first time she ever met one of his friends. She apologizes to him, and he wonders why she was the one apologizing. His mother says that she just wanted Huang to get along with his friends well. All Huang could do was clench his fist while his mother apologized to him over and over. The next day, someone drops a bag of food on his lunch. It was the packaging from his mom's store. Yusef says that he bought some food from Huang's mom's store, but it looked like trash. He slams the food bag into Huang's face and says that he can't go around eating trash and asks Huang to give him a refund. Seeing him sit quietly, Yusef asks if he should go ask Huang's mom instead since Yusef considered himself one of Huang's friends. All Huang could think about was how Cyan could betray him after he had asked him to keep it a secret so nicely. Yusef asks if Huang was actually getting mad while he was just playing around. He pours the food over Huang's head and says that he was going to talk to Huang's mom instead. Huang pulls out his pen again. Before Yusef could even react, he thrusts his pen towards Yusef's neck. But he remembers his mom, who looked so sad when she said that she just wanted him to get along with his friends. He stops just before he reaches Yusef's neck. Yusef looks scared for the first time. Huang puts his hand down, and Yusef finally regains his courage. Angry at Huang, he asks if Huang was actually trying to kill him. When Cyan reached the class, the whole class had a weird mood. There were police and teachers in the class next to a broken window and blood leading from Huang's desk to the window. Huang was beaten continuously for about 15 minutes that day. He fainted and regained consciousness several times. Each time, Huang begged for forgiveness while saying that he was sorry. But the beating continued, and no one stepped in to help him. In the end, the one who put an end to the violence was Huang himself. At the hideout, Yusef says that he has a good idea. He says that they could just tell the police that Huang fell out the window while they were playing around. The others say that they have nothing to do with it. Yusef asks them not to be like that. He says that he talked with his father, who told him that the law was in their favor, juvenile offender or something like that. But since Yusef repeated a year, he wasn't eligible for it. So he asks one of the others to take the blame. He asks a guy to confess that he was the one who pushed Huang outside. The guy says that he can still be sued civilly, but Yusef assures him that there was no need to worry since that would never happen, because if there was no one to file a lawsuit, there wouldn't be a suit. He kicks open a suitcase and says that he wasn't asking them to do it for free. He offers $10,000 per person to take the deal. He then asks if all of them knew where Huang's house was, knowing that they wouldn't refuse so much money. Huang's mom was just sitting on the floor, looking lost. At the entrance, Yusef asks which floor Huang lived on, and his friend says that it was the 5th floor. They go to the elevator, but it doesn't come down. Yusef tells them to take the stairs instead. As soon as they reach the 5th floor, Yusef notices a fire extinguisher blocking the lift door. He wonders who did it, and someone from above tells Yusef that he was late. Yusef quickly looks at the man sitting on the stairs, hood on. It was Cyan, who says that making people wait wasn't nice. Yusef asks what Cyan was doing there, and one of Yusef's friends says that it was great to have another person and asks Cyan to come with them. Cyan says that he only has 2 questions for them. He wanted to know how Yusef found out about Huang's mom's restaurant. Yusef laughs and says that he got curious after seeing Cyan not bring him his cigarette and when he saw Cyan eating with the neighborhood kids. He also found Huang arguing with his mother. Cyan understands that it was because of him. He then asks the second question and tells them to think carefully before answering. He asks why they were at Huang's house with pipes and bats. Yusef asks if it wasn't obvious. He says that he was there to meet Huang's mom to peacefully ask her to give up on doing something stupid like starting a lawsuit. Yusef says that it was great timing since he was really annoyed with Cyan as well. Yusef asks if Cyan really thought he wouldn't see him pretending to bully Huang with them, but secretly protecting him the whole time. Yusef asks if Cyan really thought of him as stupid all along. Cyan says that he had enough of talking while reaching for the fire extinguisher. Yusef runs at Cyan with the pipe. Cyan pulls the pin on the fire extinguisher and points it at Yusef, thanking him for making things clear. As soon as the fog hits him in the face, Yusef quickly steps back, telling the others to come forward. The one in front gets hit in the face with the extinguisher. It hits him so hard that it rebounds off his face, and he falls on top of Yusef, and both of them fall down. Yusef pushes the guy on top of him off. By the time he gets up, he notices two others had also been dealt with by Cyan. While Cyan was distracted, Yusef attacks from the side, but Cyan blocks just in time. He spins the extinguisher around and slams it onto Yusef's leg. Yusef immediately falls to the ground, shouting that his leg is broken over and over again. Yusef says that he heard a strange sound while screaming in pain. Cyan says that it was Yusef's cuneiform bone above the metatarsal that was broken. Cyan says that Yusef won't ever walk straight again. Yusef asks why Cyan was doing this to him. Cyan says that 3 principles are imprinted on children like him. The first is that their parents' words are absolute. The second is that they can't be violent without their parents' permission. The others ask what he was saying. Cyan lifts Yusef by his collar as Yusef begs him to stop, and says that the third principle is that when there is a threat to a parent's safety, he is supposed to disregard rules 1 and 2 and handle the threat immediately. And Huang's mother had said that Cyan was just like her son. Cyan stomps on Yusef while saying that since Yusef wanted to harm his mom, he can beat Yusef to death without worrying about breaking the principle. Back at the church, the pastor gets a call from Korea. He asks who it was, and the nun says that it was Biko personnel. He takes the call. They tell the pastor that they found it, the lost legend of the Dead Mansion. Codename, Sean. Dead Mansion is a special training multi-purpose weapon project called Good Child, and Sean was among the children created by Dead Mansion. A perfect masterpiece. Infiltration, weapon skills, and even VIP assassination. A product that excelled in every field. Thus, he was supposed to be supplied to one of Dead Mansion's top clients, a certain Yakuza organization in Japan. But due to an external error, instead of Japan, he was sent to Korea. The pastor thanks God, since he had already thought that Sean was dead and given up. He never thought he would find Sean again. The pastor looks at Sister Rachel and tells her to bring Sean back by any means necessary. Rachel says that she will proceed with the retrieval operation immediately. She removes her uniform, revealing a full combat suit and 2 automatic weapons. She says that she will subdue Sean by force. The pastor scolds her for throwing off her uniform and tells her to just bring him back normally and as unscathed as possible. He also tells her to leave her guns behind, as he thought they were too much. Yusef's father Quan bows deeply and apologizes for his son's actions. The other customers get scared looking at him. He also promises to cover Huang's medical and mental expenses and also provide any other compensation she requested. Huang's mother says that nothing was going to change even if he apologized, and that it wasn't something that could be resolved with just an apology. Quan wonders why it didn't work and quickly turns around to prepare to leave. Huang's brother says, if that was all Quan had to say. Quan covers his nose and says that he believes efficiency is important in all matters. But since Huang's mom had no intention of settling, Quan didn't see any reason to waste more time there. Before leaving, he tells her that he could always use other methods. Plus, this was his area of expertise. While in the car, he complains that his nose is tingling since the place he went to smelled so awful and wonders how someone could run a business there. He tells his assistant to tear down the whole block and build a mixed-use complex. He then asks what happened to the kid who beat up his son. The assistant informs him that the secretary went himself to deal with Cyan. At the hospital, Yusef had his leg in a cast. Yusef tells his father that the boy who beat him up was yapping about some 3 principles. Kwan asks the nurse if that was some new trend among kids these days. Yusef then tries to explain the whole scene, but Kwan stops him and waves the nurse to go outside. After she leaves, Kwan slaps Yusef. Kwan tells Yusef that what made him mad wasn't the fact that he bullied a few people or the fact that one of them tried to jump off the building because of him. He says he could care less about any of that. He comes closer to Yusef and says that if Yusef wanted to take a wrench to Huang's place to finish things off, he shouldn't have left a mess behind. He explains that the basics of work are never doing something twice. He tells Yusef to watch and learn from this opportunity how adults handle things. Cyan was getting beat up. 2 thugs grabbed Cyan while a man put gloves on. Cyan asked why they were attacking him. The secretary came closer and slapped Cyan. After a while of beating, Cyan fell to the ground. The secretary asked if Cyan understood that things don't always go as planned. Just because Cyan knocked down 4 of his peers didn't mean the same worked when he was against older opponents, the secretary said, before throwing his gloves away. One of the thugs grabbed Cyan's arm and pulled it back. The secretary said that Cyan needed to reflect on his mistakes while placing his leg on Cyan's arm before slamming his foot to the ground. The secretary turned around, saying that this was how the real world worked, leaving Cyan to scream in pain. Later that evening, after they left him, Cyan readjusted his arm while calling those thugs morons. He laughed, saying they didn't even know the difference between a dislocated joint and a broken one. He said this was nothing compared to what his Aunt Rachel would serve him, but the fact that he couldn't fight back without orders was getting bothersome for him. Still, what he did was enough to calm things down for a bit. But if those people persisted, he might need a new identity. While he left the alleyway, someone noticed him, Huang's mom, who asked if Cyan was all right. Cyan said he was fine, but she took him to her home. While hesitantly eating the food offered to him, Huang's mother asked him not to be so shy and told him she made plenty of food. The command he received was eat a lot. He had no choice but to follow the order. Huang's mom said Cyan might get indigestion if he ate so fast and asked him to drink some water with the food. He quickly followed the order. He felt like he just went from medium to XL real quick. While Huang's mom cut some sushi, Cyan asked if Huang was all right. Huang's mom said he was fine. She said the surgery went well and they just needed to monitor his recovery. She assured him that Huang was a strong boy and that he would surely overcome it. Her hands started shaking while saying that she wasn't strong enough to do the same. She said she felt powerless even after he ended up like this. She admitted she wanted to destroy everything, just like she felt on the inside. She said she wanted to tear and crush Yusef's father as well. She composed herself and apologized to Cyan for losing her cool. But it was too late. He had already received his order from her and disappeared. At Kwan's construction company, they were celebrating the 3rd quarter results. Kwan thanked everyone for their work while lifting a champagne glass. While going on and on with his speech, one of the waiters was asked to pour more wine at one of the tables. But he received the whole bottle to the face. Cyan told the man to enjoy his drink. The others tried to stand up, but Cyan grabbed the glasses on his tray and quickly placed them on the man's hands while he tried to punch Cyan. The man asked how Cyan was able to dodge so well before realizing his hands had cups on them. But Cyan was already ready with the next attack. He slammed the man's own hand, causing him to punch himself in the face with the glass cup. He then grabbed a few utensils in his hands and threw them at the others who were now approaching him, like shurikens straight to the face. The people around the venue started standing up after hearing the commotion, demanding for the lights to be turned on quickly. When the lights did turn on, Cyan was nowhere to be seen. They started looking around. One of the men said it was a blonde-haired waiter who did all this. Cyan came out of his hiding spot with utensils in hand. He ran past a bunch of people who were looking for him, cutting all of them with the utensils. They screamed that their ankles had been cut. Cyan grabbed the tablecloth on one of the tables and threw the cloth along with all the food and the table itself at them. He then jumped into the air, kicking the table midair to crush them underneath. He noticed a knife flying at him from behind. Cyan ducked, and the knife hit someone else. The secretary said Cyan was impressive while putting his gloves on. The secretary said he definitely broke Cyan's arm and asked if he didn't. He said he would do it properly this time. Cyan grabbed the man's arm, pushed it away, and smacked the secretary's face before locking his arm. Cyan told the secretary to look closely, as he only had the patience to show it once. With a loud crack, the secretary's arm was broken. Once he was done with the secretary, a bullet flew past his face. Cyan looked to where it came from, up in the balcony. Kwon clicked his tongue, saying he missed. Cyan lifted his hand and said it was hard to hit a target from that far away unless it was a pro. While walking toward Cyan, Kwon said Cyan seemed to know quite well and asked if Cyan was a pro. Kwon asked if Cyan was in military classes or something. Cyan said he didn't know what those were. He said he just came on behalf of Huang's mom's snack restaurant. Kwon asked how a smelly alleyway junk food store managed to hire someone like Cyan. He asked if the lady asked him to kill Kwon. Cyan said that she didn't. He said that she specially asked him to tear and crush him. Kwon asked what that meant, but Cyan disarmed him within a second and smacked him in the face. Kwon grabbed Cyan's collar, not because he wanted to, but because he was falling over and the collar was the only thing he could grab. Kwon said this was going too far for revenge. Cyan corrected him, saying this wasn't revenge but retribution. He punched Kwon right in the nose and said he was just following the first principle. As Kwon's tooth flew in the air, Cyan explained that a parent's command is absolute. While Cyan walked away, Kwon said that work efficiency was important and that he didn't like doing things twice. He said he should have taken care of the lady and Cyan the first time. He said he would kill them all the next time. Cyan grabbed Kwon's gun and thanked him for threatening his parent and giving him a reason to end him, as the third principle states. He shot the chandelier above Kwon, and it fell directly on him. As he got crushed, Cyan left quietly, calling both the son and father the same. Back at the hospital, the nurse asked if Yusef was feeling uncomfortable anywhere. Yusef rudely asked if the nurse was blind. The nurse said she had been hearing a lot about school violence these days and that it gets pretty scary sometimes. She admitted she had never seen someone get this injured before. She asked if the kid who beat up Yusef was a real fighter. Yusef answered her completely lost, not focusing on what she was doing at all. She then asked him about what he was talking to his father about, something about the 3 principles. She clarified while injecting something into the 4 bag. Yusef finally noticed something and asked why the color of the medicine looked different. She told him not to worry, as she only put in half. He wouldn't die at least. Confused, he asked what she was saying. The nurse sat next to him and told him to answer her question about the 3 principles, while leaning on his broken leg. She asked if he knew what the 3 principles were. Yusef said he didn't know anything. The nurse pulled her wig off, revealing blonde hair, and said that she clearly heard him mention it to his dad before. She then asked if he knew a kid named Sean. Rachel, the Dead Mansion disciplinarian, specializing in disguise and infiltration, and more importantly, interrogation and torture. Rachel reaches the party a little too late and informs the pastor that codename Sean seems to have used his powers. The pastor jumps up from his chair asking what Rachel meant. While walking through the mess, she says that she tracked Sean to the scene, but he seems to have already left and that there were several severely injured men at the scene. The pastor bites his fingers, saying that it was impossible, as something like this hadn't happened once in Dead Mansion's history. The 3 absolute principles have been held strong for centuries. He opens a cupboard holding a lot of books and tells Rachel that if Sean was ignoring the 3 principles, this wasn't just an ordinary matter anymore. He says that all the weapons they sold so far could also ignore their control and target Dead Mansion. He changes Rachel's mission and asks her to investigate how Sean is bypassing the absolute principles. Rachel says that she understands. Just then 2 men walk up to her, people from the organization that tipped Dead Mansion about Sean's whereabouts, Smoker and Barcode Head. Rachel walks past them and Smoker asks if it was normal for girls to wear a latex suit like Rachel. Barcode Head says that the Westerners were quite open-minded, just like his wife. The next day at school, Rachel arrives after already thoroughly investigating everything about Sean. The kids greet her as a teacher. She can't hide her smile, unable to stop herself from being excited about how her Sean had grown. He was the best among the children she had trained, someone who mastered everything she taught him. She makes her way towards his class, unable to wait. She sees him acting like a delinquent, boasting about his victory during his fight with Yusef. Rachel couldn't believe her eyes. She thinks that she made a mistake. There was no way her Sean would be so vulgar. The guy sleeping behind Sean tells him to quiet down so he could sleep. Sean gets angry and picks a fight. She had this tradition with him every year where he would pick fights with her to test his skills. She always thought it was so cute when he challenged her. Sean was always the strongest among his peers, but now something didn't add up. Looking at him get beat up, she couldn't hide her disappointment. Later during class, she thinks to herself that Sean must be hiding his skills since it was a school. She was sure that he wouldn't use his powers recklessly in order to hide his true identity. Does that mean he was still under the control of the three principals? When she observes him, she notices him writing something with serious, sharp, and sophisticated eyes. She thinks that this was to be expected from him, since a good child from Dead Mansion must possess both physical and intellectual strength. She remembers that Sean always stood out from the rest. She thinks that he was cute hiding his power, but he couldn't hide his intellectual side. While walking over to him, she thinks that it's troublesome when he's disguised, and that it should be hidden properly as well. She thinks that she should teach him again when they are back at Dead Mansion. But Sean was just drawing the fight scene with Yusef. She couldn't believe it. She slams Sean's head with her book. At the staff bathroom, she says that this was nonsense. While tearing her disguise, she says that her Sean could never be this foolish. His face seems somewhat familiar, but his grace she used to feel was all gone. She wonders if this was just a coincidence, as there was no way that foolish kid could be her Sean. She changes the plans. The investigation was not about the three principals anymore. While disguising herself as a student, she says that she needs to make sure this guy was her Sean. While going home, she follows him. She thinks that if this guy was not Sean, she would kill him for making her doubt her adorable Sean. When they were waiting at the pedestrian crossing, Huang's mother comes behind him with 2 huge bags of groceries and asks if Sean could help her carry the bags. Sean quickly goes to carry them. Huang's mom then tells Sean to have some food at her store before he left. Sean agrees to that too. Rachel wonders what relation Sean had with this lady. At the store while he was eating the food, Huang's mom tells him to take it slowly. Rachel notices the old lady talk about Yusef, and Yusef had told her that he beat up this woman's son during her interrogation. She starts to get frustrated. While looking at Sean being vulgar again, she takes a bite of the food and asks how this kid dared to be so vulgar while having a face just like her Sean. But she starts coughing instantly. She says that the food was too spicy and asks for water quick. Huang's mother asks if Rachel couldn't handle spicy food. Rachel thinks that this wasn't spicy food, but torture instead. She wonders if the lady was trying to assassinate her. Sean tells her to eat slowly and calls her clumsy. She swears to herself that she will definitely kill this kid. But she remembers that her Sean also couldn't handle spicy food at all. She had to hold his hand for him at those times. She thinks that Sean must have struggled a lot in Korea because of their hot food. But she notices his hand shaking. He was trying to hide it, but it was apparent to her. While Huang asks if the food was good, he says that it was perfect. Rachel wonders if this kid was enduring the spiciness. She calls him foolish in her thoughts. Why even eat something you can't handle, she thought. But then it hit her. Back when the old lady asked him to carry the bags, when she asked him to eat before he left, even now when she asked him to carry something, he was following orders. He was listening to her commands. It was judged impossible to act under the restriction of the principles, so the quality of his execution was impossible without specific commands. But it would be possible if he was commanded to destroy Kwan's construction company, and the only person with motives to destroy Kwan was this woman alone. It all fell into place in Rachel's head. If Sean was seeing this woman as his parent and following her commands, it all made sense. Rachel says that she will pay, and the lady goes to the back to get the change. But as soon as the lady turns, Rachel grabs a chopstick and throws it right at her head. A fork interferes with the chopstick. Sean jumps over the counter. Rachel can't hide her smile. She expected this. The old lady hears a chair fall and turns back, but Sean and Rachel are gone. Rachel says that Sean was acting according to the 3 principles just now. While fighting each other, Sean tells her to stop and asks how long she planned to follow him around. He knew that it was his Aunt Rachel. She says that she missed him very much, but she finds it strange that Sean was following the old lady from the snack shop around like she was his parent. She says that there was no way a shabby snack shop owner could be a customer of Dead Mansion. Sean says that he doesn't understand what she was saying. He didn't expect to be caught by Dead Mansion the second he used his powers. Rachel notices he was distracted and grabs him, swinging him over her head into the ground. Sean groans in pain. Rachel sits on top of him and says that it was time to go back now, since a lot of clients were waiting for him. Sean remembers Dead Mansion clearly, but out of nowhere, he briefly sees the face of a woman covered in blood. the one who gave him the name he was using. He asks what he just saw. Rachel is confused as well and asks what's wrong. Sean snaps back and headbutts Rachel. Rachel jumps back, her nose bleeding, while Sean stands back up. She asks if Sean wasn't intending on coming back with her quietly, but Sean was already gone. While running, she curses at Dead Mansion for sending Rachel of all people after him, and also wonders who that woman from his memory was. Back at Dead Mansion, the director is happy. He asks how Rachel let Sean get away. Rachel apologizes and says that he slipped away while she was momentarily off guard. While changing clothes, she reports that she has found the old lady who is controlling Sean. The director asks what she means by controlling. She says that she saw Sean recognize the old lady as his parent. The director says that it shouldn't be possible and asks if it appeared the old lady was deliberately using the three principles. Rachel puts on a new disguise while saying that she needs to do further investigation. The director asks her to verify the old lady's intentions. One of the customers in line at the snack shop is rude for cutting, but Rachel was disguised as an old lady now. The director explains that there were two ways to retrieve good children from their parents. The first one was for the parent to disown them. The old lady is caught off guard when she hears this. Rachel asks her not to get close to her Sean. She says that she has been away on business trips often and wasn't able to pay much attention to her child. She tells the old lady that her son Sean doesn't even like spicy food, and that she can't believe he has been eating such low-quality food here. Rachel says that as Sean's parent, it breaks her heart to see him like this. Huang's mom says that she didn't know Sean was bad with hot food. Rachel smirks and thinks that her guilt tripping is working. Rachel prepares to leave, thinking she already won, and tells the old lady to understand her responsibility. If Sean ever came back to her, Rachel asks the old lady to tell him never to come to her again and to go back home instead. While Rachel is leaving, the old lady says that she can't agree to Rachel's request. Rachel asks if the old lady was trying to pick a fight with her. The old lady asks if Rachel had even seen Sean's face properly, or his clothes, or if she knew anything about Sean's school life. She explains that Sean always had messy clothes and a dirty face. When she asked him what happened, he would always say that he fell. She used to think it was just boys playing around, because even her son used to say the same thing. She says that she can't let Sean end up the same way. So, without realizing it, she kept checking up on him. She says that Sean needed someone who could watch over him, so he didn't end up like her son. And since Rachel said that she was always busy, the lady offers to keep an eye on him. Rachel tries to fight back, but the lady just bows deeply and says that she won't change her mind. Rachel clenches her fists. Later she informs the director that the first attempt had failed. While removing her disguise, she says that the lady showed stronger determination to claim ownership than Rachel expected. The director says that there was no other way, even though he wanted to resolve things as quietly as possible. He asks Rachel to proceed with the second method, and Rachel gladly accepts. The second method to retrieve a good child was upon the parent's death. The child reverts to the ownership of Dead Mansion. Rachel says that she was hoping for this. At the supermarket, while the lady was shopping, she was being stalked by Rachel. Rachel pulls out a detonator. She asks how this lady dared to take her Sean from her, before pressing the button. A C4 charge armed in the storage room explodes, and people start screaming. The fire alarm and sprinklers go off. The lady looks around, confused, wondering what was going on, while Rachel prepares to deal with her during the chaos. She says that the lady could never be Sean's parent and that she would never allow it. But when she pulls the trigger, Sean deflects the bullet with a pan. Rachel is happy to see him. Sean says that he saw this trick in a video game and didn't expect it to work. While walking towards Rachel, he says that he knew she was going to do this. He asks if it wasn't going too overboard using bombs and guns. Rachel tells him not to interfere with her, as she just wanted to free Sean from the old lady. Sean says that he can't let that happen and slams into the rack between them. Rachel clicks her tongue, cursing the third principle. Sean kicks Rachel's gun out of her hand. Rachel pulls out her knife and says that she wanted to take Sean back in one piece. After the first swing, he asks if that was really true, as he wasn't planning on letting her go in one piece. He throws the tomato sauce along with Rachel's knife. Rachel asks if Sean thinks he can overpower her. She reminds him that she was the one who taught him everything. Sean falls onto the rack after she breaks his balance. Rachel tells him that fighting should be a means to an end, and that this should be considered supplementary lessons. She tells him to explain the purpose of the fight they were having. Meanwhile, Huang's mom tries to get out of the store, but notices a kid crying near some rubble. She asks if the kid is all right, and the kid says that he can't see his mom. He says that he lost his mom and asks her to help him. Rachel pulls out her second knife and swings at Sean again. Sean wonders what the purpose of this fight was to answer Rachel. When Rachel comes up to him again, he blocks her arms and asks if it was an operation. Rachel says that he was right, that her operation was to liberate Sean. She tells him that he won't dare look at her like an enemy after the old lady is dead. Sean grabs her weapon hand, but she switches the weapon to the other hand and cuts him on the cheek. Sean starts stumbling back. He knew that she would be better than him at hand-to-hand combat, as always. Sean throws a bunch of tin cans at Rachel while running away. Rachel says that Sean will be reattributed to the Dead Mansion since he was stuff that belonged to Dead Mansion. Sean throws a bag of flour at her. Rachel instinctively cuts it, but the flour bag explodes, blinding her for a second. But in front of her, a scissor shoots through, which she barely dodges. Sean got his hands on 2 scissors, and he and Rachel stand fighting hand-to-hand again. Rachel says that this was more like the Sean she knew. Sean locks her knife in place with his scissors. Sean asks if Rachel really just considered him some stuff from Dead Mansion. He grabs her and throws her overhead into a shopping cart. He asks why she wanted him back home to a family if she just considered him as stuff. He asks who considers their own family stuff. He kicks the shopping cart and asks that if she just considered him as stuff, he also will consider her the same while locking Rachel inside the shopping cart. Huang's mom asks if the lost kid was all right. When she looks back, he tries to kill her, but Sean arrives. The kid quickly hides his knife. He knows Sean's face well, the legend of the Dead Mansion. He wonders if Sean already beat Rachel. Sean asks if the kid knew his parents' number. The kid says that he doesn't know. The kid knows that he can't do anything against Sean, so he tries to finish his mission and aim for the lady instead. He runs towards the lady while crying, but Sean stops him and lifts him up, telling him to stop crying and whining like that. He asks if the kid forgot that excessively sticking out like that makes others hate him. Sean points a finger gun at the kid's neck and warns him to stop. The kid freezes, and Sean asks if the kid had direct communication lines with the director. The kid says that he doesn't understand what Sean was saying. Sean whacks the kid's neck to knock him out. The lady asks if everything was all right. Sean hides the knife under his foot and says that she might be hearing things. The lady says that they should look for his mother, but Sean says that he found a phone on the kid and that he would call her later. At Dead Mansion, the director receives a call early in the morning. He gets annoyed since he had asked them not to contact him on the direct line. As soon as he picks it up, he says that it better be good news. As soon as the caller greets him, he recognizes the voice. It was Sean. The director says that since Sean called him through the direct line, it means that the mission failed. Sean asks if the director thought so low of him to just send Rachel and a little boy to catch him. The director asks if the 2 of them were dead. Sean tells the director not to hurt his pride with reactions like that. Sean says that results of hunting him won't change no matter how many people he sends after him. The director says that he thought Sean would run away, but he wants to face Dead Mansion head-on instead. Sean says that there was no way he would run away since when there was a threat to parents' personal safety, he needed to handle the situation, based on the 3rd principle of the Dead Mansion. The director falls to his knees. He laughs, thanking the Lord for such a pure and beautiful gift. He asks how Sean could be so faithful to the 3 principles. The director asks for Eugene back, and in return says that he won't harm the old lady. Sean tells the director to send Aunt Rachel to come get the kid in an hour. After he cuts the call, the director asks how Sean could be this innocent and that he hopes to see him as soon as possible. Sean taps the kid's head and tells him to wake up. The kid quickly jumps up and tries to grab his weapon, but Sean says that he disposed of all weapons in the store. He tells the kid to eat up. The kid asks who would eat something gross like that. A few minutes later, while walking to the meeting spot, Sean says that the kid could have eaten more if he found it so tasty. He ate like he never had food before. Rachel reaches the spot looking furious. She tells Eugene to come to her. While he was going up, Sean offers him some more food so he could eat later. Rachel says that Sean was too relaxed, as if everything was over. She says that he would never give up on getting him back. While they were leaving, Rachel says that if only Eugene had dealt with the old lady, things would have been easier. Eugene apologizes. Rachel says that Eugene was dismissed for now. She says that a useless brat like him should have been disposed of a long time ago. Eugene tears up while apologizing again. Sean comes up the stairs and offers him food again and asks if it wasn't tasty. The kid looks back with tears in his eyes. He says that it was really tasty. Sean says that he thought as much. He asks if the kid wanted to go back to the old lady's snack store again. The good children are the property of the buyers, who are called the parents. But once the parent dies, the ownership goes back to Dead Mansion, and then they get adopted again. They are sent to a new family, and then a different one again, and again. The director asks how many times Eugene had been adopted. Eugene quickly answers that it has been 4 times. The director says he didn't ask Eugene to answer. Although the director could keep sending Eugene to new families and keep profiting, to have failed to keep his parents alive 4 times was the worst disgrace in the history of Dead Mansion. He says that if Eugene continues to fail, he would have no choice but to dispose of him. The director asks if Eugene knew what happened to the kids who were disposed of, while pointing at the gravestone behind him. He tells Eugene that he has to become someone necessary to Dead Mansion, and that there is only one chance left. His mission was to go to Korea and help Rachel retrieve Sean. If he didn't want to be disposed of, he had to prove his value. When he heard Rachel say that he should have been disposed of long ago, and that he was useless, he asked for one more chance. Rachel glares at him, asking what chance he was talking about. He apologizes, just when Sean asked if the food he had wasn't tasty. Rachel smirks, and says that she could give him one last chance after all. She orders Eugene to end the old lady this time. The last chance. To prove himself, he must kill Sean's parent. Sean prepares his fists to take the kid back. Rachel knew that Sean still perceives her as a threat to his parent. She grabs the kid and says that this wasn't what they agreed upon. She reminds him that Eugene was to be handed over to Dead Mansion in exchange for them not targeting the old lady. Sean says that it was just like the kid said. He said the food was tasty, and it had been a long time since the old lady had a regular customer. Rachel bends down and tells Eugene that this is his last chance. Rachel says the negotiations are off, and that she is free to target the old lady now. Sean tells Rachel to do as she wished, since he could break her into pieces over and over again. That was what he said, but now that the kid followed him to the old lady's house, he asks why he was there. The old lady reminds him that he was the one who said he would look after the kid for a day. Sean says that even if he said that, it was a little rude to follow him into a stranger's house. The lady says it's fine since she doesn't mind having company. She then says that it was good that the kid's mom was friends with Sean's mom. Sean hides his face, since both of them were Rachel in different costumes. The lady says that Eugene could stay with her as long as he liked, and the kid bows deeply to thank her. Sean tries to protest against it, but Eugene couldn't miss this opportunity. She asks him for his name, and he introduces himself. Sean finds the whole situation overwhelming and starts looking around, since this was his first time in Huang's home. Outside, a pair of shoes were slanted to let the water drain out. To his right, another room. He asks if that was Huang's room. The lady says that it was. Sean asks if he could go in. He went into the room with her permission. It was an ordinary room, the kind he often saw in movies. A room where one dreams moderately and strives daily. The room seemed soaked in the essence of a moderately happy family. Perhaps this was something Sean longed for himself, a family like Huang's. Ordinary and typical. If Huang was in this room, he could have been happy spending his time normally. He thinks about why he was forced to be a bystander. Eugene thanks the lady for the meal. He eats fast, seeing Sean leave, because this was his chance. Eugene says that the omelet the lady made was the best he ever had. The lady is glad to hear that from him. He then asks if he could ask a few questions. The lady tells him to ask anything. Eugene asks about her other family members, like the father in the household. The lady hesitates, wondering how she should explain that to a little kid. She says that her husband was needed so much in heaven that she had to let him go there. He asks if her husband became a part of the family in heaven. The lady agrees that that was a good way to put it. Eugene then says that her son couldn't become part of any family anywhere. The lady asks what he means. Eugene says that her son was a weak loser and a useless child who couldn't become family anywhere. She asks again what he means by that. He says that he was taught a family should fulfill others' needs and confirm one's worth to its members. Otherwise, they are just an obstacle that consumes resources. He says that such a member isn't needed anywhere. The lady says that isn't true. She says a family is nothing like that. Confused, Eugene asks what she means. When she tries to explain, Sean arrives and grabs Eugene, taking him away, asking if they could sleep in the living room. The lady tells them to use Huang's room instead. Sean says that the sofa was enough for them, and tells the kid to sleep on the floor. But Eugene says he doesn't want to. The lady smiles, looking at them act like siblings. Later that night, Eugene curses at Sean for forcing him to sleep on the ground. He notices the open door and goes to peek inside. He finds it strange that the old lady calls a useless child her family, and even shows kind expressions to someone she just met, even though he hadn't proven himself yet. He pulls out a gun that Rachel gave him and says that he has to prove himself. He points the gun at her while saying that he must become someone necessary to the dead mansion family. But the door closes in front of him. Sean says that he expected Eugene to change his mind. He asks if this was his final decision, looking menacing. Eugene says that he was just following orders. He points the gun at Sean and tells him not to interfere. But the gun doesn't work. There were no bullets. The bullets were in Sean's hands. Sean drops them to the floor and says that he took them out when the kid was asleep, and asks if the kid wasn't too careless. He says that 15 rounds of 9mm parabellum, weighing 112.5 grams, went missing, and the kid didn't even notice when he held the empty gun. Sean says it was to be expected of an amateur. Eugene pulls out a knife instead and thrusts at Sean. Sean grabs the kid's hand and pins him to the door. The kid opens the door and falls in. After getting his balance, he turns back. Sean tells the kid to keep quiet. Looking at the lady, he runs to her to finish the job. Sean follows, grabbing a tie and using it as a trap to pull him back. The kid spins around and cuts the tie with his knife. The kid pulls out another knife from the back. Sean tells the kid to stop taking fights that he was obviously going to lose. The kid jumps onto the bed and uses it to leap high at Sean. Sean blocks both knives with the tie and uses his elbow to block the knee kick. Eugene asks if Sean was going easy on him and tells him to face him properly. Sean accepts and grabs a knife from Eugene's hand. Eugene throws the other knife at the lady. Sean intercepts it and kicks the boy's leg, making him fall to the floor. But before he could fall, Sean grabs him so that there was no noise. He tells the kid to get back up as he was just starting. Eugene wonders if this is how strong he needed to be considered family at Dead Mansion. Sean says that the kid's straightforward attacks would never work on him. Sean gets hit in the back of the head. The lady asks if the two of them were just fighting. While Sean tries to explain, Eugene grabs the knife to take the chance. Sean looks back and tells him to stop. He tells the lady that they were just doing some morning exercise. The kid also says that the knife was just a toy. Eugene knew that he couldn't kill the lady while Sean was standing right next to him. He concludes that a direct approach was impossible. The lady scolds Eugene too, saying that he shouldn't mess with his brother too much, since they were family. Eugene looks down and asks if he was part of this family too. The lady says that it was obvious since they eat and sleep under the same roof. She puts a hand on Eugene's head. Just then, someone rings the doorbell and asks if anyone was inside. The lady goes to the door to see who it was. She asks if she could help the stranger who rang the doorbell. The girl bows and apologizes for coming so early. She introduces herself as Eugene's older sister, Marie. She thanks the lady for looking after her brother for a night. Sean comes to the door asking who it was, and the lady tells him it was Eugene's sister, who came to pick him up. Sean goes out and asks Eugene's sister if that was right. Marie says that it was. She says that she came to take Eugene to ensure the woman's safety and asks if that wasn't the agreement. Sean asks who ordered the little boy to kill the lady. Marie leans forward and whispers that it was Rachel's unilateral order and asks him not to misunderstand. Sean tells her to at least start off by putting her knives away first. Marie asks if he wasn't quick to notice and that she won't do anything as long as Sean cooperates. Sean sarcastically says that he was scared and asks what would happen if he didn't cooperate. Eugene notices Marie and runs out to hug her. Marie says that it was unfortunate that Eugene failed and that the director will be very disappointed in him. The lady says that the siblings came from a family with very pretty names. Eugene says that Marie completely ruined his plans. She asks what he means. He pushes her off him and says that Marie looked like an amateur. He says that he was looking for an opportunity to ingratiate himself into this family. Marie asks if that was his excuse. Eugene tells her not to think this operation was that simple. He says that his target was being guarded by the legendary hand of Dead Mansion. Eugene says that even if Sean looks unattractive, dumb, and had a monkey-like expression. He was super strong. Marie agrees and says that Eugene's description seems especially accurate. Sean excuses himself from the lady after hearing what they said about him. Marie apologizes for ruining Eugene's operation and tells him not to worry since a new operation was already underway. She tells Eugene that they will retreat for now. Eugene agrees. They say their goodbyes before leaving. Eugene leaves sulking. The lady notices it and tells him to come back whenever, and that she would make him his favorite omelet next time. Eugene smiles and says that he understands. She even asks Sean to bring Eugene over again. Sean says that he will definitely bring him. Later that day, at the school, the principal apologizes to the lady for what happened to her son. He says that they had to go through the school violence committee to discuss the perpetrators and their punishments, and that was the reason for the delay. He assures her that the parents of the perpetrators have promised to compensate for the damages, and that all offending children would be suspended. He gives her a file with the names of all the kids who were responsible. While looking through it, she sees a familiar face and asks why Sean's photo was on the list. At the dead mansion, the director asks Rachel to explain herself. Rachel says that she has no excuse. She says that she ordered Eugene to kill the old woman, but he was truly a useless child who couldn't even carry out a single order properly. The director says that wasn't what he was asking. He says that he asked Rachel to retrieve Eugene and not bother the old lady anymore. Instead, she went and ordered Eugene to kill the old lady instead. He asks if she wasn't the one who couldn't follow his orders properly. Rachel says that it was all for the retrieval of Sean. The director says that he holds his promises in very high regard. He says that before the divine, only faith and trust should exist. Everything else is heresy in his eyes. Since the children lacked faith, they had no choice but to create the three principles as a means of control. He tells Rachel to recall what the consequences of unrestricted spontaneous actions have brought. He asks if she remembers that the order, the director, and the promises are the absolute rules of Dead Mansion. She asks if they were giving up on retrieving Sean. The director tells her not to worry about that. Marie was doing something with 6 different phones. She sends the picture of Sean having Huang in a chokehold to all the school group chats. The director says that there were plenty of ways to get Sean back without touching the old lady, and that Marie has already started her operation. The next day at school, the students start avoiding Sean. He asks what was going on, but no one answers him. The guy behind him asks if what they were seeing was true while showing him the picture. Sean thought that the Photoshop skills of the person who made it were very crude. He asks where the guy behind him got it from. The big guy looks around and starts apologizing to Sean. He says that the story about him beating up Yusef must also be true. The big guy says that the whole school now knows that even Yusef is scared of Sean and bows down to him. They show more badly photoshopped pictures of him next to gangsters. Sean asks if this wasn't going too far. The big guy also says that it was Sean who ordered Yusef to crush Huang. Sean asks what they were talking about, saying that he didn't do it. But no one listens to him. The other bullies come next to Sean while calling him cool. The kid next to him says that it was his seat. The bully lifts his hand to hit the kid, but Sean stops him. He changes the topic and says that now that they know his hidden powers, they should go outside so he could tell them the full story. The other kids looked scared of him now. He asks if the bully smoked and says that he personally does smoke himself. The bully asks why he asked that then. As soon as they left, the rest of the kids start talking. They say that birds of the same feather flock together. Outside, while the bullies were smoking, they show him their phones to see who sent those pictures. They say that the person dropped the pictures and a few messages before leaving the group. Sean knows that this was Dead Mansion's doing, but he couldn't understand the purpose. Sean plays into it and says that he didn't want to be exposed like this and wanted to attend school quietly. He wonders if any school would accept him if he transferred again. He tells them that he wants to graduate quietly and doesn't want to get caught up in childish pranks. He leaves while saying that he was made to deal with real gangsters, not kids. He turns around with an ugly face and asks them not to spread this matter further while calling them his crew. They all ask if they were in his crew now. They say that he has nothing to worry about and ask him to let them take care of everything. The lady notices Sean talking to those guys. At the principal's office, she tells him that Sean was Huang's friend and that there must have been a misunderstanding. The principal says that he also has a picture. He shows her the same photoshopped picture and says that he thinks Sean was the instigator of the whole thing. She says that there was no way. The principal says that Sean's parents were impossible to get in contact with, that he seems to have not received proper family education, and that from experience as an educator, children like Sean easily go astray. He tells her that she shouldn't trust him at all. Sean walks back thinking that he handled the situation well, and that those bullies had a surprisingly naive side to fall for his bullshit. He suddenly stops and asks if her name wasn't Marie. Marie appears from an alleyway. She says that she thought she hid well. Sean says that if she was planning to hide, she should have at least erased the smell of coffee, since he noticed it from when she visited Huang's place. She calls him a perv for sniffing her scent like that. He asks what she wanted now and why she was making things complicated for him. She says that he seemed to enjoy the whole thing. She imitates him when he said that he was made to deal with real gangsters, not kids. Sean gets pissed. She asks how he felt after she made him the top bully at his school. He says that it wasn't exciting at all since he was popular to begin with. She says that she was talking about all the cold and harsh gazes of the other kids, or the eyes filled with betrayal and contempt. She asks if he liked that. Sean asks if all the photos were also her doing. She asks if they weren't very well made. He says that they were surprisingly crude and that only the general public would fall for it. She says that it was crude because of the tight schedule and limited resources. Sean says that Marie had a lot of excuses and calls her skills scrap-worthy. She quickly reaches into her bag and starts shooting. Sean quickly sprints to the closest cover and asks if Marie was out of her mind shooting in the open like this. He asks if her mission wasn't to retrieve him alive and that she would be in trouble if he died. She says that she at the very least expects him to easily avoid these, but if he died, it would be better for her. Sean doesn't respond, so she drops her bag and slowly walks up. As soon as she gets close, he grabs her gun. Marie doesn't let go. Sean slams her into the wall, and she tries to kick him with her knee. She grabs a dagger and tries to stab him with it, but Sean easily deals with her. He asks if this was all she had, saying that Dead Mansion had really fallen off after he left. He slams her into the ground while throwing her weapons away. He guesses that she didn't expect this to happen, but she smiles and says that wasn't true. Just then, someone calls to Sean. The lady asks what Sean was doing. She says that he shouldn't be doing this and that he was supposed to be her son's kind friend. Marie smiles, and the lady asks if it was really Sean who bullied her son. Sean tries to say that it wasn't true, but Marie escapes from under Sean and runs toward the lady while crying. She asks Marie what was going on, and Marie says that she just wanted to talk to Sean about something. Sean tries to tell her that Marie was lying, but the lady tells him to stay where he was. Sean stands still, unable to go against a parent's order. Marie says that the day she brought Eugene back from the lady's house, she saw his body covered in bruises and that Eugene wouldn't talk about it. She says that he kept saying it was his brother Sean who did it to him. The lady remembers that she saw them fighting when she woke up, and also what the principal had told her. Marie says that she just wanted to know what happened to Eugene, but Sean just started hitting her. Sean tells her to stop lying. Marie smirks when the lady steps between her and Sean, thinking that if they weren't allowed to touch the lady because of the director's promise, she could just make her hate him instead. Sean tries to explain that Marie was lying, but the lady slaps him and tells him to stop calling her mother and to never step foot in her house again. Marie says that everything was going to plan. Rachel conveniently appears disguised as Sean's mom and asks what trouble he has caused now. Knowing that now his parent had abandoned him, he has to listen to her. She tells him to quietly follow her back home. The director smiles and tells Marie that she did a great job. He falls to his knees and thanks the Lord for finally bringing Sean back to him. He says the success was all thanks to Marie, a resolution befitting Dead Mansion's best strategist. Marie says that she was just doing what he wished for. The director starts muttering to himself with joy for Sean's return and tells Marie to return quickly as well. Rachel asks if Sean liked the food. Sean asks if she was joking. Rachel says that they have the same taste when it comes to food. Sean snaps back that she ordered him to eat the nasty food that tasted really weird. He asks who eats mint and pineapple with pizza. Rachel says she was just testing to make sure he followed her orders and tells him to finish everything without leaving anything behind. Sean begs to at least give him some milk while stuffing his face. Just then a man in a wheelchair appears, glad that Rachel finally caught Sean. It's Quan. He asks if Rachel found the accommodation he provided suitable. Rachel says that it wasn't half bad. Quan says that it was the most expensive penthouse in the area. Sean recognizes the man's voice, but can't pinpoint it. Quan says that he was willing to spend any amount of money to catch Sean. Sean finally seems to notice, but then asks if Quan was cosplaying as someone and tells him not to reveal it since Sean wanted to guess his character instead. Rachel stops them, pulling out her gun. She says that Sean will now be under her custody, and in return, she won't touch his mom, as that was the condition of their deal. Quan says that he remembers very well, and that it was business after all. He also says that Sean wasn't the only one he was seeking revenge on. Rachel says that he can handle the old lady however he wants. She sits on the table in front of Sean and says that it had nothing to do with her, since Dead Mansion had promised not to touch that woman. He asks what she was saying. Back at the lady's snack store, a customer orders some snacks. She says that she'll get it ready soon. She remembers Sean while cooking. The customer makes more orders. She remembers what the principal had said. She calls Sean a bad child who hurt her son and accidentally cuts her hand while slicing sushi. The customer asks if she was all right and tries to come inside to help. She says it was all right and that the bleeding would stop soon. The customer pulls out a knife while she was looking away and says that it was a relief if she was all right. Quan tells Rachel not to worry about the cleanup. He says that his partner company will handle everything. The lady gets a call just when the man was about to kill her. After hearing the news, she runs past the customer and tells him to take and eat anything he wants, and that she won't charge him for it. While running, she says that her son was awake. The doctor asks if Huang could hear him. Huang looks around confused. The doctor tells him not to push himself. He asks if Huang remembers anything before he got hurt. Huang says that he remembers yelling at his mom. He remembers that his mom was apologizing, even though it was his fault. He says that he needs to apologize to her quickly. He asks where his mother was. He says that he misses his mom. Just then, his mom arrives. She walks up to him with tears in her eyes. The nurse notices that she had blood on her hands. Huang grabs her hand and apologizes. He says that he was wrong. His mother can't contain her tears and starts crying. The guy who was sent to kill her follows her to the hospital. He calls back to report that they were both in the same place and asks if he should deal with them when he got a chance, but Quan tells him to stop the operation. He says that the plans had changed. Rachel throws a chair in anger. She grits her teeth so hard her mouth starts bleeding while asking how they dared kidnap what was hers. Quan tells the killer that he will personally kill Huang and her mom in front of Sean. A few hours before Sean's abduction at the Biko agency, Rachel waits impatiently along with Eugene. A lady comes out with coffee for both of them, apologizing for making them wait. Rachel says that the lady was too slow, and she apologizes again with a giggle. She pulls out some paperwork and says that she had to deal with the destruction of the market and Quan's construction company HQ. She gives Eugene hot chocolate and tells him to drink slowly since it was hot. Rachel says that the lady was getting paid to clean up the mess and asks her to be professional. She finally sits down and asks if it was professional of Rachel to blow up the market with a bomb. When Rachel asks what she means, she says that she should have said it in a way Rachel would understand. Eugene nervously hopes that he had stayed back at the hotel. The lady then asks Rachel to check the papers to see if everything was in order. Rachel asks why she was the only one who got a paper cup. The lady then asks how Rachel managed to silence Quan's construction company, as they settled everything without asking for compensation. Rachel says that they had things where they could help each other with, and that it was just professional business that the lady can't understand. The lady says that if Rachel was working with Quan, then Biko agency won't concern with them. Rachel agrees, enjoying the taste of her coffee. The lady then says that Rachel better be careful. Rachel asks what the lady means. She says that professionalism only works between professionals and not when dealing with scoundrels. With a smirk, she asks if Quan's company was truly a trustworthy partner. She says that she questions whether Quan truly is a partner with whom business can be established. When Rachel reached the hotel, Sean was gone, and she slams the chair to the ground. She asks if they truly thought that they could go against her. Inside a truck on a random highway, Quan laughs, saying that he can't believe how helpless Sean was without orders. He grabs Sean's hair and tells him to fight back mockingly. Seeing Sean not act, he says that the principles were very interesting and asks if it was like brainwashing. He then turns around saying that he just got an interesting idea. He says that he could just buy Sean and give Sean an order to kill the snack store lady. He laughs while saying that it would be a sight to see. Seeing Sean look angry, Quan says that it was too early for Sean to make that face since he hadn't started yet. He says that he will tear apart the old lady and her son in front of Sean and Sean can't do anything since he had no powers without orders. He asks Sean to just stand by and watch till it was his turn. He asks if he remembers he told Sean that he will make sure to kill him the next time. At the hospital, the lady peels an apple for her son. He asks what happened to her hand. She tells him not to worry as it was just a little bruise. He wakes up and says that she always says that it's nothing. He says that he will go get a bandage or something for her. She tells him to stay in bed. He says that it was okay since the doctor said that he could move around. She tells him that she will get the bandage herself. She says that her son was just as stubborn as his father while leaving. When she walked out, the hallway was completely dark. She walks up to the counter, but it was also empty. Someone appears behind her and whacks her in the neck, knocking her out. "First one down," he says. It's the secretary, and he tells the others to get the lady in the car. He also finds it fun that Sean can't do anything. The door to Huang's room slides open. Huang asks what took his mom so long, but it wasn't his mom. Quan says that it had indeed been a long time. He says that he finally gets to Huang's face. Huang asks who Quan was. A bunch of people pour into the room, and Quan says that he is Yusef's father. He says that his son did a terrible thing to Huang and that he feels very sorry. He starts tapping on Huang's cast and says that it must have hurt a lot, and that this was why he always says that efficiency is a must in work. If things are left ambiguous, you end up having to work twice. Huang knows he was in trouble. Rachel admits that what the Biko agency woman said was correct, that they were indeed dealing with scoundrels. She shoots a grapple to the room where Quan was. When his guards turn around, they see Rachel flying toward them. She kicks through the window, shouting at them. She asks how Quan dared to strike Dead Mansion back. Quan says that he was expecting her. Rachel immediately starts cutting ankles. The other guards try pulling out their weapons. Rachel cuts another guy's chest, but she gets caught. He says that he got her. She says if he enjoyed catching her, and slams her head back into his face. She then grabs him and throws him at the other guy before kicking both of them out the window. Quan whizzes towards the door, and one of the guards carries Huang with them. As they run, Rachel quickly finishes everyone inside the room. She asks if they thought they could run from her, and asks them to give her Sean back. The secretary snaps his fingers. The doors around Rachel open simultaneously, and a bunch of people with weapons come out. She asks why there were so many of them pouring out like cockroaches. One of them starts revving the chainsaw. Rachel throws her knives away while saying that she has the perfect tools for the situation herself. She starts shooting anyone close to her. Some die, some barely survive, but no one tries to approach her anymore. The secretary points his casted hand towards her and shoots, hitting her in the leg. He had a hidden gun inside his cast. He says that the next shot will be aimed at Rachel's head. Sean asks if that means he intended to kill Rachel. The next second, Sean's fist was inches away from the secretary's face. The guards restraining him fell back, while the secretary's head twisted back due to the force. The secretary asks why Sean was attacking even without orders. Sean asks if they forgot he was a member of Dead Mansion now, and the secretary just threatened to kill the Dead Mansion instructor, so he can act on the third principle now. Sean tells Rachel that he will deal with the situation. One of the guards restraining Sean runs toward him to catch him again. Sean grabs his hand and punches him so hard his tooth goes flying. The guard starts crying about his tooth. Sean hits him again, saying that it wasn't over yet to be already complaining. Sean whacks the man on the top of the head, sending him down to the floor. Rachel thinks that since Sean has no parents now and no one he needed to protect, the only reason he was fighting was purely for her. To protect her out of affection for her. She was wrong. While fighting, Sean gets overwhelmed. He ducks under a swing, frantically looking for weapons. He rolls into the counter as the thugs chase him. One of them jumps over, saying that he will go easy on Sean if he surrendered. An injection flies straight into his eyes. While he shouts in pain, Sean uncaps a bunch more syringes and tells them to hold still. Jumping over the counter again, he says that it was time to vaccinate everyone. One of the guys pulls out the injection stuck in his neck, but Sean slams his head into the floor. The others seem scared to attack him. The guy with the chainsaw tells the others to make way, saying that he was about to split Sean apart. Sean runs, and the others don't dare to come between him and the chainsaw. Sean turns a corner, saying that a chainsaw was against the rules. The chainsaw guy runs behind while laughing. Sean kicks the stretcher, making the chainsaw guy fall forward, barely missing Sean's face. Sean quickly goes to the side, ties that man to the stretcher, and starts pushing it back where they came from. He presses the chainsaw's trigger. The thug asks if Sean wasn't going to turn it off. Sean pushes the stretcher straight into the other thugs. Their screams can be heard from outside the hospital. After a while, the sounds stop. Sean tells the man to get a grip. He asks if he just broke his pachada. The thug was traumatized from all the blood he saw. Sean reaches for a weapon and says that he still has a lot of questions. He asks where they took Huang's mother. Rachel arrives and asks if Sean was done. He says that most of them ran away after he started playing rough. He says that they even took Huang's mom somewhere and that he will go after them right away. Rachel asks why he would go after them. She tells him that they weren't fighting to save that woman. She says that these goons kidnapped a property of the dead mansion, and she just acted solely to retrieve him from them. She asks if he didn't use his strength to protect her as part of Dead Mansion. She says that now that he has retrieved him from the enemies, the situation was resolved, and it was time to return. Sean says that Rachel was the one who was mistaken. He goes down on his knees and says that he did everything just for Rachel. Rachel asks what he means. He says that it was just as she said before. He used his powers just to protect Rachel, not because she was a part of Dead Mansion, but because he wanted to. He starts bandaging her wounded leg, saying that he can't let the thugs go after they hurt Rachel like this. He says that he has to annihilate them all. Rachel starts blushing again. Sean prepares to leave after successfully deceiving Rachel. Rachel thinks that Sean was truly the best, just like she remembered. Sean was glad that Rachel fell for his trick, and both of them go to where Quan was. Meanwhile, the lady finally regains consciousness. Quan, who was staring at her the whole time, asks if she was finally awake. The lady jumps back, scared at his face. Quan apologizes for surprising her. The lady asks what happened to her since the last thing she remembered was being in the hospital. Quan says that he was the one who brought her here. She asks why he was spouting nonsense, asking where they were. Quan says that this was his son's classroom. He says that the seat she was sitting in was his son's seat. She looks at the desk covered in death threats and graffiti. Quan says that kids these days were scary, that even he was surprised. She asks why he was showing her all this. He starts taking off his bandages after realizing that she couldn't recognize him. He says that it was understandable because of how he looked. He says that he was Yosef's father. The lady is surprised to see his face. He asks if it wasn't ugly. All because of one little kid. Because of Sean, he had to look like this. He says that he and his son were also victims. She asks what he means. He tells her that Sean was the one who turned him and his son into cripples. He also says that Sean was the one who framed Yosef for what happened to Huang. He says that rumors have already spread throughout the school about this. The lady remembers all the photos the principal showed her. Quan tries to stand up again, saying that he was too indifferent, thinking it was just children's matters. He falls to the ground and says that now he finally found out. She asks if he was all right. He says that he will take his revenge. He says that this was his atonement for not protecting his son. He says that as a parent, he had to atone for his son. The lady tries to help him out, saying that revenge wasn't the right thing to do and asks him to inform the school and take legal action instead. He calls her naive and asks if she really thought that was possible. He reminds her that the school didn't do anything even when her son fell out from the window. He says that they can't just let Sean do what he wants. If they left him like this, he would never stop. Dead Mansion members prepare to take on Quan. Quan pulls out a knife and says that they must step up. He gives her the knife and says that it was her time to take revenge. Back at the Dead Mansion, the director hears the news. He is furious that an organization with roots in Korea targeted Sean without even knowing anything. He says that it was a direct order to Rachel to make Kwan's company pay the price for daring to touch the Dead Mansion's property. He also orders Sean to show them no mercy, as this was his first mission in a while. Rachel can't help but smile when the director tells them to eradicate the heresy and deliver the hammer of judgment. Sean cuts off the director's speech and says that he forgot his in-ear monitor on the desk earlier. All three of them look at him speechless. Sean asks if Marie could lend him one of hers. Marie says that they don't come in pairs. Rachel says that Sean was very sloppy and that she didn't like it when he acted like a foolish kid. Marie says that he was too careless and that it was disappointing for someone who was once considered a legend. Eugene says that Sean was like an amateur. Sean apologizes and looks into his school's window, asking if the goons really came to his school. Marie says that she was sure, since she tracked the results from the surrounding traffic cameras. He then asks if both Huang and his mom were also there. Rachel looks disappointed when he talks about them, but Sean looks serious. Rachel reminds him that their goal was to annihilate the enemies and asks if he was planning to do something stupid. Sean asks her not to worry, saying that all he has to do is go and destroy everything through the camera. A man says that he thought this was impossible when he heard that the targets were Dead Mansion and Instructor Rachel. He says that the mission would be difficult without extra payment. Another guy says that they were just some kids and questions if they were truly that dangerous. The blonde man tells the others not to underestimate them. He assures them that the kids were skilled mercenaries, but his partner still insists they were just kids. Kwon rolls over, saying that he will give more money to them as long as they did what was asked. He was willing to pay any price. Kwon then says that there were supposed to be 3 mercenaries. The blonde man says that his brother would come a little late, but even if he didn't, he assured that the 2 of them were enough. Kwon says that the kids weren't ordinary and asks if they were truly enough. The man places a hand on Kwon's shoulder and asks if they don't look like they're enough. The blue-haired guy says that Dimitri was scaring the customer. Dimitri tells him not to worry, as he had no intention of harming a client, unlike those kids. Rachel and the others make their way to the higher floor after clearing the lower floors. Sean says that it was a little too quiet and asks how come they haven't seen anyone yet. Marie says that they definitely tracked them to this school. She says that all the cameras on campus were disabled for some reason. Eugene says that they should split up and search, since the campus was large and their enemies were all amateurs after all. Rachel finds the suggestion reasonable and efficient. Marie says that she will go to the security room to reactivate the CCTVs. Rachel reminds them to quickly inform the others using the IMs if something went wrong. They all look at the amateur among them without one. Rachel says that Sean can just follow her while the other 2 split up. After they leave, Sean notices Rachel breathing heavily. She starts giggling, saying that she gets to have an operation alone, just with her Sean. Sean shouts at the gangsters to show themselves. Rachel then asks if Sean still viewed the old lady as his parent even after she abandoned him. Sean looks surprised. Rachel asks why Sean was so obsessed with the old lady and her son. Sean tries to reason with her, but Rachel tells him to just give up. She tells him that the reason they were in danger in the first place was because of him. Sean asks what she means. She explains that those 2 were just ordinary people who, within a few days, became targets of the Dead Mansion, then got kidnapped by those idiots just because Sean kept clinging to them. She comes closer to Sean and tells him that Huang would have continued with his ordinary life if it weren't for Sean. But he got involved with them and changed their lives for the worse. Because of him, Dead Mansion had to follow and enter their lives as well, and now their lives began to crumble. She says that it was all because of Sean. Sean can't fight her on this because deep down he knew it was true. Rachel says that it was time to give up and that the only place he belonged was Dead Mansion. Just then he senses something and pushes Rachel aside. A bullet flies through where she was just standing. The shooter is surprised that Sean notices him. Rachel seems to be well acquainted with the shooter. Sean asks who it was. She tells him that it was Dmitry Medvedev, the second in command of the Russian mercenary group called Barefoot. He was carrying Marie on his shoulder. Dmitry says that he hadn't seen Rachel in 2 years. He throws her down onto the ground and says that he just saw her loitering around and decided to have a little fun. Rachel glares at him, and he tells her that this time his target was Dead Mansion, and no matter how much he liked her, a mission was a mission. Rachel asks if he was hired by Kwon. Dmitry tells her to calm down while pointing his gun at Marie. He then says that since there was still some loyalty between him and Rachel, he might let it slide if she agreed to go out with him. Rachel tells him to go to hell in Russian so he would understand clearly before opening fire. He jumps into a classroom and stays low to avoid bullets. When she runs out of bullets, he jumps across to take some shots himself, but Rachel quickly moves away. While reloading in cover, she says that the operation just got a lot more troublesome. She tells Sean to observe what he had dragged the old woman into and tells him to give up again. But Sean wasn't there anymore. Dmitry reloads his own gun and says that Rachel was as fiery as ever. Even though it was his mission, he felt as if it was a waste to kill her, and asks if she would just collapse if he put a few bullet holes in her. Sean, right next to him, says that Dmitry could forget about taking Rachel down with his lacking skills. Dmitry stands up and asks what Sean meant. Dmitry tries to shoot Sean, but Sean pushes the gun up to the ceiling while jumping in through the window, telling him that it wouldn't work. Dmitry is unable to dodge a fist to the face and his head slams into the floor. Dmitri says that Sean was quite different from Marie. Licking his blood, he says that Sean was quite good. The mercenary group from Russia. Barefoot. They have a brutal initiation ceremony, entering the Siberian snowfields barefoot. They can only return after successfully hunting something. Named after this tradition, he was also called Barefoot. He asks if that was supposed to be a punch. Sean wonders why there was no damage, even though he landed the hit perfectly. Sean gets punched and is sent flying. Dmitri says that a bear's tail swipe would hurt more than Sean's punch. Dmitri notices that his gun is missing its slide. Sean had pulled it off when he was hit. Dmitri says that the kids from the dead mansion sure were interesting. Sean thinks that the physical differences between them were too much. Dmitri pulls out another gun and says that Sean still looked like a rookie. But then from the side, Rachel shoots him. Dmitri jumps into cover. Rachel tells him to poke his head out so she could put 3 bullets in it. Dmitri says that it was strangely exciting when she said it. He reminds her that he wasn't the only one against her. A bullet flies past her head. Kwan's gangsters come through the hallway equipped with body vests and guns. Rachel quickly hides. Marie seems to have woken up. Rachel quickly goes to her, not able to understand what Marie was saying, and asks her to speak more clearly. Marie says that just before she got knocked out, she saw the camera and saw one more mercenary. Dmitri says that Rachel seems to be quite popular since so many people wanted her attention outside. Sean tells Rachel to go to Eugene since he might be in danger. Sean says that he can take care of Dmitri on his own, that he still has to pay Dmitri back for what he took. Rachel says that Dmitri wasn't someone Sean should underestimate. The gangsters start coming in, but Rachel lights them all up with her gun. The rest quickly run back to cover. Sean tells Rachel to take Marie and go ahead as he could finish things here quickly. He asks if she forgot that he was the legend of the dead mansion. Rachel hesitantly agrees and tells him to smash them to pieces and catch up with them. Dmitri asks where Rachel was going and asks if she was seriously leaving a rookie behind. Before he could finish talking, Sean punches him in the face. Dmitri punches back, but misses. He tells Sean not to mess around when he was talking with Rachel. His punches were so heavy all Sean could do was block, but still he gets sent flying. He wonders why he was bleeding even though he blocked. Dmitri was using the disassembled gun as a punch knife. Sean says that Dmitri was quite petty for someone so big. Dmitri says that it was a tactical play. Sean says that that wasn't tactic but playing dirty, and that was the reason why Rachel would never hang out with him. Dmitri says that Sean knows how to provoke him and tells him not to regret it later. Sean asks which part hurt him, either the acting dirty part or the Rachel part. Dmitri smiles and runs at Sean. While hitting Sean, he asks if Sean thought he was joking around. The punch sends Sean flying again. Dmitri notices a pain in his hand. 2 pins stuck into his forearm. Dmitri pulls them off, saying he let his guard down thinking Sean was just a brat. Sean thinks that Dmitri was now way faster than before. Sean throws his jacket at Dmitri, and Dmitri asks who was the one playing dirty now. Dmitri whacks the jacket to the side, but Sean is already gone, only leaving the door behind him open. Dmitri says that he enjoys it most when his prey struggles more. Inside the room, Sean remembers that Rachel warned him that Dmitri was no ordinary guy. He wonders why a guy like him would come to this place. He remembers how she told him that it was his fault that they followed him here. How blood and destruction followed him no matter what. How he was responsible for all of this. He snaps out of it, clenching his fist. Just then Dmitri kicks down the door to the room. Sean stands up and says that maybe Rachel was right. He says that if it wasn't for him, a mercenary like Dmitri would never come to a place like this, and Huang's family would never have been in danger. He tears his sleeve to use as a bandage on his arm. He tears the rest of the shirt while saying that he had to finish this with his hands. Dmitri suddenly quiets down seeing the mood shift. He thinks that he couldn't joke around anymore. Dmitri thinks that he had to finish Sean with one hit and lunges in with his knife. Sean sidesteps and punches Dmitri's arm from below, breaking it with one hit. Dmitri thinks that this didn't make any sense. He couldn't even see Sean move. Sean jumps up top, kicking Dmitri's face with his knee. Sean asks if Dmitri was surprised. Dmitri says that he thought Sean was just a kid and that the wait was worth his time. 2 years ago in Vladivostok, Dmitri complains that the best mission he got was just a pickup mission. Not just that, but he had him pick up some kids. Rachel says that they weren't kids. She tells him that they were the good kids of the dead mansion. Not some kids, but excellent products. She then says that for a barefoot mercenary, Dmitri looked younger than she expected. He asks if she was kidding calling him young. Rachel quickly tells the kids to get in the car before it exploded. Dmitri asks before what exploded. The building behind him explodes. Rachel asks what Dmitri was doing and tells him to drive fast. Dmitri asks if Rachel was the one who caused that mess. She says that she was just a disciplinarian and that it was all the work of those kids. She asks if the kids found the field trip beneficial, and the kids unanimously say that they did. She calls David out and says that he was using too many grenades and asks if he had a problem with his firearm. She tells him that proper maintenance is also a virtue of a professional. David says that he understands. Rachel tells Amy to be a little calmer when she was acting, and that her speech was too awkward sometimes. She tells Tom that she can still hear his footsteps when he was sneaking and asks him to work on making them lighter. And lastly, she looks at Eddie and tells him to throw away that candy he picked up in the meeting room. She says that he shouldn't leave traces around during a mission. Dmitri starts laughing, asking if those kids really did it. Rachel tells him again that they weren't kids but the good kids of the dead mansion. She reaches her hand toward his face. Dmitri asks what she was doing. She puts out his cigarette, saying that it wasn't good for the children's health. She says that she heard Dmitri was the brother of Bare Knuckles, the leader of Barefoot, but he seems too oblivious. Dmitri was about to say something, but gets distracted. Rachel notices him staring and asks if something was wrong. Dmitri quickly looks away. He then changes topics and asks how Rachel got the scar on her head. He says that he was sure that she wouldn't say that the kids did it. Rachel says that it wasn't precisely them. She says that she got it while disciplining Sean, the legend of the dead mansion. Dmitri asks what she meant by a legend. Rachel looks out the window smiling, saying that he was her legendary masterpiece. He was given a second name by Dead Mansion, a genius that was given the name Masterpiece. Her smile fades when she mentions that they lost him, and she wonders if he was still alive. She tells Dmitri to immediately tell her if he ever heard anything about Sean. He asks what she was talking about. She tells him that she was talking about a kid with Ajin 1 branded on his back. Dmitri laughs, saying that Rachel actually found him. Dmitri admits that Sean was stronger than he anticipated. While fixing his dislocated hand, Dmitri tears apart his own shirt, saying that now they could settle this like men. Dmitri immediately starts thrusting his knife at Sean. Sean ducks, but Dmitri grabs his neck and slams his knee straight into Sean's stomach. Sean grabs Dmitri's hand and slams his head back, hitting Dmitri under his jaw. Dmitri backs off. Sean checks if his ribs cracked, but Dmitri rushes back at Sean, saying he wasn't done yet. Sean avoids his swings. Sean doesn't understand why Dmitri was still unharmed after getting hit 3 times in the chin. Sean gets pinned to the wall. Dmitri drives the knife in right next to Sean's face. Sean falls down to the floor to avoid the knife. Dmitri asks how long Sean planned to just dodge and asks Sean to do what he did earlier. Sean asks if Dmitri had ever received an award when he was young. Sean says that he never has. Sean kicks Dmitri on the side and Dmitri asks what Sean was talking about before. Sean slams the disc into Dmitri's neck. Dmitri coughs out blood. Sean tells Dmitri to consider this a souvenir from his visit to Korea before slamming the disc again. Sean says that it was a big award worthy of putting on the resume. Sean prefers to go catch back up with Rachel. But then he notices something while Dmitri grabs a golf club. While Sean was examining a photo, Dmitri rises with the club, neck still broken. Sean dodges the swing. Dmitri's neck flings around while he tries to hit Sean. Sean jumps onto his back again, calling Dmitri persistent to be able to move even after his thyroid cartilage was shattered. Sean says that Rachel hates clingy people like him while putting him in a chokehold. After a few minutes, Dmitri lets go of the golf club and falls to his knees. Sean goes back to the picture he found. It was his picture. He wondered why the principal had it. He also found a note along with the picture. Meanwhile, while Eugene was looking around the school, he wonders if the thugs were underwater. The other mercenary appears next to him asking what he was looking at. Eugene quickly jumps back, thinking that he didn't sense that man's movement in the slightest. Eugene knows for sure that this guy wasn't ordinary. Eugene decides to inform Rachel, but his IME doesn't work. The mercenary says that he had set up a jammer and that it won't work. He starts unpacking his bag while saying that they could play with each other instead. Eugene decides that it would be best to avoid direct confrontation. So out of nowhere, He starts crying loudly and asks the mercenary to let him go just this once. The mercenary asks why Eugene was crying. Eugene says that he just came here because he was told to while crying. The man tells Eugene that he doesn't have to cry. Eugene says that he was scared and wanted to go home, thinking that his tactic was working. But then a bat hits him right in the chest, sending him flying. Eugene managed to take the blunt of the force by letting it push him back. He wonders if the man was crazy, swinging a bat at a kid without hesitating for a moment. The man asks what he did to make Eugene cry. He asks if the impact wasn't amazing just now. His name, Yuri, a new recruit of Barefoot, codenamed Gopnik. He tells Eugene to keep crying like that every time he hits him. Eugene, a good kid from Dead Mansion, received special education from a young age to always complete the given order no matter what. The guards ask how he got in through the front gate. The guys at the front gate don't answer back because they are already dead. One of the guards goes close to Eugene, asking what happened. Eugene, while crying, explains that he came with his father, who went to the bathroom. The other guard asks for Eugene's father's name while pulling up a list. The first guard asks the second to be a little nicer since the kid was crying. He tells him to stop scaring the kid. Since children are vulnerable, they must be protected by the adults. Children's tears stimulate their protective instinct. The second guard says that it was suspicious since none of the guests they had brought a kid along. But his partner was slumped on the floor. He sees the blood and quickly checks, but he was already dead. He tries to look for Eugene, who jumps from behind him, killing him also. Eugene always faithfully carried out his orders under any circumstance. But this guy didn't hesitate at all when dealing with a crying child. In fact, he was actually enjoying it. He asks how many hits Eugene could take before crying again, before running at Eugene. Eugene jumps to the fire, and Yuri slams the bat where Eugene was just standing. Eugene was actually getting scared of the destructive power. Yuri says that even though it looks like a normal weapon, it was a special weapon. He starts swinging at Eugene. Eugene tried to put his weight on his hand while running, but the blow he blocked before must have been a crack. Yuri uses the back of the bat like a spear and slams Eugene's foot. Eugene screams in pain. Then he pulls out his knife and starts attacking Yuri to push him back a little before grabbing the railing behind him and jumping off, falling onto the stairs below. Yuri says that he will give Eugene 10 seconds to run as far away as possible and starts counting. Eugene starts running, barely able to keep balance. He decides to get as close to the others as possible in 10 seconds. But Yuri appears before the time was up and slams his bat at Eugene again. Eugene says that it wasn't 10 seconds yet. Yuri starts laughing after seeing Eugene's expression, asking if he really believed him. Eugene uses his knife to block, but it doesn't work. Yuri says that this was why naive kids were so fun to tease, while sending Eugene flying into the pool, calling it a home run. Eugene feels that his hand was hurting too much. He wonders if he really was a useless child like Rachel said. He remembers when Sean mocked him. He says that he told Sean to stop mocking him. Rachel asks them to stop joking around and asks them to get ready. Eugene calls Sean. Sean says that he won't tease Eugene anymore and asks him not to worry. Eugene asks if Sean intended to save Huang's mom, even after she relinquished him, even though she wasn't a part of his family anymore. Sean says that he doesn't know what Eugene was saying. Eugene says that Sean and Huang's mom were both strange, trying to save someone who was no longer a part of his family. He says that she even called Eugene her family, even though he hadn't proved anything. She even said that family doesn't need to prove each other anything. Sean thinks for a while and asks what Eugene thought. He asks if Eugene thought of Huang's mom as family. Eugene thinks back and says that he doesn't know. He says that he doesn't understand the concept of a family she has. Sean places his hand on Eugene's head and tells him to ask her then, the next time he meets her, as she had asked Sean to bring Eugene with him next time. Eugene asks if she really said that. Sean nods and says that he will take him to her, so he could ask his question to her himself. While he went deeper into the pool, Yuri asks if Eugene was a complete non-swimmer, seeing him not even try to come up. Eugene bursts out, begging for help. Eugene says that he doesn't know how to swim. Yuri starts laughing, saying that Eugene's reactions were priceless. He extends his bat and asks Eugene to grab it. While reaching out for the bat, Eugene thinks that since he was a weak child, it naturally triggered people's instinct to protect him. But Yuri was the kind of trash that would even torment a child. Yuri plays around with Eugene while pretending to help. Eugene grabs the bat, but Yuri pulls it back and says that he slipped. Eugene slips into the water and starts floating with his head down. Yuri says that he was almost tempted to help Eugene if he had survived a little longer. He turns around to leave, but Eugene grabs Yuri's shoe. Using his legs against the pool wall, he pulls as hard as he could, determined to complete the mission no matter the circumstance. Yuri falls into the water. Yuri manages to put his head out of the water, saying that the damned kid tricked him. Eugene puts him in a chokehold. Yuri says that the kid said he couldn't swim and that it was getting boring. Eugene says that Yuri was very naive to actually believe him. Eugene says that Yuri was a total amateur. Yuri starts cursing at Eugene to let him go. Eugene holds the chokehold. Yuri starts losing consciousness and tries to hit Eugene's elbow joint with the back of his bat. Eugene lets go in pain. Yuri turns around and whacks the bat onto Eugene, but Eugene quickly dives down and surfaces in another spot. He knows that the only reason he was alive was thanks to the water taking the impact. Yuri is standing on the floating divider in front of Eugene already, saying that he will definitely kill Eugene. Eugene wonders how Yuri was even balancing himself on top of the divider. Yuri leans forward and slams the water where Eugene was just at with his bat. Eugene dives into the water again. Yuri asks how long Eugene could stay underwater for. Yuri readies his bat again, saying that holding his breath was indeed better than getting hit by him. He starts laughing while looking at Eugene. Eugene thinks that Yuri is completely insane. He tries to swim fast to the other side before losing his breath. Yuri runs along the divider, saying that Eugene will lose air fast if he moved like this. He doesn't have any more air. He thinks that it should be okay as long as he just took one deep breath and dived back in. But if he stuck his head out, he would immediately die. He wonders what else he could even do. Just then, he notices the string between the pool divider. Yuri says that it has already been 2 minutes since Eugene went inside the water. Eugene dives down to grab his knife again, taking his chance. He cuts the divider right as Yuri was about to land on it, catching him by surprise. Yuri falls into the water, and Eugene takes his chance to take a deep breath, then dives back in to fight Yuri in the water. Yuri wonders if the kid thought a puny toy knife would work against him while getting the bat ready. Eugene saw how the water stopped the bat when he was about to get hit earlier, so inside the water his bat should be useless. Eugene fearlessly swims towards Yuri with his knife and the string from the divider. The water resistance stops Yuri's bat, and Eugene is already too close to avoid. Eugene thrusts his knife at Yuri, who ducks down. But he hadn't noticed Eugene holding the divider string. The string gets caught around Yuri's neck. Eugene immediately pulls as hard as he can while pushing himself off Yuri. The string is too tight for Yuri to get a grip on it. Eugene still pulls harder to make sure this was it. After a few minutes, Eugene finally comes out and tells Yuri to never underestimate him for being small again, while calling Yuri an amateur. Rachel reloads her gun with her mouth since she was holding on to Marie with the other hand while fighting the gangsters. The wound on her leg starts bleeding a lot again, and Marie also notices it. They take cover while a bunch of gangsters still follow them. Marie asks if Rachel is all right, and Rachel says that she is unscathed and asks how Marie was holding up. Marie says that the situation escalated more than they expected and asks if they shouldn't retreat for now. Rachel says that they have to annihilate them all since that was their order, and Sean was dealing with Dimitri, so they couldn't leave. Rachel says that she only has one last magazine left. Marie says that it was impossible for just the two of them to deal with all of them. While on her phone, Marie says that with Dimitri and Yuri both there it was beyond their calculations, and that they should at least check for support. Rachel says that Marie sounds very weak talking about getting support. Marie says that it was an objective judgment since both of them were injured. Rachel reloads her gun and says that Marie clearly stated before that she couldn't see carefully earlier, but now she suddenly knows that Yuri was here. Marie looks at Rachel surprised and then laughs. She says that she seems to have made such a careless mistake. She says that if Eugene was here, he would have teased her for being an amateur. Rachel points her gun at Marie and asks how she could do this, but then rephrases her question and asks how it was possible for Marie, who was under the Dead Mansion's control, to be capable of betrayal. Rachel orders Marie to answer, to test if she was still under the principal's control. Marie pulls her cross out and says that she has found the solution. She throws away the cross and says that they have found the way to break the 3 principles. Rachel asks what she means by we and asks who else was with her. Marie says that Null has returned. Rachel's eyes go wide hearing that name. While she is distracted, Marie quickly pulls out Rachel's last magazine and says that this was as far as Rachel went. Rachel swings her gun at Marie, but Marie hits Rachel on the gunshot wound with the magazine. When Rachel bends down, Marie sidesteps and tries to knee Rachel in the face. Rachel blocks and asks how Marie knew that name, but before she could get her answer, she is asked to stop moving with a gun to the back of her head. The gangster says that this was as far as she went as well. Rachel turns around to fight, but he slams her face into the floor while saying that it was their turn now. A guy comes through the door asking what happened. Marie asks if he wasn't waiting for a long time before entering. She then says that it was finished and that they could handle the rest now. She smiles again while asking Rachel if they should go capture Sean next. Back when Kwon had given Hwang's mom the knife, urging her to take revenge on Sean and get rid of him forever, she had taken the knife. Kwon thought that he had succeeded, but she threw the knife away and said that someone like Kwon should never be a parent. Kwon said that he didn't take his compensation nor revenge, and even when her son became a cripple, she sat idly doing nothing, asking if she even considered herself a parent. Hwang's mom slapped him, and he started bleeding again. He said that he thought this was going to be easy, but she was very annoying to deal with. The door slid open, and he said that he always had an efficient solution. While the gangsters came in, Sean put the note he found inside his jacket and started stretching. He wondered who would believe it when he found a story about fighting Russian mercenaries in the principal's office among his friends, as it didn't even make sense to him. He wondered how Kwon even managed to hire the mercenaries in the first place, since not just anybody could connect with people like that. But then he realized maybe it wasn't Kwon from the start. He started running while thinking why he hadn't thought of this earlier. He turned a corner where a bunch of gangsters were standing. One of them saw him and said that he found the yellow-haired kid, but his face got smashed in before he could finish his comment. Sean asked why they kept calling him Yellow Hair and if they couldn't at least remember his name. Then he said that he was wasting time talking to these numbskulls while knocking one of them out. One of them grabbed his gun to shoot Sean, but the gangster next to him told him not to shoot. He got shot anyway. Sean ran at the man, asking if he didn't hear his friend tell him not to shoot. The man aimed at Sean's head, but before he shot, Sean diverted the gun upward, his hands fast like lightning and his power more like a bear. It was like getting hit by a mace. Rachel finally regained consciousness to find herself cuffed to a pipe. Marie was sitting right in front of her. Rachel immediately started shouting at Marie, asking how she could betray Dead Mansion. Marie told Rachel to calm down and listen. She said she wasn't betraying Dead Mansion, but just showing them who the true masterpiece of Dead Mansion was. Rachel asked what she meant, and Marie said that the director always went on and on about the masterpiece and legend of Dead Mansion, Sean, saying how he was different from all the other masterpieces, how he had done everything while still young, how he told her to work hard to become like Sean because Sean was the greatest masterpiece. She asked why they were so obsessed with some outdated antique. She used to wonder how amazing he must have been to be spoken of like that, yet the Sean she had seen was nothing but a stupid middle schooler. She said that only then did she realize that the whole legend thing was just an illusion, a ruse of the past. It was just the director covering up the mistake of losing Sean by glorifying him as a legend. Rachel tried to bite Marie's hand off, but missed. Marie said that she understood it perfectly now, that rather than highlight their own mistakes, it was better to acknowledge others. And she would show it to the director herself. The legend of the past he was so fond of was but an illusion, and she was the true, greatest masterpiece of Dead Mansion, the masterpiece of strategy, Dva, too. Rachel, out of the corner of her eye, noticed Sean for a second before the camera died. She started laughing. Marie asked what Rachel found so funny. Rachel said that Sean was already acting reckless. She then asked Marie if she was saying the director was just upset because he was looking for Sean. She told Marie to look into her flaws before coming to that conclusion. She said the director wasn't upset because of Sean, but because of Marie's incompetence. Marie turned around, saying Rachel's judgment was still clouded. Rachel said that Marie was no match for Sean. She asked how Marie, who was a returned item, dared to make such ridiculous claims. Marie pulled her gun from the bag and shot right by Rachel's head. She warned Rachel that she was fully capable of harming her since she wasn't under the principal's orders anymore. She said that if Rachel called her a returned item again, the next bullet would leave a hole instead of a scar. Rachel asked if little ol Marie got her feelings hurt. Just then Quan came in and apologized for interrupting. He said that he was almost finished with his side of the work, assuming Marie was also almost done. He said it was a shame he had to interrupt them, but considering the humiliation he had suffered from Rachel, a few holes weren't enough to satisfy his anger. Marie asked what happened to Quan's face. Quan said it was just a minor issue, but he assured her that the preparations were completed as scheduled. Marie thanked Quan for his hard work, and the secretary quickly reached into his pocket. While Quan was blabbering about how glad he was to be working with someone who understood him, the secretary placed the laced handkerchief on Quan's face. Quan slowly lost consciousness. The secretary told Quan not to be upset since he had gotten a better job offer, and this was how Quan had taught him to handle business. Marie told Quan that his usefulness had ended when he brought Sean into this, and promised to give him all the blame for the incident. She quoted that a title like "An Enraged Father Consumed by Revenge for His Son" would sound good. She then finally looked back at the camera to deal with Sean, but the cameras were all dead. She wondered what was wrong, and Rachel suddenly started talking. She said that among all the children of Dead Mansion, there were always those who had exceptional talents, those who were given a nickname along with the title of masterpiece. In Marie's case, it was Dva, the masterpiece of strategy. Marie asked what Rachel was getting at. Rachel told her that Sean wasn't given the title of the greatest masterpiece because he was the best at something, but because he was the best at everything. Marie remembered that the director also never specified what Sean was the greatest at. Marie's eyes widened, saying that it was not possible. The power to the room cut off. The secretary checked his phone to see if it was a power outage, but the ceiling above him cracked. Marie warned him, but it was already too late. Sean landed an elbow onto the secretary's head. Rachel started laughing. Sean, Dead Mansion's greatest masterpiece, also known as Odin, won. When he was a kid, the director was so proud of him that he would praise him for being so much better than all the other kids. He says that the kids with the best skills like him deserve to be known as the essence of Dead Mansion as their masterpiece. The director says that Sean had birthed a new tradition in Dead Mansion as the first ever masterpiece and congratulates him while the tattoo artist got ready. The director says that Sean was their greatest masterpiece. He asks if Sean understood what it meant. Marie was also there that day, jealous of Sean. Back in the present, Rachel tries to tell Sean that Marie was behind all of this. Sean says that he already knows, but he does think that he needs more details of what happened, so he decides to beat Marie up first before asking her for answers. Marie says Sean seems like he won't even hesitate to hit a girl. While pulling out a knife, she says that Huang's mom won't like that from Sean. Sean says that he was raised under the teaching of equal rights and equal fights. Sean confirms that Marie was indeed attacking a member of Dead Mansion without being ordered to and wonders how she was ignoring the rules. But then he decides it's useless to ask her later while pushing her knife away and hitting her face with his elbow. Marie blocked it, but she acknowledges that Sean was too much for her to handle with brute force. She suddenly pushes him and slams him to the ground. Sean had never seen such crude technique before and got caught off guard. Even Rachel thinks that it wasn't something taught at Dead Mansion. Taking the chance, Marie runs away. Rachel tells Sean to go after her and tells him to catch her. She says that someone was playing Marie from behind and that they must find who it was. Sean tries to get more details, but Rachel tells him to hurry. Sean runs behind Marie while wondering what that meant. Either way, to find if Marie was the mastermind or not, he had to catch her, because the mastermind behind this knew how to get out of the control of the three principals. Sean says that he only wanted answers for one question and tells Marie to stop running. Marie says that she wasn't running away, but just getting started. While putting on a mask and holding chemicals in her hands, she throws the chemicals onto the ground and they burst into an orange smoke. Then it explodes. Sean covers himself, but the smell he whiffed was of sodium and ammonia. He started running away from the explosion, thinking that it would be dangerous if he inhaled these gases. Marie suddenly attacks him and he starts coughing. Marie continues to attack and cuts his arm, and then ducks and elbows his chest where Dmitri had kicked him, asking if that wasn't where his ribs were cracked. Sean realizes that she was watching the whole fight. Sean had nothing around him that he could use as a weapon. He tries to open a cupboard to find something, but Marie kicks it away. Marie says that she knows when things aren't in Sean's favor, he tends to make full use of whatever he can find around him. She tells him that he wasn't the only one who was quick at thinking while hitting his wound with a globe. Sean was finding it hard to breathe, and the bleeding on his arm was severe. She throws more chemical bombs at him. He abandons his jacket, which had caught fire, and runs away. Marie tries to follow him, but he is already gone, leaving only a blood trail behind. While walking away, he checks his condition. The bleeding is much worse than he thought. She kept hitting him in that same spot. Sean curses at Dimitri for making that wound on his arm. He looks at the blood trail and says that the students assigned to clean the library were not going to be happy the next day. He then remembers Rachel's words again and says that even this was his fault. Marie finally arrives, asking where Sean was hiding. She then sees the pool of blood and says that it was hard to pretend like not noticing when there was so much blood. She asks if he was still alive. She asks if the greatest title attached to him didn't seem odd, since typical names were given based on the child's special ability, but for the director to simply call Sean the greatest. She says that she thinks it was a mistake in his past to name his first masterpiece so casually, even though he knew many more exceptional children would be created in the future. She asks if it didn't seem absurd to call Sean the greatest when he was the first. She says that Sean didn't deserve that title as he was nothing but an idiot who lacks even the basics to be in Dead Mansion. She thought she found him, but it was just the cloth he was using as a bandage and a stapler he found on the desk earlier. Sean stands behind her asking if she ever stops yapping. Marie quickly swings her dagger at him, but it gets stuck in a book. She is surprised. She thought that he couldn't use his left arm anymore, but he had stapled the wound shut. Sean asks who she thought she was to dictate what a masterpiece should be when she didn't even have basic civic sense. The punch sends her flying. He grabs her again and points at the sign. He tells her that she was supposed to be quiet when in a library, as it was a fundamental rule. He tells her to pipe down and only answer the question he was about to ask. He grabs her face and tells her to explain how she broke the 3 principles. Sean pulls Marie up and grabs her face while asking how she managed to break the 3 principles. Marie starts laughing. She asks if by 3 principles he meant the brainwashing nonsense those dim-witted good kids listen to. Her response confirms that there really was a way to break the principles. Marie laughs and asks if he knew the secrets of the 3 principles. Back when she was adopted, her parents were very impressed by her abilities. She tells her parents that the papers they had submitted had a small error in the theory verification section, which she had corrected. She goes on to explain all about the correction she made. Her mother pinches her cheek, calling her their lucky charm while thanking and praising her. After that, she continued to do her best. She had brought coffee to her mother, who was working, and noticed another error and immediately pointed it out to her mother. She even showed her mother how to fix it since she had been praised for doing so before. Her mother thanks her and says that she needs some rest. She tells her husband not to go into her room and to use another in case he wanted to sleep. Her husband tells Marie to leave her alone as she must have been really stressed. Her father then says that he will be leaving for some time. When her mother woke up again, Marie was still standing where they had left her. She had finished organizing all the data while her mother was sleeping. While going through the organized data, the woman asks where her husband had gone. Marie says that he had said nothing about his destination before leaving. Her mother tells her to remember and ask him next time. Marie says that she understands. The next day, she gives her mother a picture of her husband with another woman, along with the woman's name and age. Marie says that she had tracked them to a hotel on the outskirts, room number 307. Her mother slams the desk and tells her to stop. She says that she doesn't want to hear it. Marie was surprised since her mother was the one who had asked her husband's location. The woman grabs the coffee mug, and Marie tells her that it wasn't good for her in her current state of excessive stress. Marie says that considering the woman's lifestyle patterns, it seems like she was experiencing a persistent state of hormonal imbalance. Marie tells her to rest, but the woman slaps Marie. The woman asks if Marie thought that she was the best and the smartest. She asks if Marie thought of her as inferior. She tells Marie not to humor her, as no one could replace her. That was her last day with that family. The director asked her for a detailed report after she was returned. He thought that the situation was quite awkward. Marie apologizes for being returned. The director places a hand on her head and says that it wasn't her fault. He tells her that people tend to feel uncomfortable around those who are better than them. He tells her that it made sense she was the smartest of the good kids in the Dead Mansion. She asks if she was really smart, eyes teary. The director says that she was indeed. He tells her not to be disheartened, as it wasn't easy to let go of a talent like her. He says that now she can use her talents for the dead mansion. Marie feels relieved. But then Sean appeared again. She says that the director shouldn't be distracted by someone like him. Sean asks where the conversation was going. He tells her that he wasn't interested in her sob story and tells her to just tell him how she broke the 3 principles. Marie bites his hand. Sean asks if she needed to be beat up more to answer. Marie stops his punch with her leg. Marie thanks Sean for letting her catch her breath. She swings a dagger at him, and he quickly backs off. She removes her hairband and throws away her blazer, looking completely different. She says that it was time to get serious. She immediately appears in front of him swinging. She was very fast. Marie says that she was naturally fast. Sean asks how she knew what he was thinking. Marie smirks, asking if he's surprised. She kicks him off balance, saying that it was too obvious what he was thinking. When she was about to punch him with the push dagger, he grabs another book and uses it as a shield before twisting around to pull away her dagger. She grabs the shelves and asks if Sean doesn't think his speed and strength are different from before now. She asks if he had thought about it. How? Even though he was trained from a young age, it was possible for him to take on a fully grown adult and a professional at that. She asks if he hasn't felt as if something was wrong. Sean asks what nonsense she was spouting. Marie asks if he doesn't understand even when she spells it out for him. Sean gets distracted by a thought for a second. Marie jumps at the chance, asking if this was all the greatest legend was good for. Marie starts hitting him on his wound on his forearm with a book, then on the ribs that had cracked. Sean, feeling desperate, looks around. She says that she is hitting him on his wounds deliberately and asks if he can't accept the fact that she was better. She smashes the book onto him while saying that she was the greatest in the dead mansion, not him. Sean's wound starts bleeding again, and Sean laughs at Marie for calling herself the greatest. He asks if this was all she could do. Grabbing the chair behind him, he smashes it at Marie. While smashing the glass panel, he remembers what he was taught as a kid. The martial arts taught under the assumption that both the user's hands were holding weapons, a dangerous and lethal art, a technique that ensures the opponent's demise. He partially wraps a page of a book around a glass shard to make a makeshift knife and uses the chair's leg as a baton. This was Alexander Kalyarny's, and only a select few, even among the best in the dead mansion, were ever put under Sophia Alexander's brutal training. Marie herself was never taught this technique, even though she was considered a masterpiece. Sean whizzes past her, cutting her in seconds. She realizes why the director always pushed her to be the best, but never the greatest. She falls to the ground unconscious. Sean stops his knife right before he kills her. He curses and says that he will let it slide this once before carrying her back to Rachel. Sean says that all that talk about breaking the 3 principles she made were nothing but lies. Even when unconscious, she tears up while apologizing to the director. At the dead mansion, the lobby was filled with blood and dead guards. A man stands with a katana driven into the wooden floor next to the director's grills. The director is on his knees, back slashed and bleeding. Back at the school, the gangsters in the roof start getting impatient. One of them asks how long they're supposed to just wait. Another replies that they're supposed to wait for some kind of signal. He says they're ordered to throw Huang out of the window only when the signal comes. The others complain that it's too annoying to wait and ask if they can't just throw him out now. The first gangster insists they were told to throw him off in front of the yellow-haired kid. The gangster crouches in front of Huang, knowing he's awake and just pretending to be unconscious. He starts dragging Huang toward the edge of the building, saying it was Huang's fault they had to go through all this trouble. He sneers, asking if Huang didn't survive a fall from the 4th floor last time. He tells Huang not to be a nuisance this time around. Looking down, Huang's past trauma comes rushing back, and he suddenly starts puking. The gangster backs off in disgust, complaining that the rain was bad enough, but now Huang has made everything filthy. Just then, Eugene asks if his name was Huang, then dismisses the question, saying there's no way it could be anyone else. Ignoring the gangster's questions, Eugene remarks that just as he'd heard, Huang has a useless and pathetic face, calling him a weak loser. Huang asks who he is. Eugene pulls out a knife and says he's just a regular at Huang's mom's snack shop. One gangster pulls out his own knife, asking if Eugene is from the dead mansion or something. But before he can even finish speaking, Eugene is suddenly behind them, cutting their hands and legs. One of the gangsters stumbles back, asking how he was this fast. Eugene prepares to fight again, but the gangster scrambles to grab his gun and points it at Eugene. Huang thinks the kid is in danger and realizes he has to step up, but wonders what he can do against a gun. He remembers how Eugene said he had a pathetic face and thinks to himself that a kid is doing more than him. He calls himself pathetic. When the gangster is about to shoot, Eugene tries to dodge, but his wounded leg from Yuri makes him lose balance. He falls, leaving the gangster a free shot. Huang suddenly jumps in, tackling the gangster and biting his ear Mike Tyson style. He yells, asking if the gangster is crazy, pointing a gun at a kid. The gangster aims the gun at Huang, but Eugene kicks it out of his hand and says he takes back what he said earlier, that Huang is somewhat useful after all. Inside a van in the parking lot, Marie finally regains consciousness. Rachel is in front of her. Rachel says it's fortunate Marie woke up, since she'd be in trouble if Marie had died. Marie asks how she lost and where Sean is. Rachel replies that he left, saying he forgot his clothes, but she knew it was just a lame excuse. He must be looking for the old woman and her son. Rachel cuts off the small talk and injects something into Marie's leg. She says it's time for questioning. Seeing Marie's worried expression, Rachel explains it's just a confession drug, nothing surprising. It'll keep her alive as long as the dose is moderate. Grabbing Marie's hair, Rachel tells her to be honest so she doesn't have to use more of the drug. She asks what Marie has been doing behind her back. Marie scoffs, saying she would have told the truth even without the drug. She says she was planning to partially demolish the current dead mansion, along with Null. Rachel freezes, asking if this is supposed to be a joke. She asks if Marie is saying Null is still alive. Marie smirks, saying Rachel seems pretty worried about him. She reveals Null told her he was the one who gave Rachel the scar on her forehead, not Sean. She calls Null the true legend of the dead mansion, the one Rachel and the director have been hiding. Meanwhile, Sean walks through the hallway, checking each classroom. He suddenly notices her in his classroom, Huang's mom. He asks if she's all right. She softly calls her son's name. Relieved, Sean opens the door but suddenly stops. She had told him never to go near her. Even Rachel warned him not to. He freezes in place. Just then, Eugene shows up, saying Sean doesn't look so good. Sean asks if Eugene is hurt anywhere, then notices Huang behind him. Huang asks why Sean is there. Eugene explains that Sean is the guy he mentioned earlier. He says that even though Sean looks like a monkey and acts foolish, he's the one who completely crushed the thugs targeting Huang and his mom. Huang isn't having it. He brushes past Eugene, saying all this about Russian mercenaries, the dead mansion, whatever, they have nothing to do with him. In the end, all this happened because they got tangled with a thug like Sean. He demands that Sean explain it himself. Eugene notices the old lady on the desk and quickly opens the door, asking if she's all right. Huang also runs to his mom. Sean freezes again, this time because he senses something behind him. Huang tries to wake his mom, but fails. Sean tells Eugene to take Huang and his mom to the parking lot, where Rachel is. Eugene notices Sean's serious tone and asks if something is wrong. Sean tells him not to worry, to call Huang, and to promise he'll explain everything later. He apologizes for not being able to protect anything. Huang and Eugene leave, but before going, Huang looks back and says, "It better be a proper explanation." After they're gone, Sean turns around and says the man can stop hiding and come out. For a moment, silence. Then the sound of clapping. A man steps out, saying Sean is pretty sharp. He notes that the blonde hair and blue eyes match his notes. He admits he was nervous after hearing so much about Sean, but now that he sees him, Sean seems different than expected. He thought Sean would be more terrifying. Sean asks who he is. The man replies, "My name is Janghyun, the Beast." Meanwhile, at the snowy fields of Siberia, at the barefoot headquarters called the Bear Cave, a man drinks vodka from the bottle. His name is Beluga Kozlov, the barefoot strategic planning staff. He asks why he was intruded when he was having fun. He says that he knew his uninvited guests weren't there to worship peacefully. Vincent, the dead mansion writer, asks if it wasn't obvious by the look on his face that things were serious. Vincent says that the dead mansion director was furious with Barefoot. He says that Barefoot had no courtesy between their business partners. Vincent asks if Barefoot was testing their limits. A man reading a book behind Vincent says that the matter happened in Korea and hence can't be helped, as it was just a minor friction that occurred during the mission. Shasha Denisov, the tactical training instructor, He continues and says that Barefoot wanted to avoid any conflict with Dead Mansion as much as possible. Vincent calls bullshit and says that they sent Dimitri, who was the second in command, for the mission. Shasha tries to play it off as a coincidence. Vincent asks if Barefoot didn't also deploy their strongest, bare knuckles, Igor Medvedev, the leader of Barefoot, to the mission too. Shasha asks how Dead Mansion had that much information while walking forward. A Dead Mansion monk steps in between them and asks Shasha to shut up, saying that Shasha talked a lot for someone so small. Shasha takes his glasses off while asking who the monk was calling small, but he notices his cheek bleeding out of nowhere. Beluga notices the thin wires all around them and asks when the kids came inside their base. He asks if it wasn't cruel to bring kids to such a cold place. He pulls out his revolver and says that it seemed like they were going to settle things once and for all. Just then a kid lands on the back of the couch Beluga was sitting on. Beluga asks why the kid was trying to scare him, while the kid walked past him excusing himself. Vincent asks what happened as he didn't ask the kid to come down. The kid says that something was strange. He says that the director or anyone who remained in Dead Mansion were all unreachable at all. Just then a man bolts in through the door, looking for Beluga. Beluga tells him to stop shouting. The man runs up to Beluga and whispers in his ear. Beluga couldn't believe what he heard. Back in Korea, the sun was coming back up when Jang Hyun walked up to Sean. Sean wonders why Jang Hyun's name sounded so familiar. Before he could think, Jang was right in front of him, his leg inches away from his head. Jang twists his leg around to hit the top of Sean's head. Sean blocks the hit, but it felt as if he was hit by a hammer. Jang says that he was impressed Sean managed to block, as he was hoping to end Sean off with a single blow. Sean tries to punch back, but Jang easily twists Sean off his feet, while saying that the more Sean struggled the worse it was going to hurt, and that he was expecting more from the masterpiece of Dead Mansion. He says that Sean wasn't even as good as Big Daddy. Sean blocks the next kick, but another one follows immediately after. Sean asks what he meant by Big Daddy. Sean grabs Jang by the collar and asks what Jang was spouting after showing up out of the blue. Sean says that he was better than whoever Jang was talking about, while throwing him out of the window. Jang asks if Sean really just tried to throw him out of the window. He says that he was told Sean was one of the good children, but this wasn't good at all. Sean asks what he was talking about again, but Jang's hand is on Sean's face before he knew it, and Sean gets slammed back into the wall. Jang stops himself, saying that he was told to bring Sean back alive by now, and that he almost ended up killing Sean. In the van, Marie tells Rachel to stop being so edgy and says that Rachel can join them as long as she cooperated. Rachel asks if Marie even knows her situation. Marie laughs and says that Rachel is the one who doesn't understand the situation. She says that the barefoot leader Bare Knuckles was about to be there any moment, and that even Rachel doesn't stand a chance against Igor, the strongest barefoot. She gets cut off by the director's direct line, and someone says that Igor won't be coming, and that the private jet Igor was on went boom midway. He says that Igor should be at the bottom of the sea by now. He apologizes to Marie for disappointing her and giving her high expectations. Rachel notices the voice. He says that it had been a while since he heard her voice. He says that he wanted to meet her personally, but that didn't happen since he had other things to handle. Rachel asks how Nal was able to use the director's direct line. Nal looks at the director and says that it was because he was with the director. He says that unfortunately the director was no longer in a state to talk. Marie asks what he means. She says that he promised to keep the director safe. Nal says that he just lied, as his goal from the very beginning was the destruction of Dead Mansion. He asks if it wasn't natural for him to start with destroying the director. He says that it was all thanks to Marie he could make this possible. She even helped him divert attention by sparking conflict with Barefoot, an unimaginable strategy he could never come up with. He calls Marie a true masterpiece of cunning. He thanks her for making most of the monks and good children go to the Barefoot headquarters so he could easily destroy Dead Mansion. Plus, the leaders of both organizations are now gone, and by now they should start suspecting each other. Just as he said, Vincent and Beluga start blaming each other. Vincent asks if this was what Barefoot wanted all along. Beluga says that he won't stay quiet, but someone else walks up towards them. She tells them to stop. She asks if they have forgotten the directives of the House of Alexander. Beluga says that he didn't expect for her to step in personally. Alexander Sophia says that this would have been unacceptable if they did it knowingly, but since they didn't, she was willing to let it slide for once. She asks if they shouldn't lay down their weapons now that they were in front of a lady. Beluga says that Dead Mansion was quite shameless to bring in Alexander with them. Vincent says that he wishes that was the case. Sophia walks past them, acknowledging that she had helped Dead Mansion in the past, but the way Beluga phrased her involvement was quite unpleasant to her. Both of them feel the pressure and back off from each other. The Dead Mansion kid admires how strong Sophia was to make high-ranking officials like Vincent and Beluga stop fighting. Sophia says that she wasn't there to take anyone's side. She tells them that she was just trying to warn them about the seriousness of the current situation. Shasha asks what she was talking about. Sophia tells them that this situation isn't just a problem between Dead Mansion and Barefoot. She says that the discarded masterpiece Dead Mansion had concealed has returned. She tells them that Null has returned. Back in Korea, Sean asks if Jang thought this was a game. He asks who Jang was to decide whether to take someone or not. Jang tells Sean to check it for himself. While he was saying how he was going to bring Sean back to Null, Sean bites him, just like Marie had done to him. Jang pulls his hand back, calling Sean disgusting. Sean asks why the cloth on Jang's hand tasted so weird. He asks if it was a gross, shit-stained cloth, and why Jang would carry around something so dirty. Jang notices his missing cloth and rushes at Sean, telling him to give it back. He starts cursing at Sean to hand it over fast. Sean throws it at Jang, saying he doesn't need it anyway. Just then, Jang gets a call. He answers it angrily, but it was Null. Null asks how Jang was doing and if he had already gotten worked up and started a fight, even though Null had told him not to. Null reminds Jang that he has to help him so Null can find the person Jang has been looking for. But if Jang, by chance, killed Sean, Null says that Jang would be in big trouble. Jang apologizes and says that Sean was completely different from what Null had said. Jang claims Sean lacked skill and looked like a flashy punk with terrible fashion sense. Sean asks why everyone was making fun of his appearance these days. Null then asks if Sean was truly that Sean. He sits on the stairs, saying it does sound strange and that it shouldn't be like this. With a serious face, Null asks if Jang wasn't just suddenly deciding something like a parent again. Jang sighs and says that people from Dead Mansion were too complicated. Null tells Jang that Sean possibly has a parent somewhere nearby and orders Jang to kill that woman. But as soon as Sean heard it, his fist was right next to Jang's face. Jang was taken by surprise, wondering what had happened since he didn't even notice Sean moving. Sean lifts his leg and slams it down, barely missing Jang's head. The impact cracks the floor tiles. Sean snaps out of it and wonders what just happened to him. Jang asks if this was Sean's true strength. He says Null might have been right. Jang starts caressing his cheek, saying Sean might be somewhat useful. Null says that Sean will definitely help their plans. Jang notes that the sun has already come up. Null tells him it's time to gradually make his way out. Jang asks if it's alright to leave with Sean, but Null tells him that Sean's hands are locked with his parent now, and it wouldn't be helpful to retrieve him in this state. Null says they should just watch a little longer, at least now that they know Sean is the real deal. Eugene shows up looking for Sean, saying there was a big problem. Eugene tries to tell him about Dead Mansion and the director, but Sean turns back to where Jang was. Jang had vanished. Sean asks where Jang went, but Eugene asks who he was talking about. Sean says there was a guy he was just fighting. Eugene replies that he didn't see anyone. Suddenly, Sean falls over. He says they have to find Jang, as he seems to know something. Sean collapses unconscious right after saying that, and Eugene tells him to get a hold of himself. The season changes, and a month passes by. Biko Agency had cleaned up the aftermath, and the school was in temporary closure during that time. The students were told that this would be deducted from their vacations. The culprit of the whole incident was revealed to the general public as Joseph's father. After his son was accused of being the ringleader of bullying and school violence, Kwon held a grudge against the school and those around it. Hwang and his mom must have also been shocked, as they had closed their shop. Sean opens the shutter to the snack shop. A man asks if he wasn't late for the meeting. It was Dimitri, with a cast around his neck. Sean asks if it wasn't Dimitri who came early. Dimitri tells Sean to come in quickly, as everyone else had already arrived. Even Yuri was alive. Sean asks if they weren't getting along a little too well after itching to kill each other just a month ago. Marie was, of course, handcuffed. Dimitri says that business was business, and the people who were supposed to pay him had disappeared. Igor, the leader of Barefoot, was also taken down. Dimitri says he can't let that Null guy, who was behind all this, just walk away. He slams his knife into the desk next to Marie, demanding she spill anything and everything she knows about Nal. Rachel says she was also in the same situation thanks to Marie. The director was kidnapped by Nal, and if it wasn't for Barefoot's involvement, Dead Mansion wouldn't have lost. Yuri asks if Rachel was joking, saying it was Dead Mansion that threw the first punch. He says it was all because of Marie and tells them to take care of her first. Marie mocks them, calling them dumb bears who were so simple-minded. Yuri asks if Marie thought she wouldn't be beaten up if she kept running her mouth. Sean just listens to them argue. Eugene stops them, saying all of them had been played by Nal. He tells them to calm down and sort this out one step at a time. Dimitri says they should start by extracting information from Marie. Sean finally speaks up. He says that the head of Dead Mansion has been kidnapped, and most of their forces have been wiped out. The leader of Barefoot has vanished, or could even be considered dead. He says that everyone in the room should already know they now have a real common enemy. Dimitri asks what Sean was proposing. Sean says they should form a temporary alliance. Rachel asks what he means, and he explains that it's something the Korean kids called a crew. Yuri asks why they should team up with those guys. Dimitri admits a crew sounds interesting and asks what they were going to be called. Sean says he hadn't thought that far. Dimitri calls him an idiot, saying a good team name is necessary to bring people together. Sean suggests that since it was Barefoot and Dead Mansion working together, they could take the first letters of each word to form bad. While opening the shutter again, he asks how Bad Child sounds for the crew name. He declares that their mission now was to crush Nal. Dimitri says that he likes the name Bad since Barefoot is still in the first letter. Yuri asks if Dimitri was actually planning to join the crew or something. Dimitri settles down and says that he kinda liked the name, but the thing that fell off for him was that Sean seems to have become a completely different person in just a month. Dimitri asks Rachel what happened to Sean. Rachel looks at Sean. A month ago, in a hospital, Vincent asks how Sean was doing. Rachel says that he was recovering and that it definitely looks like he's overdone it. Vincent says it was a relief that they were able to retrieve Sean without any issue. One of the kids asks where he should put the books, and Vincent tells the kid to give him the top book and stuff the rest in the bookshelf in the VIP room. Rachel asks what the situation in Dead Mansion was like. Vincent says that they returned right after hearing Sophia's warning, but the director had already disappeared into thin air. He also informs her that Nal had taken the ledger of the good children with him. Rachel asks why he would need something like that. Vincent explains that this was what the director had always worried about, that Nal intends to personally retrieve the good children that were sold. After killing her parent, Nal tells her that he wasn't her enemy. He tells her that he came to save her and asks her to join them. Vincent says they were verifying the locations and personal information of the buyers recorded in the reserved ledger, but Dead Mansion had too few people to cover everything. He had to borrow Bear's hand, even though he wasn't keen on it. Rachel asks that even if the parents were killed, doesn't the control of the good children go back to Dead Mansion? Vincent says that's usually the case, but Mare had somehow gone against Dead Mansion without having a parent, and also said they had found a way to break the three principles. Maybe Nal has really found a way to do it. Even the director was afraid of children who ignored the absolute principles. That was why he was verifying that Sean was still following them. Vincent asks if Sean has realized it yet. Rachel says that he hasn't. Vincent says that Nal might try to contact Sean first, and that they should get Sean to Dead Mansion HQ and never let him meet Nal. Sean has a dream while unconscious. At Dead Mansion, a woman shouts at him to get out of the car. The director asks why the woman was there so late and if they knew where she was. She grabs Sean's hand and drags him forward while telling the director to take him off her hands. The director says Dead Mansion only takes in lost lambs and asks how they could take a kid whose mother is right next to him. She throws Sean down into the mud and says that she's willing to pay as much money as they ask to take him away. She says that she doesn't want to raise a kid like him and tells Dead Mansion to raise or sell him as they pleased. He suddenly wakes up on the hospital bed, wondering why he was there. He slowly remembers what had happened and the phone call between Jang and Nal, where Nal asked Jang to kill Sean's parent. He scrambles out of bed and into the streets, running toward Huang's house. When he reaches the apartment, he tries to use the elevator, but it doesn't work. He takes the stairs, begging for it to be a malfunction, but he's out of luck. The elevator was held open by a sword, a tactic used by good kids to exhaust enemies in multi-story buildings. Nal is sitting behind him, saying that he was late, just like when he was on the position. Nal says that he's missed Sean. But Sean doesn't even know who Nal is. Nal is surprised that Sean doesn't remember him. Nal grabs Sean's hand and says it wasn't good to forget him like that, after he had gone through so much trouble to come see him. Sean wonders how Nal closed the distance between them so fast. Nal asks again if Sean really doesn't remember him. Nal says, "Don't you remember me saying that I was going to kill this woman?" Sean pulls back immediately, recognizing the voice from Jang's phone. Nal blocks Sean's kick and says it would be a big problem if Sean kept attacking him while pretending to be a good child. Nal asks why Sean goes around picking strangers to act like his parents again. Sean asks what he means. Nal reaches for his sword, saying Sean's memories must have been removed, the memories of the type of person he was. Sean quickly steps back when he sees Nal swing. Nal says that Sean was different from the good children from the very beginning. He asks if Sean knows that he wasn't one of the good children to begin with. Sean asks what that means. Then, the memory, his mother throwing him away to Dead Mansion. The director had tried to talk some sense into her, but Sean cuts in and asks what he did wrong. He says his mother was the one who complained the neighboring lady was always loud and annoying, and he only made it so she wouldn't bother his mom anymore. He says he still feels bad for their dogs. He liked how the dogs wagged their tails when they saw him, but now they won't be able to bark anymore. He asks if he did well. Sean gets back up from the ground, but his mother feels uncomfortable and tells him to stay away. The director places his hand on Sean's shoulder and says that he understands now, that he will take care of Sean. Sean says it was strange since he had acted like a good child who listens to their mother. Nal says that he found it intriguing. Sean wasn't taught to obey like the rest of the children, yet he still pretends to be one. Sean is shocked by all this. Nal says that he will keep taking Sean's parents away over and over until he finally gives up. Sean remembers being thrown away, the fear in his mother's eyes when looking at him. He grabs Nal's sword and shatters it with his elbow, using the broken piece as a knife to stab Nal. Nal pushes Sean's hand away and says Sean could never be a good child like the rest of them. He says Sean was just a weapon. Back in the Dead Mansion cellar, Beluga finally finds something he had been looking for, the director's vintage wine collection. Vincent asks if stealing was part of the profession for Beluga. Vincent says this was the reason he didn't want Beluga inside his home. Beluga replies that since they let him in, they might as well give him a proper welcome. Vincent asks what the documents on the table were, and Beluga says they were security personnel placements for Dead Mansion clients. Vincent asks what it was for. Beluga explains that since Nal was targeting the Dead Mansion clients, the kids weren't enough to stop him. So the barefoot mercenaries would escort the clients and let Nal, or whoever, come try and kill them. He also says that he prioritized placing guards around the wealthiest VIPs first. After all, managing the VIPs was the core of the business. Vincent grows suspicious of Beluga, wondering how a moron like him became the strategic planner of Barefoot. Beluga starts opening a seal of vintage wine, saying this was his return for all the work he did. Vincent says each of those bottles costs a fortune and that if the director found out, Beluga cuts him off, saying that's precisely why he was drinking it. He adds they might never get a chance to drink something like this in their lives if not for now. He asks if he should pour a glass for Vincent as well. A few hours later, fully drunk, Beluga says the name Blood of the Gods suits the wine well for how good it tasted. He says he was curious about one more thing. He asks how Dead Mansion managed to brainwash those kids with the 3 principles. He admits he wanted to adopt one of them as his sibling after seeing how well they listened. Beluga asks if it was a trade secret, saying he was just a little curious about the methods. Vincent explains that most of the kids who come to Dead Mansion were abandoned by their families, those with a stronger sense of deficiency than others. That is what Dead Mansion uses. You have been abandoned because you are an imperfect being. You have to become the perfect good child. A good child must prove their worth. A good child must excel above everyone else. We can be a family if you become a good child. Otherwise, you will be abandoned again. Beluga asks if they could maintain control over the kids with just that. Vincent says it's the kids' deficiency that makes it such a strong binding power. Beluga calls them terrible and asks if this was something the director came up with himself. Vincent shakes his head and says this wasn't one of the director's ideas. Rather, he wasn't one of the good children either, but a child who wanted to be good. A child who would do anything just to get his parents' approval. The director just created the method based on that child, the law of 3 absolute rules. Meanwhile, Nal tells Sean he can never be a good child. Sean kicks him back. Null notes that the kick hurt, thinking Sean's strength was returning. Sean wakes back up, asking if he really can't be a good child. He remembers when he was abandoned by his parents, and even Huang's mom told him never to call her mother again. Sean admits Null might be right. He might not be a good child after all. Null feels relieved that Sean finally understands. But Sean says that if he could get rid of Null, who threatened to kill his mother, he would become a good child again. Null laughs, asking why Sean wanted so badly to be a good child. He says this was Sean's problem. Because of his actions, the Dead Mansion now has the 3 absolute rules. He says it was because of Sean that the rest of them started to be controlled. Sean deliberately squeezes his hand on the blade, spraying blood into Null's eye, and attacks from his blind side. Null calls it pathetic for Sean to go this far. He disarms Sean and swings low, but Sean jumps over, grabbing the broken blade midair. He lands directly in front of Null, cutting only his collar. Sean throws a plant pot at him, which Null destroys, but Sean's blade pierces through the dust cloud. Null knocks it aside with his hand. Sean grabs Null's sword arm and declares it's over, landing a clean punch to his face. Null drops his sword, but catches it with his other hand, forcing Sean to back up. Sean says the sword was quite annoying. Both get ready for the next exchange. Sean clenches his fist so that the point of contact is as small as possible. When Null swings again, Sean carefully watches the blade and punches its side, breaking it fully. Null admits he thought it was a fluke the first time. When Sean is about to punch him again, Null mocks him, saying he wasn't as good as he thought he'd be. Sean gets kicked in the face with an insanely fast strike. Sean twists around to kick Null, but Null blocks while pulling out a knife. Back in the cellar, Beluga asks who Vincent was talking about. Vincent answers that he was talking about Sean, the one Barefoot was trying to kill. Vincent asks if Sean also got assigned some security personnel. Beluga says he didn't think it was necessary. Vincent tells him Sean was the most important one to protect. Beluga insists there was no need. Meanwhile, during the fight, the elevator doors open. A voice tells them to be quiet, asking why they were making so much noise. Cold sweat drips down Null's cheek as Sophia walks toward them. She asks if Null hasn't been acting all cocky while causing trouble. Then she turns to Sean, saying it's been a while since she last saw him. She comments on his look, reminding him that she made sure to lock the door back then. She places a hand on his head and says she'll finish the greeting later. Then she looks at Null, who immediately feels the pressure. Before he can react, Sophia appears right in front of him, her fists sinking into his stomach. She sends him flying so fast the glass windows shatter as he smashes through them and slams into a wall. Sophia wonders aloud if she went too hard on a kid, thinking he was far too light compared to what she was used to. But when she looks back, Null is gone. He had escaped through one of the windows. Sophia says they should stop there anyway, since it wasn't her job to catch Null. She turns around, saying she'd like to have a chat with her disciple first. Placing a hand on Sean's shoulder, she says no matter how long he was away from home, it disappointed her to see him this week. She adds with a cold look that it seemed like some adjustments were needed. She then picks him up and puts him over her shoulder. Sean tries to stop her, but she tells him that the old lady who lived in that house didn't live there anymore. She tells him that all members of Good Children were being targeted by Null, and that Sean was no exception. She asks him to trust her when she says that she will protect Sean's current parent in the name of Alexander, albeit she became his parent not by choice, but by Sean's will. She then says that it was nothing he needed to worry about anymore and asks him to focus on his training. She asks if they should start the dead squad again, and Sean's expression immediately tenses. Sophia turns around saying that he seems to remember that if he failed he would die. 1 month later, Dimitri laughs after hearing Sean say that he was made to do squats with TNT tied to his lower body. Sean asks if Dimitri even understands the situation. He says that he would explode the second he tried to relax even a bit. Dimitri says that he thought it was just a rumor, but to actually think she trained like that. He says that the Alexander family was built different. Sean screams and tells Dimitri not to say that family name out loud again. Dimitri then asks how much better Sean had gotten, and Sean looks to him confused. Dimitri clarifies that he meant Sean's skills, since he has been learning directly from Sophia. Sean asks if Dimitri wanted to fight once again. They both laugh, and Sean then asks Dimitri if he could stop the car there. He stops in the middle of the road, and Sean gets out. Dimitri stops him and asks if it was really alright for Sean to go to school, when he was being targeted like this. Sean says that seeing Dimitri worry about him just gave him goosebumps. Dimitri says that he didn't mean it that way. Dimitri says that Sean should immediately report back to him if anything was off, and tells him not to be stupid and try to solve everything by himself. He also warns Sean not to follow any weirdos, and Sean tells Dimitri to stop embarrassing him. A bunch of the kids notice Sean and Dimitri talking and think that Dimitri was Sean's dad, and that Dimitri looked like a model and real young. Sean wondered if they looked like a family. Dimitri complains that he was just reminding the youngster to stay safe, but he already got irritated before leaving. Meanwhile, in a dusty warehouse, Jang lifts his head into the light while laying on a dirty mattress. Nal asks why the place was so dusty. He says that living in such an environment was dangerous to one's health. He then asks how Jang had been doing. Jang runs up to Nal saying that he was waiting for Nal and that he had so many questions for him. Nal apologizes and says that he had many other tasks to do. Nal asks if there were new things in the warehouse while looking at a punching bag. Jang says that he was redecorating while grabbing a scissor. Jang says that he forgot to offer a drink for Nal. Nal says that it was all right, but Jang drives the scissors into the vending machine's coin hole and frantically twists it around. He grabs Nal's hand and drags him over to the chairs so that they could drink and talk. He says that these chairs were magical chairs, and that if you sit on them, you can only speak the truth. He asks Nal to sit and answer honestly. Nal says that Jang had been talking a lot today and asks if he was in a good mood. Jang's expression changes, and he says that he wasn't in a good mood at all. He asks Nal to stop changing the point and asks him to answer Jang's questions honestly. He says that Nal had promised to find someone for him. He asks if Nal was actually looking for him and why it was taking so long to find them. Nal assures that he is diligently looking for that person, but he had something else to do before that. He says that Sean's retrieval was first. He says that Sean had to be there so Nal could keep his promise to Jang. Jang says that Sean has nothing to do with finding that person. He reminds Nal that these chairs are chairs of truth and threatens to kill Nal if he was spouting lies. Nal says that he wasn't lying and asks him to trust him. But inside he had thought that Jang was just a weirdo with great skills. He thought that he could easily manipulate Jang and use him, but he seems more sensitive than Nal had expected. While slightly pulling his sword, he thinks that Jang will attack the second he feels something is wrong. Jang dares Nal to pull his sword out if he could. Nal slaps him on the shoulder and asks why Jang was saying something scary like that and promised to look for that person more diligently than before. Before leaving, he asks if Jang wanted to go somewhere fun with him. Jang asks where they were going. Back in school, Sean enters his classroom. While he walks in, the kids start saying about how the pictures with him were all fake and that Sean just played along with it to maintain his pride. Sean sighs while sitting in his chair saying goodbye to his bully life. Marie had threatened the principal to cancel Sean's suspension. Sean also had the photo he found in the principal's office. He says that Photoshop has gone too far and that he almost threw up when he saw this picture. Marie says that the picture wasn't photoshopped at all. Sean couldn't take that image out of his head. Just then his crew comes up asking how he was doing. Sean asks what they wanted from him now that they knew all pictures of him were photoshopped. The guy leans in and tells him to follow them quietly. The guy says that now it sounds ridiculous that they actually believed Sean was close with actual gangsters. He asks if Sean wanted to make fun of them with those pictures. Sean looks around to make sure that no one was around. While he looked around, the guy tries to punch him. Sean simply puts up his finger and hits him with it, making him fall to his knees. Sean says that he really wanted to try attacking without an order, but since it worked, he promised to go easy on the other two. When training, Sophia points out that Sean's problem was his obsession, an obsession to believe that he was controlled by the principals. Sean says that even if his brain accepts the fact, his body won't listen. Sophia says that since little Sean was so stupid, she had no choice but to use another method. He asks what she means. She explains that if Sean believes that he can only use a part of his power due to the restriction of the three principles, she just needs to increase the total amount of his power. The second bully falls to the floor, and the third one couldn't believe his eyes. He grabs a broom and tells Sean to come at him. Sean runs at him, but suddenly stops before the bully swings to kick the broom into pieces, before landing next to the bully and saying that the bell rang and that they had to go in. He gets into the class and thinks that his training with Sophia was actually paying off. Although he couldn't control it, he didn't expect it to be this effective while only using a partial amount of his powers. Jang walks through the hallway and asks if this was class 2-1. He pushes the kids away before he could answer after noticing Sean. Sean was lost in thought, wondering how strong he could be if he could use his full strength. Jang says that he hadn't seen Sean in a while, and when Sean turns around, he sees a foot right next to his face. Jang kicks Sean into the next desk, and he barely manages to block himself from falling. Jang says that Sean's skills seem to have improved. He asks if it was either that or has Sean graduated from being a good child. Earlier that day, Sean had decided to act as bait since Null's goal was to acquire Sean. It would be easier if Sean just let Null find him. He then asks where Rachel was going with those clothes. Rachel says that she can't just sit back and watch Sean become bait, and says that she will be around as well. Since Sean was an important asset of the Dead Mansion, an asset Dead Mansion had to defend with everything they got. Rachel then asks what Sean's objective was with this operation. Sean says that it was obviously to get Null. Rachel says that wasn't true. She says that now that Sean knows he isn't bound by the principles, he has no reason to follow anyone's orders or be controlled by anyone. She asks why he wanted to still fight against Null. She asks if Sean was still under the illusion that the old woman was his parent. Sean says that he wasn't sure while grabbing his backpack. Rachel tells him not to brush it off, just like that. Sean says that he actually doesn't know. He says that he doesn't know why they keep bringing it up, as he doesn't even remember when he was abandoned either. Plus, when he had fought with Null. He says that he could vaguely recall it, but it was too late. He says that all he could think about was how much his head and body hurt that time. Rachel wonders if he was using his powers subconsciously, seeing that he doesn't seem to remember anything. He tells her that he still hasn't fully grasped his powers yet. Rachel says that this is more reason for him not to take such a big risk now. She asks why he wanted to go knowing all this. Sean says that Rachel was. That him and her weren't even family, and not even friends. He says that if he could choose what to do without the principal's restrictions, he would like to smash those who mess with people he considered his family, even if they didn't think of him as their family. He says that this was his choice, not a command or principle. He says that he was ready to throw himself out as bait for this. He thinks that it was his turn to hunt now. In the hallway, the bullies make their way back to class. The sliding door to their class suddenly falls on top of them. Sean and Jang fly through the door. Sean grabs Jang's leg and throws him to the window. Jang grabs the window frame again and pulls himself back in while asking if Sean hadn't gotten better. A few seconds later, Jang runs into the bathroom. Sean follows, saying that he fell into Jang's trap. He says that he expected Jang to come after him, but not on the first day. The kids in the hallway start talking about what happened. A teacher asks what happened, and the kids say that Sean was fighting with someone and that they both ran into the bathroom just now. The teacher says that she will look into it and asks the other students to stay out of it. Jang runs at Sean, saying that he doesn't seem to have to hold back anymore. Sean asks if Jang was going easy on him the last time. Sean grabs him by his collar and slams him to the counter. Sean says that he wasn't interested in Jang one bit and tells him to say where Null was hiding. Jang kicks Sean. Sean snaps back and asks if Jang wanted to keep going. Jang says that Null had ordered him to keep Sean alive. He dodges Sean's punch and twists to the side to kick Sean on the side with both his legs, making Sean break through the cubicle door into the toilet. Jang says that if Sean keeps messing around, he would have no choice but to kill him, so he asks Sean to cooperate and go with him so he can retrieve him. While he walks towards Sean, something slashes him on the side, and he jumps back. Sean had gotten his hands on some kind of a scraping tool. Sean asks if Jang had intentions of killing the others to activate his powers. Jang says that he wasn't sure, but the answer was enough for Sean to activate his powers. He used the tool like a weapon, thrusting and swinging it around to hit Jang. Jang jumps off a wall and punches Sean in the face. Sean tries to hit him back. Just then the teacher bangs on the door and asks if anyone was inside and tells them to open the door. Jang says that it has gotten a little too noisy and asks if they should call it a day. Sean asks if Jang was planning to run away. Jang ducks below the scraping tool and grabs Sean and pushes him straight to the window, smashing through. Jang asks if Sean thinks they were going to get really hurt from this fall. Sean says that he wasn't planning to find out. He twists around his tool and drives it into the wall to slow the fall. They slide down to the ground and slam through the shed. Sean quickly stands back up, ready to fight again. Jang says that they can keep it up, but then he notices the tool pierced into his leg. The teacher arrives at the spot. She asks if Jang was alright seeing his wound. Sean wonders what happened to him suddenly. Jang says that it was new clothes, but it would be fine if he stitched it back. The teacher says that she wasn't talking about the clothes while looking at the wound. Jang wonders if the teacher was worried about him. He says that it was fine, but the teacher just injects him with something. He asks what she just did. She says that it was just something like anesthetic. Jang asks why she would do that before falling unconscious. She catches him as he falls. She tells him to take a good nap since she had a lot of questions she wanted to ask him. Rachel says that with this, she had at least one new test subject. It's the same no matter where you go in the world. Abandoned and neglected children are everywhere. Dead Mansion took such children as material to create the ultimate weapons and sent them for adoption at high prices to parents who needed them. This was the Dead Mansion's Good Children Project. But they weren't the only ones with such ideas. As said before, the materials are abundant wherever you go in the world, to be taken and trained into emotionless monsters. Rachel says that Jang was a product of one of those organizations, something like the Korean version of Dead Mansion. Sean asks what they were going to do with him. Rachel tells him to leave the rest to her and go back for now, since interrogation was her specialty after all. Sean asks where he was supposed to go back to. Rachel says she was telling him to go back to his class. She pushes him out, saying that Sean was the one who wanted to go to school. Sean says that he understands. Rachel closes the door after Sean left. Jang dreams back to the time when he was in the training program, getting a haircut. The man warns Jang to stay still so he doesn't get hurt. He says that a hairstyle was everything for a man, and if Jang became ugly for no reason, he wouldn't sell. The man says this while cutting his hair. Jang asks if he can get his hair done just like the man cutting his hair, who he calls Carpenter Uncle. The man says that Jang has a good sense of aesthetics. He says that he will add another line to Jang's certificate to say that he has artistic talents, so that they can get 200 times more the next time Jang is put up for adoption. Then he says that his hairstyle won't suit Jang. Jang asks if he won't fetch a higher price if he looked cool like the Carpenter Uncle. The man tells him that Jang and him are different, and that everything about Jang must come from him. He says that Jang has to become handsome and strong, and, most importantly, he must be alone. He says that having something like a family only makes a person weak. He asks if Jang understands what he was saying. Jang wakes up from his dream. Rachel says that she was glad Jang was all right. Jang feels a sharp pain and asks if Rachel was the one who patched him up. Rachel says that she just gave some basic first aid. He asks why she was doing this, even though he was her enemy. Rachel says that there was no need to be so harsh, and if he cooperated willingly, they don't have to be enemies. But this was a part of Rachel's experiment. She knows that kids like these don't fold to pain. She knows that for kids who have never experienced being loved by anyone, this was the method that worked best. Rachel leans close and says that she has a few questions for Jang. A man spying on Rachel says that she definitely knows how to flaunt her beauty. He says that Rachel looks stunning even with black hair, and that he can't help but go near her to see her up close. Later outside the gym, while eating a snack, Jang says that he can't tell anything to Rachel. He says that he won't say anything no matter how nice she was to him. Rachel tells him to suit himself, confirming that Jang was indeed with Null. Jang says that he's not taking any side because he has to be alone. Rachel asks if he wasn't fighting Sean because he was on Null's side. Jang says that he was just temporarily cooperating with Null because of his own goals, since Null had the information he needed to find someone. Rachel laughs and asks how Null would have information on anyone when he was a kid himself. She asks if Jang wasn't being deceived by Null. Jang says that Null's information was real and that he had eyes and ears everywhere. He says that Null even found him when he was escaping from the Carpenter Uncle. Rachel asks who the Carpenter was and why Jang was running away from him. Inside, she was laughing at how easy it was to get information from kids when you slightly challenge their words. Jang says that the Carpenter was the one who taught him all sorts of weird things and asks if Rachel knows how hard he had it. He says that he had to train for a few months when he was young, and when he finally ran away, a guy with glasses kept relentlessly chasing him. He says that he ended up on the street because of that, and that was when Null saved him. Rachel gives him a juice box and tells him to take his time while talking. Rachel asks why Null came looking for Jang, thinking that he will keep blabbering everything without even realizing. Jang says that Null had a goal and wanted his help. He says that Null wanted to liberate the good children of Dead Mansion who were sold all around the world. He says that Null wanted a big family with all the good children. Just before he could talk more, the spying man appears behind them, saying if Jang wasn't talking a little too much. Rachel quickly jumps away. The man asks if Jang wasn't careless, falling into a honey trap so easily. He says it was the first time he had the pleasure to meet Senorita Rachel face to face. He says that his name was Miguel. He tells Jang not to be so nervous, and that Nal had sent him to bring Jang back. Rachel seems to remember Miguel's name. Miguel says that he is honored that Rachel knows who he was. There was a saying in the Spanish mercenary world: if you see a matador waving his red capote, don't be foolish enough to stomp your feet and charge at him, because the matador is always behind the prey. And this man was known as the Black Matador, Antonio Miguel. Rachel asks why the matador was working with Nal. Miguel says that he hates that nickname since he loves animals so much. He says that he had stopped killing bulls since bullfighting was illegal now. He says that he only hunts humans now. He appears behind Rachel in an instant and slashes her back. Miguel says that Senorita Rachel was the first to dodge his attack in decades. He asks what he was supposed to do now that he was getting even more excited. Jang comes in between them and asks if Miguel was supposed to just take Sean. Miguel asks if Jang really fell for a honey trap like this. Miguel says that Jang doesn't need to worry, as he looked almost as handsome as Miguel, and that there were plenty of even prettier women out there in the world. That was if he managed to survive today. Jang asks why Miguel would do this. Miguel says that Nal had a message for him. Miguel says that he was asked to see if he senses even a hint of betrayal from Jang. He had to kill Jang. And also mentioned that Nal thought Jang was a total creep. Miguel tells him goodbye after saying as much, but Rachel points her gun at the back of his head. He rolls forward to avoid the bullet and hits the gun in her hand with his weapon. Rachel jumps back. Miguel thrusts his weapon right at Rachel, and it cuts the front of her dress. She now gets the gun which was hidden inside and starts shooting. But after a few bullets the gun jams. Miguel runs at her, saying that it was a pity, seeing that even luck wasn't on her side today. The top of Rachel's head flies off. Miguel says that she was truly the best. Rachel had managed to stop his weapon with her hands. Miguel asks if they should end it now. Meanwhile, Jang remembers when the carpenter had told him that he couldn't really teach him what Jang really needed. Jang asks what it was that he needed. The carpenter says that it was a skill that only the real carpenter could teach him. The carpenter had said that Jang could perhaps meet him someday and learn the skill. Miguel notices something missing in his peripheral vision. He asks where the kid had disappeared. Jang runs towards Miguel unnoticed and barehanded, slicing Miguel's back with his nails. The skill that Jang had was his wild instincts. Inside a very suspicious-looking van, one of the guys says that it was Nal's orders to kill the kid named Jang if he interfered with their mission. The next guy says that their target was just a kid and Miguel was more than enough to handle everything on his own. Another one asks if Miguel was just a thug who flirted with women any chance he got, saying he was only famous because he was a matador who tormented poor bulls. A blonde kid asks for the gun one of the thugs was having trouble with. He says the maintenance on the gun was a mess, even though this specific model was known for not breaking down so easily. One of the guys asks which organization the blonde kid came from, since his face didn't look familiar. The blonde kid says it made sense, since he wasn't on their side to begin with. Jang grabs Miguel and pushes him off the spectator area into the court. They both land on their feet. Miguel thinks Jang seems completely different from earlier. Jang whizzes past Miguel, and Miguel notes that Jang's movement was less like a human and more like a beast. Miguel slowly reaches into his coat to pull out a red cloth, saying that he had no chance of losing when he was against a beast. Rachel asks if that was a capote. Miguel says Rachel should sit back quietly and enjoy the show, because this was a fight between the pride of man and the beast. Jang positions himself to thrust forward, and Miguel tells him to go ahead. He waves the capote in front of Jang, and when Jang gets close enough, the cloth fills his vision. Jang tears through it, but Miguel is not behind the cloth anymore. Miguel places a hand on Jang's shoulder while floating above him with a bull-hunting picador in hand. He slams the spear down, but Jang barely avoids it and kicks Miguel clean in the stomach. Miguel says this was exactly how he enjoyed the hunt. Dozens more of those expandable spears are hidden inside his coat. He starts grabbing them one by one and throwing them around Jang, forming a perimeter of spears around them. Rachel wonders what the hell was going on. Miguel says he is no simple bullfighter going in for the kill, but Jang kicks him in the face. Miguel says that because of Jang's passionate attacks, he now also wants to look cooler. Jang gets kicked into a wall of spears, and he feels stuck. Miguel runs at him with a spear, and with nowhere left to run, Miguel assumes it's over. But his spear passes through. Jang uses the spears to lift himself off the ground, swinging from the top and landing a kick under Miguel's jaw. Miguel's head snaps back, and he falls to the floor. He tries to stand up, saying he wasn't done and could still fight. Looking back at Jang, he says he was the matador who tamed countless beasts, the one who always delivered the final blow. But he realizes that the beast he was fighting now was not something humans could tame. He calls Jang a monster. Miguel says he was done acting out of pride. He looks around and throws his spear at the nearest fire extinguisher. Rachel wonders what Miguel was going to do now, but as the fog clears, Miguel has already made a tactical retreat. He runs to the suspicious van and says that if he can't tame the beast, then he just needs to hunt it. He opens the back door and says there's been a change of plans. There was a real monster inside. He tells them to use TNT to blow the whole place away. But only Sean was sitting in front of him. Sean grabs Miguel's hair and asks how he dared to order them to blow away the school with TNT, slamming his head against the van. Sean says he has some questions for Miguel since the others didn't seem to know anything. Sean drags Miguel inside the van. Meanwhile, back inside, Jang grabs his dirty clothes while Rachel walks up to him. He says Rachel was right about him being deceived by Null. He falls right after saying that, and Rachel catches him. She says his wounds look quite painful and patients are supposed to show appreciation to the person who treated them by trying not to get hurt again. She says she'll patch him up one more time while dragging him back to the infirmary. Jang says it's all right and that he has to be alone. A construction worker arrives outside the building, and the man on the call calls him Eden. He says Eden's next order is to finish them. He aims his nail gun at Rachel's head, pulls the trigger, and Rachel falls. Jang shouts her name, but the wound in his stomach immediately starts to bleed again. The man turns to leave, but Rachel swings her knife at him. She asks if he was trying to pierce someone's head like that out of nowhere. He asks how she was alive and if his nail just grazed her, but then Sean arrives behind him and slams him to the floor. Eden aims his nail gun at Sean's head, saying he knows that face, the junior who was called the Legend of Dead Mansion. He shoots and Sean ducks back. Sean sees the nails go through safety helmets so easily that he concludes they were some kind of modified weapon. Eden wakes up and kicks Sean, sending him back. Eden says that his parents knew exactly how to push people's limits and that Sean was sweating now. Rachel tells Sean that Eden was a good child. Sean asks if Eden wasn't a little too old to be called a child. She says Eden was among the prototypes made before Sean, one of the version 1s. While sipping tea in her full jail outfit, Marie asks if Eugene wasn't going to have some, and asks if he was scared that the tea was poisoned. Eugene says he was just being cautious of a shameless traitor like her, and that he was only accommodating her like this until he got the information he needed about Null. He says that despite her cooperative attitude, he needed to keep his eyes on her. Marie says Eugene really acted like an old man sometimes. She asks if Eugene was aware there were versions of the Good Child program. Eugene asks what she means. Marie explains she was talking about the earlier versions, the generation before Sean and Null, the version 1 prototypes. Eugene says he had never heard of something like that, even in Dead Mansion. Marie says that was a given, since only a select few knew of their existence. Eugene asks if this information was really important. Marie says she was just trying to prove her cooperative attitude by sharing confidential information. She tells him that the version 1 children were created differently. Eugene asks what that meant. She says they were customizable to the specifications of the parents. Their race, gender, age, and even skills were tailored to the buyer's preferences. She says the training methods used for the version 1s were also the foundation of the version 2s like him and her. Eugene asks if that made them stronger. Marie says the comprehensive training given to the version 2s was far superior, but the version 1s had all their skills intensely focused on a single specialization. Definitely not someone to let one's guard down around, in her opinion. Eden shoots at Sean as Sean runs at him, dodging all the nails. Sean jumps up and kicks Eden down to the ground again. Eden feels his core hurt after just one kick and asks if Sean was some kind of monster, thinking his speed and destructive power were far above his own. He reaches into a pouch to grab a measuring tape. The next time he gets kicked, he measures Sean's legs at roughly 841 cm. He says that compared to Sean's height, his legs were surprisingly long, and that he was jealous. Sean asks what nonsense Eden was spouting in the middle of the fight. When he gets punched in the face, Eden measures again. Arm length roughly 614 cm, also longer than average. Sean kicks him back into a tent. Eden says he might really die if he got hit again, but his rough calculations were done. Sean asks his senior if the new generation was scarier and asks if Eden was down for the count. He jokes about whether he should treat Eden as a senior citizen since he wasn't reacting at all to his attacks. Eden says Sean had good provocation techniques. Wiping blood off his face, he says he has the rough measurements calculated. Sean asks what he means while running at him again. Eden uses Sean's leg length from earlier along with his speed to shoot a nail ahead of time to where Sean's leg was about to land, nailing it to the floor. Sean goes through with the punch, but with his arm length also taken into account. Dodging Sean was now easy for Eden. Sean starts running away. Eden says it's useless to run away while grabbing his hammer and chisel, saying that chasing down runaways was another one of his specialties. He intercepts Sean and tries to chisel his head, slamming the hammer on the chisel repeatedly. But he realizes Sean had been blocking them with leftover pipes. Sean swings the pipes around, but Eden jumps back, saying Sean's plans were already exposed. He says he can just calculate and shoot again like before. Sean switches into Arnie's now that he was armed. He blocks all the nails and appears in front of Eden. Eden barely ducks under. Sean's swing destroys a wooden box behind him. Eden wonders why Sean suddenly got stronger and says he should have come more prepared. Just then, his phone rings. He stops Sean to pick up the call. The man on the phone tells Eden to stop and return. Eden runs off, saying he met his quota for the day. He says he's been ordered to return. Sean asks if it was an order from Null. Eden asks why he would listen to some annoying white-haired guy. His order came from his father. Sean tells him to wait and asks if he knew where Null was. Eden jumps over the fence and says he doesn't know and can't tell Sean. Sean tries to follow him, but his leg is bleeding badly. He had already used Arnie's twice in a day, and it was taking a toll on him. He thinks his mind might shut down if he continued. Eden sits in his small truck, saying kids these days were something else. He says he never wants to fight Sean again, and that if it wasn't for Null, he wouldn't have gone through all this. Just then, an iron rod pierces through the roof of the truck. Sean asks if the senior's ears were going deaf due to old age, since he didn't wait even after his junior asked him to. Eden grabs an angle grinder while calling Sean persistent. He cuts the iron rod and slams on the accelerator while turning to make Sean fall off. He curses Dead Mansion, asking what they were thinking creating a monster like Sean. He says that he was just planning to kill some time and leave. Just then the iron rod pierces through the back of the truck and into his shoulder. Sean asks what Eden meant by killing some time. He asks if that wasn't interesting news. Someone who shoots nails at people's heads, something like that. Sean pulls the rod out, and Eden notices him aiming for his head now. Eden dodges it, and Sean tells Eden to stay still so he can end it faster. Eden grabs his nail gun and nails the accelerator before jumping out and telling Sean that Sean won, and that he could keep the truck as his prize. The truck speeds toward a concrete wall and collides into it. Eden waddles away wondering where Sean even came from. He says that now he has to go to the hospital because of Sean. Sean wasn't at the accident site anymore either. Later that evening, when Eden reaches home, he wonders how he was supposed to explain about the truck to his father. When he turns back, Sean was behind him, barely conscious, but still going. The old man hears a commotion outside, and then he opens the door. He sees Eden on the ground and Sean on top of him. He thinks that this situation feels like déjà vu. Eden tells his father that it was too dangerous outside and that he should go inside. Sean lifts the iron rod to attack. The old man tells Sean to stop, but Sean whacks himself with the rod over and over. Eden asks what Sean was doing. Sean says that he doesn't know. He says that he just remembered something useless. He says that he will only ask one thing before leaving. He asks where Null was. A few minutes later inside, Eden says that he would like to start off with saying that he wasn't going to apologize for what he did. But his father cuts him off and apologizes instead. He says that Null had come looking for them almost a month ago. He says that Null had tried to kill him, saying he was going to take Eden back. Eden fought back, but was no match for Null at all, even when Null was injured. Sean wonders if it was the injury caused by Sophia a month ago. The old man says that they were only able to survive on the condition of cooperating with Null. He says that Null's target was someone young like Sean. The old man apologizes for what happened. Sean says that it was alright since it had already happened and just tells the old man to tell him everything about Null. The old man says that he hadn't seen Null since that day and that he only sent orders through a phone. Sean says that the phone will be helpful if he could use the call logs or location history to find Null. The old man asks if that was Sean's specialization. Sean, confused, says that all good children are taught to do this and asks if Eden couldn't do it. The old man says that he didn't request such features when he had ordered Eden. Sean thinks for a second and asks if he can ask the old man something else. The old man tells him to go ahead and ask it. Sean asks why the old man decided to purchase Eden. Eden was waiting outside for them to finish talking. Sean comes out while stretching and saying that his whole body hurt. Sean sits next to Eden and Eden asks why he was acting like it was his home and if the woman from earlier was alright. Sean says that he didn't need to worry about Rachel. Sean says that he was barely able to stop Rachel from bringing a tank and blowing this whole place up. Eden laughs thinking it was a joke. Sean assures that he wasn't kidding. Sean asks what Eden was going to do now. Since he had agreed to cooperate with Null, he had to fight Sean again. Sean asks if Eden wouldn't be in danger if they fought again. Eden says that the whole situation was a bit tricky. He says that even though Null was dangerous, he wasn't planning on going against Sean again. He says that he would rather fight the weaker one. Sean asks if he was planning to fight Sean after saying that while looking at him. Eden says that he just needs to protect his father since that was the reason he was created. The old man looks at a picture of a kid that looked just like a smaller version of Eden. Eden says that even his father only purchased him to keep himself safe, and that as long as his father is safe, it doesn't matter which side he fights. Sean says that he wasn't sure what to say in a situation like this. He advises Eden to talk to his father a bit more. Eden waves it away, asking what he was even supposed to talk about. Sean says that Eden's father would also not want Eden getting hurt. Eden says that there was no way. He says that to his father he was just an item. Sean places his hand on Eden's shoulder and says that it didn't sound that way from what he heard from the old man, and tells him to have a proper conversation with his old man. Just then the door behind them explodes and Sean and Eden are left stunned. 20 years ago, in the same spot, when the old man was not so old, working on a small chair, a kid barges in, asking why his father didn't come. He checks the time, saying how it was so late already. The kid says that his father promised to come pick him up and that everyone's parent except his had come to pick them up. He apologizes to his son and says that he will definitely come pick him up the next day, and also offers to prepare chicken for dinner as sorry. The kid pouts and asks if father was serious. He says that he has to come the next day no matter what, and his father says that he will definitely be there when picking him up. The next day, he kept his promise and went to school to get his kid. The kid was beaming with happiness and came running while waving at his father. He smiles and waves back at the kid. When the kid was crossing the road, he gets hit by a car, right in front of his father. After that he went to Dead Mansion. The old director listens to his story and asks why he came all the way to Russia even though there were plenty of orphanages in Korea. He says that he had heard rumors about a certain orphanage and that they were capable of creating a child exactly as requested. The director asks if the rumors were true. The old man says that he had been searching Russia for 3 years after he heard about it. He says that only Dead Mansion could create his child. The director places a form on the desk and says that the old man was right. He says that the old man came to the right place. He tells the old man to fill the production form and the production was going to take 2 to 3 years, and that after production the child will be delivered directly to the old man's house. The old man couldn't believe his eyes when he saw it. He thought that it was a miracle. He had really thought that his child had come back to life. He goes up to the kid saying that he was the kid's dad. The kid just respectfully bows and greets him, completely different from his son. The kid then asks for his orders. The old man realized that this was just delusion, that a dead person couldn't return back to life, that this kid wasn't his child who had died. Few months pass, and the kid returns from school. The old man welcomes him back and tells him to go to his room and rest. The kid says that he understands and tells the old man to call him for help anytime. The old man remembers his son and calls Eden and asks if he wanted to have some chicken today. Eden smiles and says that he would love that. The old man grabs some fried chicken for the night. While eating, Eden says that the chicken was really good, and the old man tells him to have as much as he wanted. While taking a sip of his drink, he sees the photo of his son. He thinks that his son Jin-Sol was his one and only child, and that Eden could never replace him. No one could. However, He admits that he had come to love Eden as his own son. Eden notices the old man's expression and says that it was fine, that he knows he was created as a replacement for the old man's son, that he would do anything to satisfy his father. That day the old man had realized how his foolish greed and obsession had been forcing this kid to live a certain way. A deep sense of shame welled up from his stomach. He tells Eden that he didn't need to, and that there was no reason for Eden to do so. He tells Eden that he wasn't his son and that he would never be as well. He just cries silently after that. Eden cleans up everything and puts the drunk man to bed. While walking past his desk, he notices that the kid in the photo had 2 moles on his cheeks. The old man wakes up to Eden's pain scream. He runs out to ask what happened. Eden pulls off a staple from his cheek and says that he figured out the problem. He says that it was because he was missing the moles. He says that with this, he can be a little closer to being perfect. He puts his son's picture back and looks up at the picture he had taken with Eden. While walking through the storage, he notices the chair he was making for his son. While he was looking at it, he hears something outside. A kid in a yukata asks if the old man also wanted to play with the pretty sparkles. She says that he didn't need to worry since there was only about 2 grams of gunpowder in it. The old man asks who she was, but notices a fuse burning behind him. She says that when they are packed together, they go boom while pointing the sparkler at him. The fuse reaches the end and explodes. Eden and Sean quickly run inside looking for the old man. The old man was on the floor clutching onto the chair. The little girl waves at Eden and Sean. Eden runs toward his father. Sean tries to stop him, but it's too late. Eden failed to notice someone hiding in the sidelines. He hits Eden in the face. The weirdo asks Eden if he thought he was going to run toward the little girl. He asks if he didn't ask Sparky to hide. Sean jumps at the weirdo from behind. He just redirects the kick, saying that he knows Sean's face. Eden aims his nail gun at the weirdo's head. The weirdo dodges. Eden says that he was going to make things clear for Sean. Eden tells Sean that Sean was his assistant in this fight. Sean asks why he has to be an assistant and tells Eden to talk normally without using construction terms. Eden says that then Sean can be a helper. The masked man asks why the 2 of them were fighting each other. Just then the little girl calls him Slandy. She presents him with a special product she made. She says that they go boom. Slandy, intrigued, asks when Sparky got the time to make such a thing. He tells her to make sure to stay hidden so that she doesn't get caught up in the fighting. Eden dashes at Slandy with his blade out. Slandy dodges and says that he has a message to Eden from Null. He says that Eden had done well for an old man without any skills and fires the incendiary round. But it was just a harmless sparkle. Eden asks if they were planning on setting the whole place on fire. Slandy tells him that Sparky's bullet didn't work. Sparky says that it went boom and looked pretty. Sean appears behind Slandy with a chisel and hammer. He apologizes for having to borrow the tools and starts chiseling like how he saw Eden do to him. Eden is both impressed and proud. But then Sparky launches knives attached to fireworks at him. The knives leave a few shallow cuts on Sean. Slandy says that this Sean kid wasn't half bad. Sparky tells Slandy not to leave his guard down, as Sean was someone who was called a legend. Slandy prepares to remove his mask and asks if he should start fighting seriously. Just then, the wall behind him bursts down as a car crashes through. Rachel points her gun at Slandy and starts shooting while angrily cursing at them. Slandy takes Sparky and jumps back. Eden asks if it didn't seem like Rachel was aiming for him as well. Sean tells Eden to keep his head down. Dimitri asks if he didn't warn Sean not to do something stupid and try to handle everything on his own. He then says that they can continue talking after they are back home. Sean laughs. Slandy says that the head count seems to have increased. Sparky excitedly says that this was the perfect chance to use the big boom boom. She tosses it into the air after lighting it, and everyone's attention falls onto it. It explodes in the air, blinding everyone for a second. When they regain their vision, Sparky and Slandy had already run away. Eden notices his father on the ground and runs to him. The old man was unconscious, clutching his chair. Later, Eden bows his head down and apologizes to Sean while keeping his father back, who was furious about the damages to his store. He complains that all the material and tools were burned to ashes. Sean says that the kid sent by Null did all that. The old man then complains about the huge hole in his wall, calling the driver a bumbase. Dimitri gets offended and says they just saved the old man, and that he should be more grateful that he is still alive. Sean says that Dimitri was still not used to driving on the Korean roads. The old man curses at Dimitri in Russian. Dmitri asks if the old man knew Russian. The old man says that he stayed there for a few years. Eden goes inside to see if he could salvage anything. Sean goes with him to help. When Sean leaves, the old man says that he was wondering why Sean seemed so familiar, but now he understands. He says that there is a saying in Russian: a father's love carries on to the grave, and a mother's love is eternal. He says that they should know what he means. But Rachel pushes her gun up to his neck, asking if he is crazy. While Eden was lost in thought looking at the pictures, Sean asks what Eden planned to do from then on, asking if they were in danger now that Null had abandoned the deal. Eden says that he will hide somewhere with his father, since he wasn't confident in fighting Null like the others. So running away was his best option. Although the others might think it was foolish, Sean mocks him and says that Eden kept acting like a loser since earlier, and asks why he kept cosplaying as a loser. He asks if Eden didn't just want to protect his father. Sean says that unlike Eden, the version 2s like Sean were bound by something called the 3 absolute principles. And among the 3, if the parent's safety is threatened, ignore the first 2 principles and prioritize the parent's safety. That is what the 3rd principle dictates. Sean says that until recently, he thought that these principles were what motivated him, but that wasn't the case. He says that he was able to confirm that after meeting Eden, handing Eden's family picture to him. He says that he learned that family just wants to protect each other no matter how they do it, without the need for any reason to do so. Before leaving, Sean tells Eden to let him know if Eden ever needed any help. Sean says that he can even request Sophia for help if needed. Eden, stunned, asks if Sean was talking about the Alexander Sophia. He asks who in their right mind would mention her so casually like that. Sean thinks that others might not understand. Sean tells Eden to forget about it and asks Eden to make sure to have a good talk with his father. Eden tells Sean to stop treating him like an old man. He tells Sean to call him Big Bro instead of Mr. Sean gets flustered, finally getting the big brother that he always wanted. Inside the shop, the old man was trying to clean the chair, the one chair he saved by putting his life on the line. Eden walks up to the old man to talk to him. The old man asks if Eden knew how to use the phone. He says that he was taught how to use the timer on the camera, but forgot. He asks Eden to take a picture together. They drive a couple of nails into the wall to hold the phone to take the picture. The old man pushes Eden back toward the small chair and makes him sit on it. He asks if the chair was a bit smaller for him now. The old man says that he was always late with things. He grabs Eden's hand and says that he should have asked Eden to sit on the chair long ago, and asks Eden to forgive his father for being late. While calling him son, the old man had packed up all the pictures of Eden that Eden had left behind. Back in the car, Dmitri says that Sean seems to be in a good mood now. Sean says that he is in a good mood because this was the first time he had someone to call Big Bro. He says that even though it was difficult to explain, it felt as if the old man and Eden felt like a family too. Meanwhile, Eden's arms were nailed into a board along with his legs. He was left crucified in a reverse cross. He was left inside the burning shop along with the old man. The man who did it walks out, wearing full black clothes. A week later at the hospital, Dmitri tries to stop Sean, saying that they should come another time, as it hasn't been long since Eden had regained consciousness. He says that Eden still isn't in a stable condition. Sean grabs Dmitri's hand with incredible strength and tells him to move, before walking past him to find Eden, who was near a window, sitting in a wheelchair. Sean slowly walks up to him, and Dmitri gives up on stopping him. Eden is muttering something about his father, looking completely different. Dmitri says that the one Eden called father had died before they could get him to the hospital. Dmitri says that even though Eden got his senses back, he seems out of it, maybe because of the shock. Eden notices Sean, and Sean tries to talk to him. Eden asks Sean for help, and while crying, he tells Sean to help him and his father. Sean suddenly has a weird sensation, and runs past Dmitri outside to a washroom, saying that he had to puke. He was prepared for a fight, to protect everyone. He thought that he could do anything, but the fight this time wasn't so simple. Even though he said that he would destroy whoever tries to mess with that family. After seeing that there was a possibility of losing everything he promised to protect, he realized that he wasn't prepared to lose anything. He was just naive. When he went out, Dmitri was waiting for him outside. Sean just starts walking back, not even noticing Rachel. Rachel asks if Sean was heartbroken. Sean says that he was all right now. He says that he just recalled what she had taught him. He quotes her, saying, Cutting necks with blades and piercing hearts with bullets were all the skills they needed to learn to take away life. This didn't mean that they needed to be righteous or feel responsible, nor did it mean that this was an ideal practice. Everything was a result of that power they wielded. Those who take must also be prepared to be taken from. That's why they had to become stronger, a sharp blade, precise bullets, to become a weapon that destroys the enemy before you lose everything. Later, in a remote location, Sparky was playing with sparklers. She shows the star-shaped one and says that Slandy could have it. She says that she wanted to give the heart-shaped one to Nal. She then walks up to the guy who attacked Eden and gives him a sparkler too, while calling him Damien. He removes his cap and smacks the sparklers away from him, calling her a dumb kid. He asks if it looked like they were on an outing for her to play with fire in this situation. He threatens her, asking if she would just shoot some fireworks outside while she was at it. Sparky thinks that she was given permission to shoot fireworks, and excitedly asks if she can really do it. Damien laughs, asking if she was too dumb to understand sarcasm. He lifts his hand, saying that this won't do. Slandy stops Damien before he could hit her. Slandy asks if Damien wasn't the one who killed the old man and set his place on fire. He says that Damien was no different from causing all the commotion, and calls Damien a stupid brat. Damien leans on his foot, and a knife shoots out as he tries to kick Slandy. Slandy pulls out his gun, but both of them get stopped. The man tells both of them to stand down, saying that his body was getting too old to intervene in a silly fight. Just then, the doors open. Nal walks in, asking if Damien was fighting again. He tells them not to be like that, since it had been a while since they had a family gathering. He tells Slandy to be understanding, even if Damien was a bit rough, assuring them that no one in the room really wanted to fight him. Slandy says that he hopes that's true. While walking away with Sparky, Sparky pouts at the girl who came along with Nal, but the girl doesn't even look at Sparky. Nal tells the others that Jang and Eden had betrayed them. He says that it was unfortunate and that it looks like they were never part of the family to begin with. He says that this was more reason for the rest of the family to stick together. Damien looks at Sparky and Slandy and says that those two don't seem to understand that. Damien says that there should be some kind of restriction and that everyone should follow some kind of rules. Nal says that he thought of rules just like the 3 principles from the Dead Mansion, the family's tree principles. The first one is to use all their strength only for the family and no one else, so no individual activities. The second is to not use the strength against each other, no fighting among themselves. The third is to slay anyone who isn't family. He calls them their family's Iscariot's 3 principles. He asks if that wasn't easy to follow, and Sparky nods. He then asks the girl, who was called Sika, to hand a file to Slandy, and says that he has a request for Slandy. He says that there was a child he wanted Slandy to recover. Back in the hotel, Sean prepares a travel bag. Eugene asks where Sean was going. Sean says that he was going to find Nal. He says that he found a phone Eden gave him, and that there was a location in it. Eugene says that he was also going with Sean. Sean asks what Eugene could possibly do to help him. He asks if Eugene was going to whine unnecessarily again. He asks what he was supposed to do with people who can't even take action without orders. He says that they will just get in his way. Jang says that he thought Sean had become stronger, but his personality seems to have gone off the rails or something. He says that it wasn't his problem either way, but still tells Sean that it was pointless to follow coordinates from the phone. Sean gets angry and asks what Jang was going on about. Jang asks if Sean himself didn't say that the Dead Mansion kids all learned the same skills that Sean did, and asks if he really thought they would leave such an obvious trace like that on a phone. Sean slams his hand where Jang's head was. Jang, unaffected, asks if Sean was the kind to do stuff like this. Sean asks what Jang wanted him to do, then, because there was no other way. Jang leans forward and says that he will help Sean. Jang says that he knows exactly what Nal is planning, and that he happened to have a debt to settle as well. Jang asks if Sean was ready to deal with Nal the fun way. Jang says that Nal had once told him to retrieve 2 good kids. Obviously Sean was one of them, and the other was a kid named Morgan. Jang says that Morgan should be around 19 now. Sean says that that means Morgan should be a version 1. Jang asks what that means. Sean rushes it off and asks what they were doing in an audition. Jang gives Sean his number and says that this was the only lead he found about Morgan's whereabouts. He heard that the president of this entertainment company was the buyer. His plan was to directly approach the president of the place first. Sean says that he doesn't know anything about idols. Jang says that since Jang was so handsome, the audition would be a piece of cake for him, and that he would be able to meet the president the fastest this way. Sean asks if Jang even researched a little bit before coming here without even knowing what kind of company this was. Jang asks if this wasn't an entertainment management company. Sean says that he heard some rumors about the place. But before he could share, his number gets called. The judge was disappointed, thinking that the year was a bust with no potential at all. He thought that the old days were easier for talent acquisition. The other judge says that number 100 is pretty good looking. The judge looks up as Jang introduces himself, and the judge starts thinking that Jang was the perfect candidate he was looking for. But then the other guy asks what they were supposed to do about number 101. He asks why a clumsy kid like Sean would even come to the audition. The primary judge says that the other guy wasn't seeing the full picture. Even though Sean looked like a delinquent, he asks the other guy to look at the two of them as a pair. Sean asks if he really has to take an audition himself. Jang says that he would stand out too much if Sean wasn't next to him. The judge asks what was something Jang was good at. Jang says that he has a good-looking face. The judge says that he can see that, but asks if there was anything else. Jang says that he can fight, Aikido that the carpenter had taught him. Sean says that the judge asked what Jang was good at, not mediocre at. Sean asks if Jang did lose to him and also got stabbed by Miguel. Jang says that Jang is strong. Sean asks why Jang got that crazy eye again and asks if he wanted to fight. The judge starts fanboying, thinking that this was an act. But they actually start fighting, and both of them start bleeding. The judge jumps up and tells them to stop. He calls security, saying that Jang's face must be protected. Sean gets detained. Sean says that he was also hit and asks why he was the only one being grabbed. The judge asks if Jang could lift his face a little. Jang says that it was just a little itchy. Sean gets dragged out, and one of them places his hand on Sean's shoulder. Sean says that the security would be wise to let go of him. The security tells him to quietly follow them. Sean slams that man into the ground. Sean says that he warned the security while kicking him. More security approaches him, saying that Sean seems to lack some lessons in manners. He gets taken to the basement and pushed out. The rumors that he heard turned out to be the SGT Entertainment's dark secret. While they were an entertainment company that puts out top idols on the surface, the truth was that they were a company that forces people to sign unfair contracts. They were rumored to be a company run by one of Seoul's greatest organized crime syndicates. The gangster asks if this was another trainee causing trouble. The security says that this wasn't a trainee. He says that Sean came for an audition but looked like he lacked manners. Sean cuts the security guard's wrist and says that this sure looks like a rat's nest. He elbows the guard behind him in the face, kicking another in the face. Sean asks where the good child was and tells them to make the answer simple. They all pull out their weapons without answering. Sean says that since they brought out the weapons, they should know how to use them, which means there must be a good child among them. He says that that was his conclusion before one of them runs at him with a bat. He ducks under the bat and cuts the man. He tells the man to hold down the wound, as he just cut a major artery. The man curses and tells the others to get him. Sean runs at them. While they were fighting, a man in the back wearing a white suit gets frustrated. Sean cuts through all the gangsters before turning around to ask if that was all they got. A door gets thrown at him from behind. Sean ducks below it, and a man comes through the door trying to punch Sean, but he punches the door instead. Sean says that this one is different and that he definitely has strength. He asks if this one was the real one. The man asks what Sean wanted from them. He asks if Sean was a good child. Sean thinks that this was the right guy since he knew what a good child was. He looks again at the picture to confirm. He asks if he didn't change a little too much. Then he says that he came to find Morgan. The man in white asks why Sean was looking for him. Sean asks him to cooperate, or his family would be in danger. The man asks if Sean was trying to threaten him. Sean says that this wasn't a threat. One of the gangsters calls the man in white Piljiu and says that he could easily crush Sean. He tells him to quiet down. He says that he was Morgan and runs at Sean. Sean facepalms while asking why no one listens to him. But since he wasn't there to ask politely anyway, he didn't care. He ducks under the punch and hits the man on the chest. The man is surprised that a kid as small as Sean could output this much strength. Sean says that he wasn't done yet. He uses the iron fist technique to hit the man on the back of the head, slamming him into the ground and knocking him out. Sean says that this was why he was asking Morgan to come while he was asking nicely. Someone screams, Piljiu, behind him, and appears next to him. When he turns around, She hits him with the same technique that he just used. He asks how she was able to use the iron fist. He asks who she was. Her face matched the one in the poster he saw. He asks if she wasn't the idol Moa. Meanwhile, Jang was stuck getting his makeup done. Jang asks if this was a part of the audition as well. The judge quickly says that it was. He says that they might as well do a camera test now. Jang asks if he would pass if he did this. The judge says that passing wouldn't be a problem and says that they could sign a contract he wants. Jang says that he can't sign it. The judge asks if Jang was already affiliated with another company and that they would pay more. But Jang cuts him off and says that he wants to meet the president of the company first. He says that he has to find the guy in the picture. He shows the picture to the ladies doing his makeup and asks if they know him. One of them says that the picture looks familiar and asks if the judge knew who it was. The judge looks at the picture and says that the Morgan person looked exactly like Moa when she was young. He asks where Jang got that photo from. Jang says that it was a secret and asks who Moa was. The judge points at the poster behind him and says that that was Moa, their company's #1 star. Jang asks if Morgan was cross-dressing. The judge says that even though she acts a little weird, she was definitely a girl. He says that something like this could be bad for an idol image, since she was a bit too rough for a girl. Moa once again declares that she was Morgan. She then asks her uncle Piljiu to wake up. One of the gangsters tries to get him on his feet. Moa punches Sean into a room and tries to wake Piljiu up by slapping him, and he wakes up. She calls him old to get knocked out by a kid's punch. Sean comes out of the room, saying that her punch wasn't half bad, but still far from the punch of a lady he knows. She gets ready to fight again. Piljiu tells her that Sean was similar to her. She says that she figured as much after seeing that he was looking for Morgan. She is more worried about why she was mistaken for Piljiu, asking if her face was that bad-looking lately. Piljiu says that she really needs to work on her rude attitude while being an idol. She says that she understands that Sean dared to put his hands on her uncle, and says that Sean is dead while trying to punch him again. Sean dodges. Sean was unbothered. Looking at her fight, he thinks that her specialty as a version 1 might have been combat, but he calls her very disappointing. She asks what he just said. He asks how many hits she can take, but before he could hit her again, Piljiu tackles him away, saying that he won't let Sean harm her. Sean, however, plants his foot back and stops Piljiu from pushing him. Piljiu shouts Morgan's name. She says that it was nice knowing Sean, and asks him to sleep well while vaulting over Piljiu to land a kick on Sean's face, saying that he will always protect her uncle. Sean, still fine, asks if this was all she got. After seeing what happened to Eden after he said the same thing, Sean asks if Morgan could really protect anyone with such mediocre skills. He says that her statement sounded more like the tantrum of a little kid. He twists around, slaps Piljiu, grabs his hair, and slaps him again before kneeing his face. Piljiu gasps for air, all while Morgan couldn't even move. Sean says that she can't protect shit, while readying another punch, but she grabs his leg, telling him to stop. She apologizes and says that she will do anything he says, and asks him not to hurt her uncle anymore. While crying, she asks if he wasn't after her from the start. Sean asks if she was messing with him, making him look like the bad guy when they were the ones who started it. Meanwhile, on the road, the CEO of the company says that the previous track came out perfectly for Moa. But just then, he gets a call from the manager, who was the judge that Jang met. The CEO tells the manager that he was driving and asks him to call later. The manager asks where the CEO was. The CEO says that he was almost at the office and asks why the manager was rushing him. The manager says that the talent that he had acquired after so long had disappeared. He says that Jang was looking for the CEO, but when he told Jang that the CEO was arriving soon, Jang suddenly disappeared. The CEO tells the manager to speak slowly so he could understand. He says that he was almost at the office, but before he could finish his sentence, there was someone in the middle of the road. It was Slandy spinning his gun and Sparky, who was holding a bomb over her head. The CEO starts honking and tries to avoid them. Slandy shoots the car, bursts the tires, and makes it spin out, while Sparky tosses the bomb at the car. The bomb blows up and sends the cars flying. The cars tumble down the road, landing upside down. Slandy says that Sparky did a great job and asks her to let him deal with the rest. Then he walks up to the car and asks if the man driving was the CEO of the SGT company, Shim. CEO Shim begs Slandy to save him. Slandy pulls him out and points his gun at the CEO before asking the question once again. He asks where he could find Morgan. The CEO asks how Slandy knows about Morgan, but he gets kicked. Slandy says that he will be the one who asks questions. The CEO begs for someone to help him. Slandy says that it was getting annoying. He says that he was going to start off by blowing off a leg. Before he could shoot, Jang kicks the gun up, and Sparky says that the firework was beautiful. She starts running towards the sparklers to have a closer look. Slandy calls Jang a traitor. SGT Entertainment was an agency that had nurtured a lot of top idols. To some, it was a dream workplace, and to others, it was a place that raised the people they idolized. However, darkness is always behind the light. And SGT Entertainment's dark side was that it was run by organized crime. That is how Pilgyu explains their organization. He asks if Sean knows who he messed with. Morgan stops him and tells him to stop, saying that this wasn't something to brag about. She asks if she didn't ask him to keep the others from crossing the line. She asks why he was still talking after losing, even after ganging up on a kid. She says that he might as well cut off his thing and become a female idol at this point. The other gangsters beg her to at least be a little ladylike. After looking at them arguing, she feels disappointed again. Morgan knocks on the couch to get Sean's attention and asks why he wanted to cooperate with them. Sean tells her about Null, who was after good children like him and her. He says that she might be next on his list, and that he plans to collect all the good children to join his side. Morgan goes off again, asking how someone can be so ridiculous, to go around collecting them and thinking they would just say, sure, why not, and start following his orders. Sean says that if they don't, then Null will kill them and everyone around them. She slams her foot and tells him not to make her laugh, adding that if he dared to come after her, her uncles, and her family, she would protect them no matter what. She says that she will tear him apart if he comes close. Sean asks if she was saying that she will deal with him herself, with a bunch who couldn't even defeat Sean when he was alone. Morgan says that this was because they weren't prepared. Sean says that she was holding on to too much. Whether it was protecting her family or whatever it was, just childish nonsense in his eyes. He tells her that when your hands are full of precious things, you won't even be able to clench your fist properly, let alone fight. Back outside, when the SGT CEO Shim was faced with sudden death, he saw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He asks for Jang's name, and Jang tells him. Jang then says that he came to pick the CEO up since he had some business with him. Shim asks if Jang wanted to sign a contract with them, while trying to hide his happiness, but he was wrong. Slandy attacks Jang, saying that he was here first. Jang says that they can just decide who takes the CEO with a fight. Slandy calls Jang overconfident and shoots from point-blank range. Jang is hit in the back, but rises up from the ground in an instant and lands a punch on Slandy's face. Slandy stares at Jang for a second. Jang gets uneasy and kicks Slandy, but Slandy stops the kick and pulls his leg, making him fall to the ground. He brings the gun closer to Jang again. Since the range was so low, Jang twists around and kicks Slandy again while dodging the shot. His kick makes Slandy's mask come off. Jang asks if Slandy liked that kick. Just then, a knife comes flying to his face. The same ones with the rockets attached to them. Sparky asks if Slandy was okay, while crying. Jang says that a child should not be playing with fireworks. He calls her a bad child while lunging at her. Sparky pulls out her knife to fight back, but Slandy tells him not to dare touch her, and Jang freezes in place. When he looks back, he only sees Slandy's coat and wig. Slandy says that he was behind Jang. He grabs Jang's hand and says that it was a shame. He hears a crack while Slandy says that he didn't want to go this far against a bunch of kids. Jang kicks him back, not understanding how it was even caused, even though all Slandy did was grab it. Jang removes the dirty towel tied to his hand, and by using the beast-like technique, he slashes past Slandy. Slandy says that Jang's moment got a little better. Jang lands a slash on Slandy's arm before grabbing his shoulder and kneeing him in the face. But Slandy stops his knee, grabs his arm, and says that he will break Jang's arms and legs first. He lets go after squeezing them hard. Jang kicks himself away with his working leg. Slandy tells him to stop resisting since it was time for Jang to sleep anyway, even though he doesn't seem like one of the good children. Just then, a bat hits the ground behind him, and Yuri asks how the name Bad Child sounded for Jang. Before hitting Slandy with his bat, he says that he hit a home run. Slandy grabs the bat and crushes it with his hand. Yuri asks how the freak managed to crush a bat made out of special alloy with just his hand. Sparky lights 2 more bombs and throws them at Yuri. The fuse was almost up, and even after trying to dodge, the bombs explode right above Yuri's head. Sparky starts running to Slandy while crying. Slandy tells her to stay away. A huge metal box falls in front of him, and Dimitri asks if this wasn't too much for a welcome greeting. The box was still on fire from the explosion. He asks Jang to get back in the car. Slandy notices the barefoot logo. Dimitri pulls a string on the box while asking if he could have a chat with Slandy, revealing a wide range of weapons. He says that Slandy deserves some consequences for messing with other kids. Meanwhile, back in the company building, after hearing Sean say that she was childish and that she couldn't even fight, Morgan gets angry and calls him heartless. The manager bursts into the room, telling the men to gather, and that the CEO was just attacked. Meanwhile, Dimitri had just opened the weapon box, and Yuri asks if it wasn't Dimitri's brother's weapon. Dimitri says that Yuri was right. The weapon was called the Bear Hunter. Sparky gets angry, asking how that thing could block all the fireworks. Slandy says that it was made out of bulletproof material. His fingers twist around before he lunges into the shield, saying that he just has to rip it apart with his hands. Dimitri aims a gun at Slandy and says that the custom shield was too expensive for him to let that happen. Slandy falls to the ground to dodge the bullet. He runs around like an animal to dodge the bullets. Dimitri examines the damage on the shield and asks how Slandy ripped the metal with bare hands. Dimitri then tells Yuri that he will cover him, so that Yuri could go take Jang away first. Yuri says that he understands and runs to Jang, but Sparky says that she can't let it happen, and shoots a firework at Yuri. Yuri easily dodges the slow-moving firework, asking Sparky how she intends to hit the target with her eyes closed. It explodes right on top of his head. Slandy laughs while telling Yuri to burn to death. Yuri just walks out unharmed, saying that he was much better at dealing with fire than water. Slandy asks why Yuri doesn't just go into the water then, while trying to push him off the bridge. But Dimitri slams into Slandy from the side, sending him flying off to the side until he slams into a barrier. Yuri says that he got Jang. Jang tells Yuri to let go of him, and that he can fight more. 3 rockets come flying toward Dimitri and explode on contact with the shield. Sparky tells them not to pick on Slandy while crying. Dimitri shoots her sparkler, and the rockets hit her hands. He tells her to stay still and let the adults fight. He says that he seems to have become a little soft since he's been hanging with the kids lately. After seeing that he couldn't finish off Sparky, Slandy bursts forward and hits Dimitri's gun away. Slandy asks if Barefoot didn't know where to draw the line. Dimitri pulls out an axe and slashes at Slandy, while saying that he used to know. Slandy snatches the axe away from Dimitri. He tells Yuri to get out of there, while using his shield to slam Slandy away from him. Yuri asks if Dimitri wasn't coming with them. Dimitri says that he can't leave without completing his hunt. Sparky runs toward Slandy, asking if he was all right. Slandy says that he's fine and tells Sparky to stay away from the fight. Again, he does that weird shit with his fingers, while asking who Dimitri was, since he had heard that Bare Knuckle had already died. He tells Slandy that his name was Dmitry Medvedev. While running at Dmitry, Slandy asks if he was related to Igor. Dmitry asks why everyone keeps talking about his brother. 2 smoke grenades roll out from under the shield, immediately exploding in Slandy's face. Slandy calls it a cheap trick, while Dmitry comes at him from his blind spot. Dmitry throws the axe, but Slandy kicks it away, saying that it was too easy to see through this tactic. Dmitry pulls out a gun and starts shooting, but Slandy dodges it all again. Dmitry asks how it was even possible for a human to move like that. Sliding below Dmitry, Slandy grabs his ankle, asking if Dmitry was all out of tricks, before squeezing his ankle to break it. Dmitry aims his gun down at Slandy again, but Slandy springs up, barely missing Dimitri's head. Dmitry switches to an axe and thrusts it at Slandy. Slandy stops it with his hand, saying that it wouldn't be enough. Dmitry asks if Slandy was sure about that, swinging a spade. When Slandy jumps back, he gets trapped in a bear trap. Slandy asks if this whole thing was just to cover the trap. Dmitry slams a nail into the ground attached to the bear trap by chain. He says that the prey was now immobile, and warns Slandy not to move around unless he wanted to lose his foot. Just then, behind him, Nal says that he didn't expect Dmitry to push Slandy this far. He says that Barefoot was better than he thought. When Dmitry turns around, his spade just splits into pieces. Nal says that it was nice to meet Dimitri and farewell, before disappearing from his vision and appearing behind him, leaving him fully cut. Dimitri asks who he was. Nal is surprised that Dimitri is still alive, even though he swung with the intent to kill. Sean screams Nal's name from afar and jumps in with a kick. Nal says that he expected Sean to appear right about now. Nal asks if something happened to Sean while unsheathing his sword. He says that Sean's expression seems much better now. He is surprised to see that Sean looks ready to fight, and that he had even brought weapons with him. Dimitri tries to get back up, and Sean nods at Dimitri. Nal asks if he also should get a little serious now that Sean was looking so enthusiastic. He unsheathes his sword and slashes, saying that this much should be enough to deal with Sean. But Sean was already behind him. Nal brings his sword behind his back to block Sean. Sean whizzes past, attacking from the side, then the other side. He was getting faster and faster each time. Slandy says that he seems completely different and asks how someone can change so much in such a short time. Meanwhile, Sparky tries her best to remove the nail that was holding the chain, while Sean continued his relentless attack. Nal says that this version of Sean was more like the one once called the Legend. Sean jumps up high, but Nal already noticed the attack, though he didn't notice the thread all around him that stopped him from using his sword arm. Sean falls right in front of Nal. Sparky shouts Nal's name, asking if he was okay. Nal says that it was too close and asks why Sean was being so dangerous. He asks if it was because of the Eden thing. Sean screams again, and Nal tells him to stop yelling, while going past him and giving him multiple cuts. He asks if Sean didn't have anything else he wanted to yell at, like why Nal did that to Eden. Sean stands back up again. When a car approaches them, Piljiu gets out of the car and runs to the CEO. The CEO tells Piljiu to take Jang first. He says that Jang could be a future idol for their company and needed to be protected. Nal arrives next to the CEO and asks if he was the one who purchased Morgan. After looking at Piljiu and at the photo he had, he asks if Piljiu really was Morgan. Sean tries to catch up to Nal, but Slandy tries to intercept him. But Dimitri blocks Slandy and tells Sean to run. Sean runs past, but Sparky tells them to stop picking on Nal, while throwing a bomb again. It explodes right in front of Sean, blinding everyone, even Sparky, who asks where Nal was. Sean runs through anyway, but only the CEO was there in front of him. He asks where Nal went, and the CEO says that he doesn't know, but they had taken Piljiu. Later, back in the company, Morgan says that she should have gone with them. Sean asks what difference it would have made, even if she was with them. She says that it definitely would have been different. At the very least, they would have taken her instead of her uncle Piljiu, and he would still be here, she says. Sean says that this was the exact reason he left her behind. He asks if it wasn't good that the whole situation ended just with some gangster getting taken instead. Morgan asks if Sean was being serious with that. Yuri tells the pink-haired girl to keep it down. He asks if she doesn't see a patient resting there, and who she thought was the reason they had to go through all this. Dimitri says that it's fine, and that what Sean said was also right. If the target was Morgan, it was better that the situation ended this way. She asks why all of them keep saying the same thing. Dimitri cuts her off and tells Sean that he was wrong in saying it to Morgan. Even though the gangster was a nobody to them, he was still someone Morgan considered family. He says that the last thing he should have said was calling the outcome good in front of her. The CEO lifts his arm from the side of the room, asking if he could speak. He says that he somewhat understands the situation now, but then asks what they were supposed to do about Piljiu now. Sean explains that Nal mistook Piljiu for Morgan and captured him, but it's only a matter of time before Piljiu's identity gets exposed. Sean says that Nal will come for them again as soon as that happens. Yuri says that it's not like they were empty-handed either. He places his hand on her head and says that they have a bargaining chip. Sparky was either captured by them or abandoned by Nal. Morgan, surprised, asks how long the little girl was kept there for. Yuri says that she was there from the start. She asks if Yuri was crazy, tying up a kid while trying to remove the tape. Yuri tells her not to do it, saying that Sparky is very, very loud. He shuts his ears when Morgan removes the tape. Sparky doesn't say anything but starts crying instead. She hides her face and silently cries. Morgan asks if it was scary for Sparky. Sparky asks what she was supposed to do. She says that Slandy was hurt badly during the fight. She says that he got hurt because of her and asks what else she was supposed to do. She says that Nal won't come back, Sparky. She says that Sparky can't be a member of Nal's family because she hurt Slandy. Meanwhile, Slandy, furious, back at the hideout, aims his gun at Null. He asks why Null on Earth left Sparky behind. Null says that it was just a misunderstanding. He asks if it wasn't Slandy's fault. While pushing the gun away, he asks if Slandy wasn't the one who was closer to Sparky, making him responsible. Slandy says that the only reason he listens to Null's orders is because of Sparky, and asks if Null had already forgotten this. Null gets up, saying that Slandy shouldn't be that hard on him. He says that Slandy was scaring him now, but then he says that with the state Slandy's leg was in, it might as well be worth fighting him. Slandy removes his mask and asks why Null doesn't just give it a try, if he was actually confident. Null walks past, saying that it was just a joke. He says that Slandy was just too stiff and scary. He says that there was no reason to worry about Sparky, as they were going to get her back soon. But first, he walks up to Pilgiu and asks if they should deal with the fake Morgan first. He puts his sword below Pilgiu's ear. Pilgiu says that he wasn't a fake. What he was a good child from Dead Mansion called Morgan. Null slices off his ear and tells him to stop blabbering nonsense. Null asks what Pilgiu thought the reason was for keeping him alive still. Pilgiu says that Null is probably planning on using him as a hostage, exchanging him for Sparky or Morgan. Null says that he wasn't even considering that as a plan. He says that he was just curious to see if Pilgiu, who was willing to sacrifice himself for Morgan, were to fall, how the real Morgan would react when she came looking for him. A little later, in the basement of the hideout, the butler says that he feels sorry for having to treat a rare guest this way, but it wasn't polite to take too long, so he asks if they should wrap this up soon. He says that he would appreciate it if Pilgiu could tell them whatever information he had about Morgan. Pilgiu asks if they were deaf. He says that he was Morgan. The butler forces his mouth open and says that such lies won't work, since he doesn't see the ability that Morgan was supposed to have in Pilgiu. Pilgiu wonders how these guys know about her ability. Slandy comes to the room and says that this technique won't work on people like Pilgiu. He says that guys like him were all the same, and that stuff like torturing or bribing would never work on them, since he doesn't put himself above the others. So to him, it doesn't matter if his ears are chopped, or if a couple of fingers or toes are gone. The butler says that this makes it a bit difficult for him, and asks what he was supposed to do then. Slandy says that he will take care of it, and that he knows exactly how to deal with someone like Pilgiu. He says that it's not about where you target, but about who you target. That's the most important. Back at the SGT building, Morgan comes out of a room, and the CEO asks if the kid was alright. Morgan says that Sparky cried for a while and finally calmed down, then kept talking about Slandy before falling asleep. Sean asks if Morgan was joking. He asks why she was acting like Sparky's mother instead of asking her for Null's location. He tells her to move aside so he could ask Sparky himself. Morgan blocks the door and says that she won't let him go in. She says that Sparky won't escape the building anyway, and asks Sean to let her rest a bit before he asks her all these questions. Sean leans closer and tells her to move again. Morgan says that she also wants to do whatever it takes to find Pilgiu as fast as possible, but picking on a little kid wasn't the right way for her. She asks what Sean could even do after getting Null's location. She asks if he didn't just lose to Null and asks what would be different next time. She tells him to look at himself and the people around him, and that being stubborn won't change anything. Sean says that that was the reason he was trying his best to do anything he could. She headbutts his face and tells him to at least come up with a plan before running his mouth, and tells him to stop huffing and puffing around like some edgy middle schooler. The CEO stops her and tells her to watch her language, and apologizes to Sean. Morgan asks if Sean thinks he was the only one who was frustrated and the only one mad. She says that it was her family that was kidnapped, not his. He gets a memory of Eden and gives up, telling them to keep an eye on Sparky and get some intel fast. He then asks if there was some kind of room he could use for training. The CEO tells him about a gym in the basement that Morgan used to use. Sean goes to the basement while saying that he was going to warm up, and tells them to let him know if they found something. The CEO sighs, wondering what he got himself into. Sean plugs a card reader into his phone while going down to the basement. He feels frustrated because he knew what Morgan said was true. He was now using the footage he got from the shield that Dimitri was using. He thinks that he should have enough footage to at least prepare a little bit. He had thought that he had gotten stronger, but there was still a gap in skills between him and Null. When he gets to the room, he asks if the room really could be considered a gym. The weapons were all real. He wonders who trains with real weapons. Morgan says that he was an actor as well. He says that practicing those would be useful at some point. Sean asks why she followed him and if he didn't ask her to keep an eye on Sparky. She peeks at Sean's phone and asks if the white-haired guy was Null, and says that he looked very handsome. She takes his phone and asks him to let her have a better look. Sean tells her to give his phone back. She removes her hairband and tells him to quiet down so she could focus. Sean shuts up. The CEO says that he just wanted to celebrate today, but now he's stuck dealing with this mess. He thought that they were never going to be involved with Dead Mansion again. Yuri asks where the pink-haired girl went off to. The CEO gets scared after suddenly seeing Yuri right next to him. Yuri says that the others told him to stick next to the CEO, just in case. The CEO asks if he couldn't make himself known first. Yuri asks if the pink-haired girl was really also from Dead Mansion. The CEO says that she was, and that he adopted her when she was young. Yuri says that the last time it was just a dude who was using nail guns, and asks what was special about the pink-haired girl. The CEO asks why Yuri keeps calling her pink-haired girl, when she has an idol name called Moa. Then he says that he was planning to make her an actress at first, and that this was the reason he asked for someone with those aspects. He says that what Moa was really good at was method acting. She gets into position and asks if she looked similar to Null. Sean asks if she was messing with him. Her skill was able to copy Null by about 65% just from that one video. She bends low and slashes just like Null had. Sean says that this move was Null's. She dashes forward and asks when Sean was looking. Sean quickly pulls out his knife and blocks her swing. She asks why Sean was getting so riled up for. She asks if it was because of Null. Sean grits his teeth and dashes at her. And she says that he has a good expression now, just like Null. She starts swinging again and thinks that even with such little information, by the way she was moving, she was sure that Null was a monster. Sean appears behind her and says that it wasn't because of Null. She is caught off guard, and Sean hits her sword up to the ceiling and kicks her leg, making her fall. He stops his screwdriver right before her eye, and the two of them just pause for a few seconds on the ground. She gets flustered and tells him to get off. Sean tells her that he was mad because of Eden. He says that Eden was always saying things no one understood, and was a very old man. His tears start falling onto Morgan when he says that Eden kept asking Sean to call him older brother. Morgan wipes Sean's tears off and says that it was fine. She leans closer and says that he could cry without holding himself back. She asks why he kept acting so tough. She says that he was still a child on the inside. She says that crying whenever they want is a child-exclusive privilege. Sean leans into her shoulder while sobbing. Rachel was about to open the door and come into the room, but Dimitri says that she should probably let Sean be. Rachel tells Dimitri to mind his own business and move, but Dimitri says that he can't. He says that even for Rachel this wasn't the right time, and asks her to leave them be for a moment, just a little while. When Null had killed Sparky's buyers, he had told her that they were family. Sparky asks what he means. Null tells her that he was also from Dead Mansion, just like her, that he also received a similar education to hers. He says that they were brainwashed since young, taught to use their strength for their parents and their family. Sparky asks why Null killed her family. Null kneels in front of her and says that those who simply use them are neither their parents nor their family. He says that a family wouldn't let each other get hurt. He says that those who buy them are nothing more than buyers, just people who see them as tools. He lights a match and says that he will be her real family, not a buyer that orders tools around, but a real family. While giving her a sparkler, he says that his name was Null, and says that it was nice to meet her. Just then, a man appears before Null. Null looks at him. The man was in front of Null, trying to grab him. It was Slandy, and he asks what Null was doing. Null says that he made sure to come at a time when Slandy was away, and that Slandy returned faster than he was supposed to. Null says that Slandy's nickname should be Slenderman Roman. Sparky tells Slandy to stop. She comes between them and says that Slandy should stop fighting Null. She says that Null was now Sparky's family. She says that Null had taught her that her dad was just a buyer, and that he wasn't her real family. She says that a family wouldn't let each other get hurt. Slandy tries to talk to her, but Sparky asks Null if Slandy was also their family, and says that Null shouldn't fight Slandy either. Null says that she was right, and says that they were all family. Slandy tells her to get a hold of herself, and that Null was lying to her. Null calls him by the nickname Sparky had given him, and says that he will be in his care, with an evil smile while putting his blade around Sparky's neck. Morgan says that she really thought she was going to die. She says that it was hard since she hasn't been training for a long time. Sean says that he never thought this was possible. He says that Morgan really was just like Nal. Her movements and personality too. Morgan says that this was called method acting, and that she could pick up and act exactly like she had seen. Sean asks if she can mimic anyone. She says that she can't do it with just anyone. She says that her synchronization depended on the amount of information she had, and the duration varied based on the difficulty. She says that her body wouldn't be able to keep up with techniques that were too hard. Sean says that it was still very impressive. He leans closer to her and asks if she can keep it up for a little longer. She says that it was really difficult. Sean grabs her hands and begs her to do it one more time, since he was feeling it after the training they just did. Morgan starts blushing, but the CEO, who just came into the room, asks what Sean was doing. He asks what Sean wanted to keep doing with Morgan, and what it was that he was feeling. Morgan grabs her coat and asks what kind of misunderstanding the CEO was having. Sean says that Morgan really was the best. The CEO gets angrier. Morgan says that the CEO got the wrong idea and tries to stop him. Just then, a gangster comes in looking for him. He asks the gangster to give him a knife. The gangster says that he got a parcel for the CEO. The CEO says that he didn't order anything. Still glaring at Sean, the gangster says that it was addressed to Morgan, not Moa. Sean knew what was happening and tells the CEO not to open the box. But it was too late. Morgan peeks and sees that it was Piljiu's ear, with a note asking where Morgan was. Morgan feels sick. They sit down to talk about it with Rachel. She says that there was only one answer. She asks them to bring Sparky so that they could return the favor. Morgan asks where the conversation was even going. Rachel explains that if they were going to use the hostage, they should do the same. She asks why they left the hostage alone, after not capturing her without even making her spill something important. Morgan asks if Rachel was saying they should be just like those monsters. Rachel says that it wasn't that hard, and that this was her specialty. Morgan slams her foot on the table and says that all the Dead Mansion members here were annoying. Rachel asks if Morgan wasn't one of them, too. The CEO tells Moa to stop, and says that they should also take action. He says that what Rachel was saying was true, that they shouldn't have left that kid alone in the first place. Morgan tells the CEO that they can't stop the law. The CEO says that the note asked for Morgan, so they already knew that Piljiu wasn't Morgan. She says that he promised her not to do bad things anymore. The CEO says that he will bring Piljiu back no matter what. He says that the kid was just a cost of this. Even if he felt bad, he grabs her hand and asks her to let it slide this once. With tears in his eyes, he bursts into the room, remembering the days when he and Piljiu were laughing together. Sparky was just sitting in the corner of the room. He apologizes to her and says that he was in a rush. He asks her to tell him where Nal was. He asks if she could just tell him without making him go far. Sparky was just murmuring that she got Slandy hurt, and that a family isn't supposed to let each other get hurt. He grabs her and pulls her up, telling her to listen to him and asking where his friend was being kept. He begs her to just tell him. She just says that Sparky wasn't part of the family anymore. He shouts, asking what that had got to do with him. Morgan stops him. Sparky just falls to the floor, crying again. At an airstrip, Nal says that he was going back and tells Damien to take care of the rest. Damien says that he will make sure to return with Morgan. He says that they must have gotten his present by now, and if that wasn't enough, he says that he could send a couple more of them. Nal says that Damien was too much. He asks if Damien knew what they had done to Sparky, and asks what if they harmed her. Damien starts laughing, asking what that had to do with him. Nal just goes to the jet, saying that Damien really wasn't a good child. Damien says that was the best compliment he's ever gotten. When he was walking away, he gets a call from the butler Dominic, and Damien asks if Piljiu finally said something. Dominic says that something went wrong. He says that Slandy took the hostage and disappeared. At the SGT office, Piljiu walks up to the front door. He tells the guard to leave, and Slandy rolls a bomb forward to the guard. The guard, who didn't know what was going on, just stood still until the bomb exploded. Piljiu managed to save the guard by coming between him and the explosion. Slandy says that these guys dared to take away his everything, and that they would obviously have to pay the price. He says that he will destroy everything, too. He says that if they wanted to save even a bit of the company, they had to bring Sparky to him. Slandy tells the guards to bring him Sparky if they want to live, before lighting 2 explosives and throwing them at the guards. But they are cut in half before they can blow up. Slandy asks why Sean was still, as they had expected Sean and the others to go looking for Pilgiu after seeing his ear. Sean asks if Pilgiu was alright. Pilgiu tells Sean not to worry about him and asks if Moa was still there. Sean tells him that Moa had already evacuated with the others because Nal was after the good children. Slandy rushes at Sean asking if Sean wasn't one of them as well. He hits Sean back and asks if Sean shouldn't be fighting against the Dean Mansion alongside Nal, asking why they kidnapped Sparky. Sean spins around while saying that they were different from Nal and his minion. Sean slashes his knife, but Slandy easily dodges it, saying that Sean was too slow. Sean asks if that was true while lifting his leg to kick Slandy into a room, breaking the door to the room. Slandy slowly starts getting back up while saying that he doesn't care which side is good or bad, saying that it had nothing to do with him. He tells Sean to just return Sparky to him while removing his mask. 10 years ago at a mansion owned by an Italian mafia organization, they were raising a dog. A dog that wouldn't mind being covered in blood and dirt, loyal solely to the organization. But one day the dog decided to leave the owner because he found a new owner, a family he loved more than anything else. He went home to his family, finally free from the bonds of the mafia, with flowers in his hand. He asks why his wife had left the lights off so late in the evening. When he turns the light on, his wife and daughter were on the sofa covered in blood. While he was left stunned, a man appears behind him, hitting him on the head from behind. When he regains consciousness, he smells gasoline and his home burning. He calls out to his wife. He begs her to wake up. He takes his daughter's hand in his hands and says that there is no way this is real, saying that they were still warm. Unable to accept the fact that everything around him was burning, he stayed in that room for a very long time, for the mafia to think that he was gone. But he wasn't. He came out, his skin still sizzling and smoking from the fire. The fire was so hot that it had also melted the mafia emblem. Back in the present, the CEO gets notified about the explosion. He asks if Nal had come to attack them again. Sparky, who was crying, suddenly looks up after hearing Nal's name. The guard says that they hadn't yet identified the attacker, but he tells the CEO that Pilgiu was back. Sparky reaches into her hairband and asks if Nal was there for her in a whispering tone. Morgan asks if Sparky was alright. She removes a bomb tied within her hair and says that Nal was there to pick up Sparky while smiling. She pulls the pin on the bomb and tosses it into the air. Meanwhile, Slandy and Sean are still fighting. Sean lands a cut onto Slandy while passing through. Pilgiu offers Sean help from the doorway, but Slandy shoots at Pilgiu to keep him away. Sean tells Pilgiu to stay away, saying that he will only get in the way. Pilgiu notices that Sean seemed completely different from when he was fighting the gangsters. She ducks down and drives his screwdriver into the wound caused by Dimitri's bear trap. Slandy punches at Sean, but Sean jumps back. Slandy says that Sean was rather quick. Sean says that it was thanks to Dimitri. Slandy starts twisting his fingers again while saying that Dimitri would be proud. Sean dodges another punch and goes in for a counter, but Slandy's punch snaps Sean's knife, catching him off guard. Slandy goes on a relentless attack spree while asking how long Sean could keep dodging. Sean asks how Slandy was getting faster with a wounded leg. Slandy laughs and tells Sean to try struggling some more. Sean loses his focus for a second seeing Slandy change his breathing style, but he gets caught by Slandy. He drags Sean across the wall and into the floor. Sean tries to fight back by kicking Slandy in the face, but it was fruitless. Slandy tells Sean to give up while trying to crush his skull. Sean laughs and says that this was where the real fun began, that he found out what Slandy was doing. Sean dislocates Slandy's arm within a second to break free. When Slandy jumps back, Sean says that he sees Slandy's weakness now. Slandy asks what Sean means, seeing the change in Sean's eyes. Sean asks if they should dance one more time. Slandy fixes his hand. Pilgiu notices the CEO running to the room where they were fighting. The CEO runs past Pilgiu without stopping and yells at Slandy, calling him a dumbass. Holding a knife at Sparky, he asks if she was the one Slandy was after. The CEO, in a rage, asks what Slandy thought was going to happen next. Slandy shouts at the CEO to take his hands off Sparky. The CEO yells back that he won't. He asks if Slandy was the only one who knows how to play dirty. He says that he will show Slandy the reality by making sure to put an end to it. Slandy yells at the CEO and tells him to stop. Sparky starts crying again. The CEO tells them not to move a single muscle and Slandy falls to his knees. He tells the CEO to let Sparky go. Slandy says that he will do anything they want and begs them to let Sparky go. The CEO asks if the girl was really that important to them when they cut off Pilgiu's ears knowing that Sparky was with the enemies. Slandy starts to cut his own neck while saying that he will give them his neck to save Sparky. While bleeding, he begs one more time not to take away his world from him. The CEO feels angrier seeing him, but gives up and lets go of Sparky. He asks if they even know why he bought Moa from the Dead Mansion in the first place. He says that he was just a lowlife who was trying to be a gangster, someone who knew nothing with no special skills, someone who wandered through nightclubs and karaoke bars day after day. He says that he could do nothing else because this was the world he had chosen. But one day when he looked up, he saw a different world from that of his own, something so much brighter unlike his world. That was when he thought that it would be nice if they could also live in a world so bright just like that. So he scraped together all the money he had and bought Moa. He thought that they would get famous and life would become easy once they bought them, but raising a child was definitely not easy. But it still brought him happiness. He thanks Slandy for making it clear for him, making it clear that living with the guys he called family was the world he was longing for. Slandy asks if the CEO's name was Shim. The CEO says it is. Slandy turns around and says that they will run into each other again soon, since Iscariot wasn't planning on giving up on good children anytime soon. Sean asks what Iscariot was. It was Null's team. Putting his mask on again, Slandy says that he promises to protect CEO Shim's world, just once in the future when it was in danger. Meanwhile, Damien angrily kicks a tire. He says that this was exactly why he didn't like the zombie-faced Slandy since the beginning. He tells the others that there had been a change of plans and that they were going to Morgan just then. He tells them to consider it a test for the newbies. Back at the building, Rachel asks how Sean and the others managed to hand over a valuable hostage in such a short time when she was away. One of the gangsters tries to stand up for the CEO, but the CEO stabs him and says that he has no excuse. Sean lies and says that if it wasn't for the CEO handing over Sparky, then Sean would have been dead. He asks Rachel not to be too hard on him. He says that it was a really close call and asks if Pilgiu also didn't think the same. Pilgiu agreed, not able to understand why Sean was covering for the CEO. Sean then points behind Rachel and asks why she brought that thing along. Marie asks what Sean meant by calling her that thing, when she came all the way there with intentions of cooperating with them. She says that she was starting to lose the feeling of cooperation after seeing Sean's attitude. Sean asks her to cut the bullshit. He says that he knows she has no intentions of cooperating with them easily, and that they were doing well without her help. She mocks him, saying that it must have been hard work to lose a hostage. Eugene tells the two of them to calm down. He asks Sean to at least hear Marie out first, and Sean just clicks his tongue. Marie starts explaining that since their enemy's goal was to recruit good children by using threats or force without hesitation, she and Rachel had decided to identify the kids who seemed likely to catch Null's attention first. Rachel also chips in and says that they had compared all the specialties of the kids Vincent had notified them about. She thinks that the ones that caught her eye might also be enticing for Null. Marie says that she had already found the information about all these kids, a few who were already recruited and would be joining them soon. Sean asks about their skills and if they were trustworthy. The version 1 good children were made to satisfy the buyer's needs, each with one specialization. But what if that one specialty was solely focused on combat? Just how strong would they be? Even when their parent was at gunpoint, he didn't even flinch because he knew they would make quick work of anyone who stood in his path. That was why Rachel had to pay a huge sum to bring the two of them in as mercenaries. She was ready to invest at least this much to capture Null. Marie says that this won't be enough either, and that they need a plan to go with the manpower, a plan to capture Null and his crew all in one go. The mercenaries see a post about Moa's solo concert, which was happening soon. His name was Connor, a good child specializing in combat, and he seemed to already know who Morgan was. His friend Eric tells Connor to look closely at the poster as there were still traces of Morgan's younger self in the picture. Eric was a good child specializing in assassination. Connor starts laughing his ass off after seeing Morgan with makeup on. Connor asks why Eric was making a weird expression. Eric looks away trying to hide his laughter and says that he knows it's funny but doesn't want to break character. Damien tells the two of them to follow him. Connor apologizes and says that they will catch up. He shows Damien a picture of childhood Morgan and says that they had already decided to side with their old classmate. Eric also agrees. He says that they were just waiting for Damien since he had contacted them just out of curiosity to see what kind of people Damien and Nal were. Damien starts scratching his head while saying that he was at a loss for words. He says that they were going to end up dead if they went against Nal's gang. When he looks back to curse at them, Connor's fist was right in front of his face. He gets punched into a container. Connor celebrates his first strike win. Damien tries to get up, but he was already in Eric's webs. The whole container gets shredded by his wires. Connor asks if it was already over. Eric tells Connor not to say it like that, as it would be cliché if he was still alive, which he was. Eric gets kicked to the side. Connor immediately kicks back, which Damien blocks. Connor's leg starts bleeding. Damien laughs while saying that he always stays prepared. Eric comes from behind Damien, but Damien jumps up and spins around to stomp on Eric's head. Connor runs at Damien, but he gets kicked in the neck. Then he uses the dagger in his shoe to completely slash away at Connor, ending it by slamming down on his head from above with his metal heel. Connor starts coughing blood. Damien starts kicking Connor again and asks what it was that they were talking about, classmates. He asks why grown men were pretending that the Dead Mansion was some kind of daycare for kids. Back in the SGT Entertainment building, Sean asks if Marie was crazy wanting to hold a concert during times like these. Marie says that it wasn't just any concert, but a strategy. Sean thinks that they will be too exposed compared to their enemies. Marie says that they can make use of that to their advantage. Sean asks what that means. Rachel leaves the room, trying to call someone on her phone. Marie starts drawing on the MOA poster while saying that if they were to be attacked anyway, it was better to at least pick out the place and time. She says that the concert was a part of the plan to keep the advantage, a concert to bait the enemies. Rachel calls Eric and asks why Connor wasn't answering. Damien starts laughing on the other end of the line, asking if he was talking to Rachel. Rachel also realizes that it was him. She asks if Eric and Connor had joined the side of Iscariot. Damien says that they don't need trash like Eric and Connor on their side. Rachel asks what he had done with Eric and Connor. Damien says that that was a good question and asks her to take a guess before cutting the call. He says to himself that the two of them said that the idol Moa was actually Morgan and asks what Sika thinks. Eric was whispering something under his breath. Damien laughs and tells Sika that he just thought of something fun and asks Sika for a favor. Meanwhile, the gangsters were cleaning up the mess that Slandy had caused. Pilgiu finds a box and calls the CEO. He says that the box was presents from Moa's fans that was almost burned during the fight. The CEO tells Pilgiu to just throw it away without even looking at it, saying that the situation was too dangerous to take any chances since there could be anything inside. There was no reason to open it, as their main priority was Moa's safety. Moa asks what he means by that. The CEO asks what she was doing down there and asks if she shouldn't be practicing upstairs. She walks up to Pilgiu and asks if the box wasn't for her from her fans. She takes it away from Pilgiu and asks why they wanted to throw it away. Pilgiu says that her safety was the priority now, and since they didn't know what was inside, the presents from her fans weren't important. Moa asks why he would say something like that. She says that the presents sent to her by her fans are very important to her. The CEO drops his bag and tells her to cut it out. He asks if she couldn't see everyone else doing their best there and asks what they were all doing this for. She says that he was being too strict. He whacks away her presents into the pile of trash and says that his job was to protect her from harm and that this was the only thing they could do in that situation so that she can do whatever she has to do, whether singing or dancing. She looks at the box for a while and asks why she had to stand up on a stage like this, tears rolling down her cheeks, but the CEO doesn't give her an answer, so she just walks away. Pilgiu asks why the CEO would say something that he didn't mean. The CEO says that he doesn't understand himself. He says that he hates seeing people getting hurt because of Moa, but also doesn't want to lose Moa. He asks what he was supposed to do in this situation. Sean was listening to the whole thing from the balcony above. A week later on the day of the concert, 30 minutes before the start of the concert, Marie asks if everyone was ready. She asks everyone to stand by at their assigned positions. Eugene was assisting at the outside parking. He says that he doesn't see anything suspicious yet. The guy next to him starts complaining. It was Yuri, asking why he was supposed to do something so goofy. Eugene says that it suited Yuri pretty well and asks if Yuri didn't enjoy swinging stuff around. She then asks if Dmitri was also in position. Dmitri says that he was at the front gate and that most attendees had already entered. He says that there was no problem yet. Marie then asks Rachel. Rachel tells Marie not to disturb her. She says that she can't talk while undercover as an attendee. She says that she will be listening to the comms and doing her own thing. Marie calls Rachel an arrogant woman, which angers her. Marie then asks Sean if he saw anything from the top. Sean says that he saw no signs of intruders. He says that he was sure that the enemies were waiting for the concert to start to attempt to get in. He looks down at Pilgiu, who is directing the gangsters around. He tells the uncles that they shouldn't overdo it and let Sean and his crew take care of the fighting while they focused on keeping an eye on Moa. Pilgiu asks why Sean was calling them uncles. Sean says that it was because Moa kept calling them that. It just slipped out. She then asks if Moa was ready, as she was the center of it all. Marie starts counting down, saying that the lights were going out in 5 seconds and that it was time for the spotlight. Outside in the parking lot, 2 people walk up to Yuri and Eugene. Yuri asks if the customers weren't a little too late to the concert. It was Eric and Sika. On Dimitri's side, it was Connor who was approaching him, looking like a zombie, just like Eric. Someone taps Rachel's shoulder. It's Dominic the butler holding a gun at Rachel. In front of Sean, it was Slandy. The lights go out and Moa starts the concert. The crowd starts going crazy and the fights begin. Seeing Eric pull out his weapons, Yuri bursts forth. Eugene tries to stop Yuri, saying that they should figure out their enemy's strengths first. Yuri says that he can figure that out after he is done beating them up with his bat. Sika taps Eric on the shoulder and orders him to get rid of Yuri and Eugene. Eric immediately jumps forward at Yuri. Eugene says that Eric was one of the version 1s who was supposed to be on their side. He asks why Eric was working with the enemy. Eugene tells Yuri not to let his guard down. Yuri tells Eugene to shut up and that he is more than capable of dealing with it himself. But when he looks back, Eric attacks, and Eugene saves Yuri. Eugene says that Yuri is still an amateur. Yuri uses his bat as a spear to try and hit Eric's foot. Eric dodges and thrusts his knife forward, but Yuri jumps over Eric by using the bat to support himself. Once in the air, he grabs his bat and hits Eric, sending him flying into a barrier. He celebrates that he got the first one down. Saki crouches next to Eric and orders him to get up again. Yuri is surprised to see that Eric was getting back up, as he was sure Eric was out for the count. Eugene notes that Saki had some kind of weird ability, as if she was controlling Eric like a doll. Seeing the way he moves his body in such condition, he probably has no control over his own body. Yuri says that this is a good thing since Eric can get up no matter how many times Yuri hits him with a bat. Yuri says that he will have fun beating up Eric. Eugene tries to calm him down, saying that they should come up with a plan and figure out their abilities first. Yuri says that they can find out if they keep beating them up. Eugene says that Saki might be controlling more than one person and that they should look for any more hidden enemies. Miguel jumps out from behind a car, also under Saki's control. Connor whispers to Dmitri to run away. Dmitri couldn't hear him well and asks Connor to repeat himself, but Connor dives at Dmitri and punches him through a door behind him. He tells Dmitri to run away again, also under Saki's control. Dmitri asks how someone could punch so hard while trying to get back up. The punch had reopened the wound that Null had left. Connor jumps at Dmitri again while telling him to run away. Meanwhile, outside, Yuri is surrounded by Miguel's spears. Eugene is unconscious in the middle of the spears. Yuri tries to wake Eugene up when Miguel attacks from behind. Yuri sees him coming and hits a spear away with his bat, but Miguel just grabs one from the ground and pierces Yuri's leg. Eric approaches Yuri from behind, trying to finish him, but Yuri waddles forward and removes the spear in his leg, falling onto a wall of spears surrounded by Eric and Miguel. At that moment, he remembered a saying in his Russian household, a country where over 500,000 bats are sold each year, but not even one set of balls or gloves with these bats. He learned that from his father, a damned father who beat him up every day. He always kept a bunch of bats around, saying that he would lose interest if the bat were to break while beating Yuri. This was the reason why bats were sold so well. He used to wish that he would be the one to break, but his father used to say that only weaklings cry, and he asked if Yuri didn't want to be strong just like him. He said that Yuri should be laughing instead of crying. But one day someone stopped the bat. Someone from Barefoot. He grabbed Yuri's father by his face, crushing that bat with his bare fist and repeating the old man's words to him, that only the weak cry and a strong laugh. He said that he was curious to see if the old man cried or laughed when he was beaten up himself. Yuri starts laughing and hits the ground, sending debris up in the air. He then swings at the debris, sending it right at Eric and Miguel. Taking a step back, he pulls out 2 blue balls. He says that they are made up of tungsten carbide. Although it's softer than other balls, it's capable of bouncing better. He hits both of them at Eric and Miguel. They easily dodge it, but they bounce back, starting to hit them over and over again. They couldn't even move out of the way as the balls were getting faster and faster somehow. Yuri celebrates again. Eric somehow escapes and goes straight to Yuri. Yuri knew that he couldn't outrun anyone with his injured leg, so he hits 2 yellow balls that fly past Eric on either side. But they had a wire attached between them, and Eric gets caught in the middle, unable to escape. Yuri then throws 3 red balls in the air and hits them just as Eric cuts off the wire. The red balls turn into shurikens and cut him while flying past. He says that he designed the balls himself and that he calls it the bear claws. Saki orders Miguel to get back into the fight. Miguel wobbles back up to his feet, but Eugene kicks him in the face. Yuri asks if the kid was still alive. Eugene says that this was nothing for him, that he just fell for their trap to make them drop their guard. He says that Yuri gave him a good show. Yuri asks if he wasn't really good, even though he was alone against 2. Eugene says that the way Yuri started explaining about the material and use of the weapons was quite childish. He starts laughing at the name of the weapon called Bear Claw. Yuri, embarrassed, tells Eugene to shut it. He says that Eugene better not say a word about that to the others. Damien appears behind Yuri and asks why Yuri and Eugene were bickering like little kids. Yuri gets kicked in the face and sent flying past Eugene into the spears. Damien says that Yuri and Eugene were too childish and that he couldn't watch anymore. He asks if they came just to play around. Meanwhile, Connor jumps at Dimitri and starts punching relentlessly. His punches were shattering the metal lockers, and he kept telling Dimitri to run away while hitting him. Dimitri has enough and punches back while asking why Connor keeps telling him to run away. Connor again tells Dimitri to run away. Dimitri wonders if Connor was trying to say that he wasn't fighting of his own will. The next moment, he grabs an axe and swings at Connor. Connor dives to the side to save himself. Dimitri asks if Connor was surprised. Dimitri says that they prepared well for this fight. The whole room had random weapons scattered around everywhere. He asks if this was what Connor wanted. Sean was now face to face with Slandy again. Slandy says that he wasn't able to see things through to the end back then and tells Sean to show his true skills this time around. They both run at each other. Sean dodges Slandy's hand, but he was right in front of the gun now. Slandy shoots, and even Moa notices the muzzle flash. The fans ask each other if anyone heard an explosion. Marie increases the sound and points the spotlights at Moa. The fans assume that the explosion was to mark the start of the show. Marie asks if everyone is already engaged in combat. She asks Yuri and Eugene, but gets no answer back. She tries asking Dimitri, but he was busy. She curses and asks if at least Rachel was available. Rachel tells Marie to quiet down and informs her that she had already made contact. Dominic says that he had heard a lot about Rachel, that she specialized in disguise and undercover work, but he thought that she wasn't as good as the rumors made her out to be. Marie tells Rachel that she was going to use the spotlights to blind Dominic, and as soon as she does that, Rachel reaches out to his gun and pushes it away. Before he could recover, she ducks down and moves past, leaving him wondering. Dominic looks around and spots her again. Marie warns Rachel not to kick up too much trouble in the crowd, as it could cause a panic. Rachel asks Marie not to worry, as this was her specialty. Dominic tries to go to where he last saw Rachel, but suddenly feels her creeping from behind. Then he turns around, but she disappears, leaving only a cut. She appears behind him again and leaves a cut on his wrist. When he notices the cut, she is already far away. He starts sweating when he spots her through the crowd, walking past with an evil grin on her face. Connor starts punching Dimitri again, but this time the punch is stopped. Dimitri used a spade to block it. Dimitri stays attacking with his weapons, forcing Connor to go back. Dimitri throws his axe at Connor's foot to stop him from running before jumping at him. Connor kicks Dimitri where he was already wounded, making him flinch. Taking the chance, Connor uppercuts Dimitri before hitting him down to the floor. He pins Dimitri down and starts relentlessly punching Dimitri in the face. Dimitri remembers the time when he was first initiated into barefoot, when he proudly presented the biggest bear he found in the mountain as his prey. His brother, however, asks what Dmitri used to hunt the bear. Dmitri says that it was just a knife, nothing else. Igor says that it was disappointing to think that his own brother would rely on such a weapon. Igor tells Dmitri to remember that instead of relying on some piece of metal, the strongest weapon of the household is their fist. Dmitri uses his fist to hit Connor on his side. He uses the punch to push Connor off him and into a glass window. Connor flies through the glass window and slides across the floor. Dmitri says that after seeing Sean fight by using random objects from his surroundings, he had picked up that habit too. He thanks Connor for reminding him that a proper fight should be done with fists. He asks Connor to stand back up as he had more steam in his tank. Connor runs at Dmitri, trying to tackle him, but Dmitri pushes Connor's head straight into his knee and lands a clean blow. But Connor grabs Dimitri's collar and says that it wasn't over yet. Dmitri agrees and grabs Connor's collar as well, saying that this was how a fight was supposed to be. They both hit each other. Dmitri starts smiling and punching over and over. In between, Connor also starts throwing some punches back. After trading blows for a while, Connor finally falls to his knees. Dmitri asks if Connor was already done. He asks if Connor was finally thinking straight. He tells Connor that he did well holding out this long. Slandy lights a bunch of firecrackers and throws them at Sean while asking if Sean was ready. Sean disappears behind the smoke, using the threads to swing from down below and appearing behind Slandy, kicking him in the face. Slandy readjusts his jaw and says that this much was to be expected from Sean. Sean notices that Slandy was breathing heavy again and thinks that he just has to push Slandy a little more. Slandy dashes and hits Sean off the support beam. Sean reaches his hand desperately to grab something before falling down, and he manages to grab another support beam. But Slandy was already almost there. Slandy slams his hand and breaks the part of the beam Sean was holding onto. Sean grabs onto the lower part of the beam to stop himself from falling. Slandy asks what Sean was doing. He asks if Sean did say that he found Slandy's weakness the last time they fought. He tells Sean to show what it was that he found out. Meanwhile, Moa finishes the first part of the concert. She asks if the fans were having fun. The fans start cheering loud. She says that they can have even more fun during the second half of the concert as well. Sean asks if Pilgiu can hear him over the radio. He says that he can't pay attention to what was happening down below because of his situation with Slandy, and tells Pilgiu to remember what he said earlier, for him and the other gangsters to focus only on protecting Moa. Saki walks up to Pilgiu while Sean warns him not to get distracted, since the gangsters couldn't match the enemies in terms of abilities. He also asks Marie to do something for him. Marie drops the lights below near the support beams. Inside the makeup room, the CEO asks the employees to go outside for a second. Moa was looking down, thinking about the gangsters. The CEO asks if Moa was all right, and says that things weren't looking up for them. He says they should stop with this plan and leave. Moa cuts him off and asks if he was even watching her concert. He says that he was, and that was why he was telling her they should leave. He asks if she knew how scared he was that Null's underlings would just pop out from somewhere. She asks if he knew why she decided to become an idol. The CEO asks what she was saying all of a sudden. She asks if he remembered the times when she was little, when she used to hold a knife and say that she wanted to be a gangster. The CEO says that he does remember that. She asks if he remembers saying that dark things like being a gangster were something they did, and that Moa should always be a shining star. She says that was why she wanted to be a gangster. The CEO asks what she means. She says there was a time when she wanted a doll she saw on TV, and he and the other uncles went around the country for 3 days looking for those dolls. Later they found out that the dolls weren't something sold, but something made by someone. But Pilgiu somehow managed to make one for her. She says that her stupid uncles really were the best. Her uncles were her shining stars, and that's why she wanted to be a gangster, so she could become a shining star to people like them. The CEO tries to say something, but she cuts him off again and says that she knows how they feel. She says that when she sees the sea of fans from the stage, they really look like stars. She asks how they could shine so bright. She thinks this was something she could not do by becoming an actor. She says that it was probably because of her fans that she could also become a star that her uncles wanted her to be. She tells him that she could go back out there and be that star even if it was just for a little longer, so they didn't have to go back into the dark world of the gangsters again. The CEO starts tearing up, and just then Piljiu also comes into the room. The CEO tells Piljiu that their little Moa was acting all grown up now, but he is met with Piljiu's fist. The CEO is sent flying by Piljiu's punch. Moa asks what Piljiu was doing. Saki orders Piljiu to suppress Moa from outside the door. Piljiu was under Saki's control. He punches at Moa, but misses. Moa notices that Piljiu's eyes seem off. She slaps him and tells him to get a hold of himself. His eyes go back to normal. Saki orders him to grab Moa, and Piljiu grabs her, but it was just a hug. Moa asks if her uncle was following orders from some random woman. She calls Saki an old lady and asks why she was hitting on other people's uncles. She starts using Saki's ability with a 35% actualization. Outside, Slandy asks if he expected too much from Sean. Sean asks what Slandy means by that, saying he was only getting started. The lights behind Sean light up, and he says the lights were hotter than he expected. Slandy says he doesn't know what Sean was doing, but he was ready to wrap things up. Sean spins away from Slandy and, using his iron fist technique, slams the back of Slandy's head. Looking at the smoke coming from Slandy, Sean says that he was right after all. He stands, punching Slandy and landing each one without a problem. Slandy wonders what was going on, wondering why Sean was suddenly way faster than himself. But then he realizes that he was the one who had gotten slower. Sean says that he noticed Slandy's breath every time they fought. Since all the pores in his body were blocked due to the burns, Slandy's body was overheating. Sean says that Slandy must be cooking from the inside with the lights focused on him. Slandy asks if that was Sean's plan from the start. Sean asks if it wasn't a good plan. Slandy says that he acknowledges Sean as the best product from Dead Mansion while tearing a metal piece off the support beam and cutting himself with it. He says that he didn't even think of something like body overheating before this point, but he could just use his own blood to cool his body. He asks if Sean was ready for the second half of their fight as well. Back inside, Saki orders Piljiu again to kill Morgan. Piljiu starts swinging at Morgan, but she grabs him and orders him to aim for the black-haired girl instead, increasing her actualization to 55%. She thinks that Saki's ability was overpowering her own because the actualization wasn't perfect yet. Piljiu was also moving slowly when ordered by Morgan. A staff member arrives behind Saki and says that she wasn't supposed to be there without permission. She orders him, while Piljiu ran at her, to stop Piljiu, but Piljiu punches the random guy. Moa stops Piljiu and tries to order the staff member herself, increasing her actualization to 67%. She orders him to escape the concert building. Saki walks back to find more people while saying that Morgan's ability was pretty annoying. She orders the bystanders and sends them at Moa and Piljiu. Moa asks how many people Saki could control at once. She starts ordering them one by one while Piljiu stopped the rest. She tells the first to stop and run away, reaching 73% mastery. After ordering the second and the third, her mastery reaches 79%, but then Piljiu punches her again. A few more people follow him like zombies. She orders everyone to stop, but Saki orders them to kill Morgan, and it overpowers her order. She was at her limits. She thought that it was impossible for her to get the actualization level any higher. Even if she ordered them, it was useless since Saki could immediately override her orders. She wonders if she should just give up. Back when she used to run away and hide during practice and made the CEO angry, the CEO used to look for her around the whole building. He promised that they could play once the practice was over. But she didn't want to practice, so she didn't make any noise. However, Piljiu still found her. He asks why she was hiding. She asks how he found her. Piljiu tells her to quiet down, as he was also hiding there to rest just like her, and didn't want to get caught himself. He asks if she could protect him from the others while he rested. Morgan says that she will and promises to protect Piljiu. The CEO asks why Morgan could be hiding to make her think he didn't know. Back in the present, she braces herself, and Piljiu says that he found her just like he did back then. The others were hitting Piljiu with scissors because he was blocking them from getting to Morgan. Moa starts crying, saying that she couldn't keep her promise, that she was still being protected by him. She orders them to stop once again. She tells them to forget the orders and come back to their senses. Piljiu regains full consciousness as well. Saki tries to overwrite Moa's order again. Morgan orders that this was a place off limits to the public and tells them to destroy Saki and kick her out. reaching 100% mastery of the skill. The people were now fully conscious, unlike the zombie-like state with Saki's orders. Saki tries to order them, but it doesn't work. Moa tells Saki to try ordering her fist while punching her in the face. While Saki falls, Moa says that this was her stage. Slandy starts patching himself up while saying that Sean fought well and that it wasn't bad for a kid. He says that now Morgan was the only one left. Sean curses. When his mother was dying, she had assured him that he was already a very good child, that what happened wasn't his fault. Sean says that he couldn't be a good kid if he let his parents die like this. She says that he could forget this memory if it was too painful for him, but asks him to promise her one thing. She tells him that his name was Park Shine from then on. She says that he was her son, someone kinder than any other child. She says that her son Shine will be a happy child who will have a lot of friends and many people who will like him. Sean asks what she was saying that he didn't understand her. She tells him that he was already a good child. She asks him to forget the principles of being a good child and not to be tied down by things like those. His eyes open once again. Slandy suddenly turns back to see that Sean was already up, holding wires in one hand. He says that his name is Cheyenne. While running past Slandy, he kicks himself off a support beam and past Slandy again, pulling him along with the wires. He tells Slandy again that his name is Cheyenne, not Sean, while jumping off the support beam and dragging Slandy down with him. His mother had told him. Slandy had put his hands on his parents, family, and his friends. His mother's last words were that laws were something that even transcended principles, and that Cheyenne had to create a law for himself. The law he created was to get up and protect anyone he considers friends or family so that what happened to his mother wouldn't repeat. Slandy gets thrown into a screen, electrocuting him. Sean says that his law was more important to him than any principle. After losing his mother, he just wandered aimlessly, thinking about her words, wondering how he was supposed to make tons of friends and create a law for himself, how he was supposed to make people like him, how he was supposed to forget the principles. That was when he came across Jung's mom's snack shop. A school van stops in front of the shop, and the teacher says that he should say, "I'm home," when going back home. Jung runs to his mom and says that he wants to eat some snacks. His mom tells him to at least say goodbye to his teacher first. His mom gives the teacher some snacks for him and the other kids. Cheyenne just walks into an alleyway, and Jung notices him leaving. He goes up to Cheyenne and asks him to wait up. He gives Cheyenne the snack his mom gave him. Cheyenne says that he is not good with hot food. Jung asks what Cheyenne's name was. Remembering his mom's words, he says that his name is Park Cheyenne. He says that he was not Sean, but Park Cheyenne. Jung's mom calls Cheyenne inside after seeing him shivering. Jung grabs Cheyenne and takes him inside. That was when he decided that his law was to protect his family above all else. He remembers that this is how it all began, his law. The stage lights up again, and Damien arrives near Cheyenne, mocking Slandy, saying that he ended up like this after acting all tough. His hidden knife shoots out, and he says that Slandy could rest in hell forever now, but Cheyenne blocks Damien's foot. He asks if Damien was also from Iscariot. He asks if Damien shouldn't be helping his comrade instead of trying to kill him. Damien tries to kick Cheyenne's face, but Cheyenne dodges. Damien asks if that was all Cheyenne had to ask before kicking him away. He asks what this comrade nonsense was, saying that it was too childish to say shit like that. Cheyenne mocks Damien and says that he could tell Damien has no friends from one glance. Damien says that Cheyenne was pretty good. He had expected Cheyenne to be filled with anger and asks if what he did wasn't enough. He then brings up Eden. He says that he was the one who took care of Eden and his old man. He asks if Eden was still alive. He thinks that he got to Cheyenne's nerves with this and attacks, while saying that Cheyenne didn't have to look disappointed, as he was going to send all of the trash around him, and him, to the same hell. Cheyenne jumps up to dodge the attack. Damien wonders how Cheyenne figured his trick out. He says that at least Cheyenne's eyes seem to work. Cheyenne asks how Damien keeps saying all these things about trash and hell with a straight face. He says that it was giving him goosebumps seeing someone be so cringe. He asks if this is how he looked in front of Moa when she said that he was acting like he had 8th grader syndrome. Damien asks what that even means. Cheyenne says that it was something only a good beating could fix. Damien uses his knife shoe thing again. Cheyenne grabs the wires from before to Tarzan his way closer to Damien, taking him by surprise. Damien was still able to block the kick, but the force was too strong and sent him flying. Cheyenne says that Damien was quite good for someone who acts like an 8th grader. His knife rolls back into the shoe, and he pulls himself up to his feet. He gets angry, but just then Moa comes back onto the stage, thanking everyone for their patience, and starts the second half. Damien starts grinning and runs off. Cheyenne asks where he was going. Damien asks if he didn't already say that he was going to send all the trash around Cheyenne to hell. He jumps and uses his shoe knife thing to cut a bunch of lights off. They fall straight to the crowd below. Cheyenne asks if Damien was crazy. Moa sees the lights falling from the stage, wondering what was happening. Cheyenne jumps, grabs onto the wires, and swings off. When the lights were about to fall on the fans, he kicks them midair, sending them toward Moa. Damien asks if Cheyenne was dumb while laughing, saying that Cheyenne just made their work easy for them. But Cheyenne pulls a different light down, making them collide and miss Moa, falling to the side instead. Damien says that he can play this game longer while cutting a support beam. Cheyenne and Moa were too far away to stop the falling beam. Moa shouts at the people to move away, but Gigachad Igor just catches the beam with his bare hands. He asks Dimitri if this was also part of the concert, asking if it wasn't too childish. Damien asks if Igor wasn't supposed to be dead. Igor notices Damien looking at him from above. For days after the supposed death of Igor in a sea near Korea, the fishermen were thinking of going back to shore after being hit by a massive storm. Just then, a massive hand grabbed onto the boat. Igor climbed onto the boat, scaring all the fishermen. He asked which sea he was in now, in Russian. The fishermen weren't able to understand what he was saying, but when he heard them talking in Korean, he decided he was going the right way. He had swum for 4 days straight and ended up in Korean waters. He said it would have been troublesome if he hadn't encountered the fishing boat, as he was about to swim past the country. He says that he realized something during his swim, that there was no difference between human and beast in the principles of nature. In nature, you're either weak or strong, but his principles were stronger than the storm itself that he swam through. Cheyenne wonders who the huge man was, and the people around him were also asking questions if it wasn't a massive accident that the spotlights just fell from the ceiling. Moa says that there was no need to be surprised and that this was the start of the show. Cheyenne asks what she was doing. Moa says that they can't let things get more chaotic, as it could cause a panic. She asks if the concert wasn't meant for them to draw Nal's forces out, and that this was their turn to take the opportunity to wipe them out. Cheyenne understands and points at Damien, who was hiding above, saying that this was round 2 while calling him an 8th grader. Damien gets furious. The fans all look up and see him, wondering if he was up there the whole time. Igor says that it was a great way to cover what was happening, and that he should join the fun as well. Tearing the steel beam in half with his bare hands, he says that it was time to get rowdy. Sparky runs up to Slandy after seeing him unconscious. She tries to wake him up, but Damien notices her. He asks why she came out while cursing at her. He asks if he didn't tell her to stay hidden in the corner. Sparky says that Slandy needs help. He picks her up by her clothes and says that each one of them was more annoying than the other. Sparky starts crying. Slandy grabs Damien's hand and tells him to let Sparky go. Damien asks if the corpse was trying to pick a fight now. Slandy drags them away, and as soon as he does, the steel beam lands where Damien was standing. He says that it looks like the things that annoyed Damien increased, as Igor now had his eyes on them. Sparky asks if Slandy was all right. Slandy says that he's fine. He then tells Damien that with Igor's appearance now, they were at a huge disadvantage. Damien asks what that was supposed to mean. He tells Slandy and Sparky to deal with Igor while he goes away. Slandy says that Damien was asking for too much. He picks up Sparky and tells her to hold tight. He goes up to Igor, who was waiting patiently. Igor recognizes Slandy's face and calls him Slender Man Roman. Slandy says that it was an honor for him to be recognized by Bare Knuckles, but tells Igor that he now goes by the nickname Slandy, given by Sparky. Damien makes his way to the stage, where Moa and Cheyenne were standing. As soon as he lands on the stage, the crowd starts cheering, thinking this was part of the show. Damien asks if they were all idiots for not being able to recognize the situation they were in. Cheyenne says that it was because of Damien's attention-seeking that things ended up like this. Cheyenne mocks Damien and asks if he was getting embarrassed now that he was finally getting the attention he so desperately wanted. Damien scratches his head before swinging his shoe knife around. Cheyenne dodges and kicks the lights that Damien broke straight back at him. Damien cuts the light in half, but Cheyenne was right behind the light, punch primed. He lands a clean punch and twists around to land a kick on the same spot, sending Damien flying back. He lands on his feet and asks if Cheyenne was going against Null, just because Dead Mansion gave him a title as the Legend of Dead Mansion. Cheyenne says that he couldn't care less about the title of Legend or Masterpiece, or any other title they pushed onto him. Damien asks what Cheyenne meant. Cheyenne says that he wasn't a masterpiece or a legend of Dead Mansion, that he won't take orders or be pressured by anyone, and that he will only follow the principles he set for himself. Park Cheyenne's laws. Damien asks what that law was. Cheyenne says that it was to destroy anything that touched his family or friends. Igor says that Cheyenne was saying something really good, impressed that Cheyenne made his own principles just like Igor himself. Dmitri asks how Igor could even hear Cheyenne from so far away. Igor slams his chest and says that he didn't hear him, but Cheyenne's words just resonated in his heart. Dmitri asks if Igor got sick after swimming for a little too long. Igor then says that although he respects Slandy's will to fight in a broken state, fate wasn't on Slandy's side. Just as he says that, a bullet lands in front of Slandy's foot. Slandy looks up to see a helicopter in the sky. The shooter says that the target was confirmed and asks for permission to take the shot. It was Alexander Alicia. Slandy quickly covers Sparky. Igor says that he wasn't there alone either. A hooded figure walks past the crowd in the front. Damien makes fun of Cheyenne and says that all this talk sounded like something a weak little kid would say. He says that if that was what Cheyenne wanted, then Damien's principles were to kick, break, and cut up anyone who stood in his way. Damien says that he put it in a way even Cheyenne should understand. Cheyenne grabs random metal pieces to use Caliarnes, and they dash at each other. Just then, the hooded figure jumps onto the stage and stops them. Damien says that it was really getting more annoying by the second. The hooded figure addresses Iscariot and says that from that point on, the Russian mercenary union had designated them as an enemy, that they won't accept any more recklessness. Cheyenne notices that the hooded figure had an Alexander logo on the back. They say that from that point, the Alexander family was going to forcefully take all members of Iscariot, starting with those who were currently present. Back at Dead Mansion a few days ago, Sophia had declared that the Alexander family was going to join the fight. She recommended that they create a mercenary alliance with the goal of destroying Iscariot. Beluga says that it sounds more like an order than a recommendation. Sophia says that it was because the discussion was already finalized with Igor himself, and asks if Beluga had a problem with his leader's decision. Beluga says that he has no problem with it. Sophia then says to Vincent that part of the fault also lies with Dead Mansion because the leader of Iscariot was originally from Dead Mansion. Vincent tries to protest against that statement, but Sophia cuts him off and says that she recommends complete compliance. Vincent doesn't have a say in the matter since the director was not there and had to accept the alliance. She then asks that since Iscariot's goal was to eliminate all good child's parents, if there was anyone they should prioritize. Vincent says that Iscariot is more likely to target the parents of the masterpieces, and Masterpiece 3 was probably the next target. Beluga says that this won't be a problem since he had already hidden 3 and her parent in an underground bunker. At the said underground bunker, Null walks up to the barefoot guards. He unsheaths his sword, but then says that he doesn't want to waste his strength on weak underlings. He asks Sika to take care of it instead. She orders them to aim at each other, and their bodies move on their own as they start shooting. Null says that he was very impressed with the second masterpiece's ability, saying that she was on a whole different level. She says that she can even have them keep their consciousness while taking control. She asks the last remaining guard to kill himself, and his body involuntarily does, as ordered. Null says that Sika was scary and wonders if the sake in Korea was also just as good. Null had breached the bunker that Beluga was sure he could not find. Beluga says that they should worry about Korea instead, but Sophia tells him not to worry about that either as Igor was already there, along with a decent kid she had been training. The hooded figure asks if they could take their hands off him. Damien asks what that means. The hooded figure says that he was just reminded of an annoying person he used to call brother. He then turns to Damien and says that Damien was under arrest. Damien asks if the hooded figure was joking. The hooded figure jumps and twists around, kicking Damien and sending him flying off the stage. Cheyenne asks how the hooded figure managed to kick so hard. He says that he heard an explosion during the kick. He asks who the hooded figure was. The people in the crowd were confused, asking if Damien was all right and if the blood was just special effects. Damien tells the people to get lost. He calls them trash and tells them to go away from him. The CEO comes rolling up his sleeves while saying that any actions that disrupt the performance were forbidden and asks if Damien even read the rule on the ticket. He then asks if Damien even had a ticket. Pilgiu says that they should kick Damien out, saying that he was getting in the way of their business. While asking him to leave, Cheyenne and Moa run towards the gangsters, saying that they told them to stay away from the fight. Damien tells them not to dare try kicking him out, saying that he already told them he was going to kick, break, and slice up anyone that gets in his way, that it was his principle now. The CEO pushes Pilgiu back and asks if Damien was crazy swinging his weapon around between so many people. Slandy punches Damien clean in the stomach, saying that his principles were shit and that it was to be expected from trash like Damien. Damien asks what the corpse face was doing. Slandy says that he was just keeping his promise as Damien falls to the ground, saying that he doesn't break his promises. He takes Damien and asks if Sparky still had her fireworks, and if she wanted to try them out today. Sparky excitedly asks if she could really shoot it. She aims the golden flare gun at the sky and shoots, covering the whole place in smoke. Alyssa says that her view was obstructed. Igor says that he was disappointed seeing that Slandy was about to run away. Slandy grabs onto Sparky and says that he has something to protect today, and that he apologizes for disappointing him. He disappears into the smoke. Igor nods and says that it wasn't a bad response. When the smoke clears, they were gone. The fans wonder where they went. They cheer loudly, saying that it was the best show ever. They chant encore for her to continue the concert. Cheyenne falls on his butt and asks if the fans wanted to see them suffer so badly. He says that it was all up to Moa now. He asks if there wasn't a reason why she was up on the stage. He asks her to show them and let him have a look too. The fans were chanting louder and louder. She says that she will do as he says, and asks Cheyenne to watch her until the end. Cheyenne notices the Alexander kid leave the stage, but he looks at Cheyenne before leaving. Cheyenne wonders if it was someone he knew. Somewhere in the arena, Dominic hands a folder to Rachel and leaves with a nod. Rachel takes a look at the folder. Inside the underground bunker that Nal attacked, he complains that there was no signal at all. Saki asks if he was waiting for contact from the Korean side, and that there might be landlines somewhere in the bunker. Nal says that it was all right as he was sure they had failed. Saki asks what he means. Nal says that although Slandy and Damien were strong, they were against Sean, and he wasn't called the greatest masterpiece for no reason. Saki asks if Sean really wielded so much power for Nal to talk about him like that. Nal says that Sean might be a little lacking right now, but Slandy and Damien were sent as catalysts for Sean. She asks if that was the reason he ordered Morgan's retrieval. He says that he was just curious since he heard she had an interesting ability, and that he was planning on getting rid of her if she was as troublesome as her profile suggested. He says that he was most excited for his reunion with Sean, wondering how much stronger Sean would be the next time they met. He then tells her to stop distracting him and says that they should finish their mission first. A cold sweat rolls down her cheek after seeing him look completely crazy just a second ago. They go to the end of the bunker where they could see light coming from. He says that this place was truly interesting and asks if they really just put a child inside a safe. He then asks why they would leave the door open. As he walks in, a man says that Nal was late. He asks if Nal was finally there for him. Nal accepts that he was late indeed. He says that he came for 3 and asks why she was sitting there instead. He calls her Chaitire Arena. She had a masterpiece tattoo on her tongue. At the hospital, Cheyenne opens the curtains and says that even someone like him was good enough to be an idol. He says that everyone was cheering for him and even gave encore requests. He says that it was a shame Eden couldn't be there. Eden doesn't say anything in response. Cheyenne feels bad and says that he also managed to recollect a bit of his past memories, also about the law he had set for himself. He says that the law was maybe the reason why he wanted to protect Jung's family, Eden, and the others. Although he couldn't remember his mother exactly, he says that her touch felt warm. Just then he hears the door sliding open behind him. It was Moa, who had brought some flowers. He was about to call her by her name, but she tells him to be quiet. He asks why, and she asks if he can't tell by the way she came with her face covered. She looks at Eden and asks if he was the one Cheyenne talked about. Cheyenne says that Eden was his big brother. Moa says that the two of them looked nothing alike, and that Eden looked too handsome to be Cheyenne's brother. Cheyenne says that he wasn't his real brother, but then asks if she just indirectly insulted him. Outside, while walking through the park, they talk about how they managed to get through the huge mess. He asks if the company was all right. Moa says that there was a huge fuss in the beginning, but her uncle claimed that the whole thing was a promotion for a movie that the company was working on, and somehow people bought it. Cheyenne asks if that lame excuse really worked. She changes topics and says that they even got an investor because of it. She says that thanks to the investor they will really end up making a movie now. She even says that her uncles were asked to take on the role of gangsters in the movie. Cheyenne laughs and asks if that wasn't their specialty. She then suddenly turns to him and thanks him for protecting her and her uncles. She thanks him while calling him Cheyenne. Cheyenne gets embarrassed and quickly walks past while saying that it was nothing worth mentioning and that he only did it because he saw her and her uncles as family. She asks what that means. Cheyenne says that family was something like friends. A small smile is seen on Eden's face while listening to them talk. Cheyenne then asks if Moa knew anything about the guy they came across in the end. He asks if she had any idea who it could be. Moa says that she almost forgot to mention that their investor for the movie wanted to meet with Cheyenne. He asks what business they had with him and if they wanted to cast him in the movie as well. While going to the meeting spot, Cheyenne fixes his hair, saying that debuting so fast was a bit much even for him. He notices Sophia waiting for him. Sophia looks back at him, and his expression changes from excitement to disappointment. He turns around and leaves, and Sophia asks where Cheyenne was going. Cheyenne says that she got the wrong person. She admits she might have got the wrong person, then asks if he would listen if she called him Cheyenne instead. She asks if he hadn't had it rough till now while calling him her disciple. She says that she will get right to the point in front of him. She says that there was a boy she wanted Cheyenne to take into his crew. Back at Bandchild HQ, Marie says that they have the director's location. They had his exact coordinates. He asks how it was possible while Rachel was suiting up. Rachel doesn't answer Marie's questions. She says that she will explain all that later. She says that they have the building blueprint along with the information of how many people were inside, and that they don't have much time left. He asks Marie to establish a plan quickly. She says that they have to rescue the director from Iscariot as soon as possible. Cheyenne walks to where Sophia had directed him. When he asked why she suddenly wanted him to add a new member, she says that she could give him a little explanation, although she couldn't say everything, as it wasn't his generation's fight yet. He asks what she was saying. She says that all she can say for now is for Cheyenne to grow his crew, and for that he needs the boy she recommended. Cheyenne reluctantly walks to the location, wondering what Sophia was even saying. When he reached, he realized that it was Jung's snack shop. He sees Jung helping his mom, and seeing that reminded him that he promised to explain himself as soon as everything was sorted, something he wasn't ready to answer back then. He walks back while wondering why he protected them or why he refused to apologize back then. But then he realizes that he can't just keep running away from them. He says that he has to answer Jung, that he wanted a family, and that he had made up his mind to protect Jung's family. That's what he was forgetting. That he was sorry. Jung notices him, and when Cheyenne opens his mouth, Jung arrives in front of him. The old lady notices the box fall and looks back, but Jung and Cheyenne were gone. Sophia says that there are many who try to protect the world, but the ones who change it are always the young ones. Of course, they had to talk it out between the two of them before they were able to work together. She asks if this wasn't also a part of growing. Cheyenne gets kicked and sent back. He asks what was going on and why Jung's kick was so strong. Jung asks if Cheyenne didn't have a thing called conscience, and that at the very least he shouldn't appear in front of Jung's family. Cheyenne notices that Jung had the same stance as the hooded guy from the Alexander family. Cheyenne gets kicked again, and Jung asks how long Cheyenne plans on messing with his family. Cheyenne asks if Sophia was talking about Jung when she said that she wanted him to add someone to his crew. Jung asks what Cheyenne was spouting. He says that even if Lady Sophia ordered him to join Cheyenne's crew, he would never do it, and asks Cheyenne to F off. On the remote island where the director was, he was being kept in a cell. He notices someone outside. Nal comes pulling a chain, saying that the director's plans of controlling the kids and selling them as weapons wasn't a bad one since it was the act of exchanging for him, the potential that was lying dormant in the kids. The director asks if Nal was finally acknowledging his father. Nal says that that was where the good things he had to say ended. He says there should have been better ways to make use of the kids. The director asks what he means. Nal says that the director should know better than anyone else how much of a change those kids could bring, but the director was afraid of that and tried to control them, leading to such an outcome in Nal's eyes. The director asks if Nal was considering himself the savior. Nal says that he wasn't that nice of a person. He says that he already said the director's idea wasn't a bad one. He says the director should just stay in his cell and watch what he does, just how he will change things with those kids. This is the end of Season 1. If you liked the video, please leave a like and consider subscribing.